Chapter 1 Inheritance from Ancestors. Ah, it hurts, go easy. Qinghe Village, at the foot of Yunwu Mountain, by the banks of the Qing River. Chen Yang held Li Xianglian's snow-white feet in his arms, using a silver needle to help her pick out a thorn in the sole of her foot, which made her scream in pain. The key was that the scream was so heavenly that it made Chen Yang's mouth dry. Back from the fields, sweaty, Li Xianglian had wanted to take a bath in the river, but as soon as she got in, she felt a thorn in the sole of her foot. The thorn was stuck in the flesh, too deep for her to get it out. Fortunately, she was met by Chen Yang, who had returned from gathering herbs in the mountains. Chen Yang was the village doctor of Qinghe Village and carried a silver needle with him, which he used to pick out the thorn. Suddenly, Li Xianglian noticed Chen Yang staring at her, and he kept swallowing. Looking down, she noticed that her clothes were soaked and clung to her body. Her curvy body was faintly visible. "Xiao Yang, does my sister-in-law look good?" Li Xianglian giggled, not at all angry. "Yes, she looks good." Chen Yang answered subconsciously. "Ha!" After he said it, he suddenly realized what he had said and blushed, feeling extremely embarrassed. "Oh, you're blushing. Your sister-in-law didn't say anything bad about you. Besides, isn't it true that women are pretty for the eyes of men? Don't you agree, Xiao Yang?" Chen Yang nodded, agreeing that it made sense. Since he thought his sister-in-law was pretty, did he want Li Xianglian to lean forward with a wicked smile on her face? In an instant, the fragrance was enchanting. "Sister-in-law Xianglian, don't do that. It's not good for people to see." Chen Yang quickly dodged. "You're such a big boy, what are you shy about? Don't tell me you're still a virgin? I heard that you had a girlfriend in college, did she not give you?" Li Xianglian said with a breath like orchid. "This place is very remote, there is a small grove by the riverbank, and the grass is very deep, so there is no fear of being discovered." Chen Yang was aroused and burning with passion. Happiness came too suddenly, and in the face of a delicate and beautiful woman, it was impossible for any normal man not to think about it. However, Chen Yang could not get past that mental hurdle. "Sister-in-law, I really can't. If Brother Xiao Bei were in heaven, he would curse me to death. Your brother Bei has been dead for 3 years, and I have been a widow for 3 years in his memory. You take care of me for him in the future, and he will be grateful to you. You are an orphan, and I am a widow. In the future, the two of us will live together and take care of each other. What do you say?" Chen Yang had no parents since childhood and lived with his grandfather Chen Xingshan, a village doctor. A year ago, his grandfather fell ill and passed away, leaving him all alone. "Ha!" Without waiting for Chen Yang to reply, Li Xianglian embraced him. At this point, Chen Yang was also aroused and couldn't help but think that he might as well give in and experience the taste of love. He had watched so many little movies, he just needed to put it into practice. Although Li Xianglian was a widow, she was only a few years older than Chen Yang, beautiful and kind, and so pretty that she was worthy of his first time. Bang bang bang. Just as Chen Yang gathered the courage to consider whether or not to take this woman, a sudden sound of footsteps came. "Who is it?" Li Xianglian was startled and quickly pushed Chen Yang away. "You bitch, Li Xianglian, you're actually stealing men here. How can you face me? I recorded it all with my phone. From now on, if you don't listen to me, I'll tell the whole village about your shameful deeds." As he finished speaking, a shifty-eyed, stocky middle-aged man poked his head out of the grass, holding a mobile phone and recording video. "Wu Laosan, you're looking for death, hurry up and delete the video for me." Li Xianglian shouted, her face pale with fear. "Brother Wu, it's not what you think, sister-in-law Xianglian has a thorn in her foot, and I'm picking it out for her. Stop recording the video and delete it." Chen Yang also hurriedly said, rushing up to try to take the phone. The man's name was Wu Laosan, a rascal who did nothing all day long, stole chickens and dogs, and even spent a few years in prison. Now in his 40s, he had never been able to marry a wife. Wu Laosan had long had designs on Li Xianglian, but had been slow to make his move. Now that he had recorded the video, how dare Li Xianglian not be his woman? "Picking your mother's thorn, does picking a thorn require cuddling? How dare you steal my woman? I'll kill you, believe it or not." Wu Laosan was furious, and kicked Chen Yang hard in the stomach. Boom! The kick was so powerful that it sent Chen Yang flying, slamming into the ground. Coincidentally, there was a stone under his head, which cut his scalp and made him pass out from the gushing blood. "Wu Laosan, you murderer, you've killed someone!" Li Xianglian shouted as she rushed at Chen Yang. "This family is doomed. If they don't die today, they will die tomorrow. Forget about him, let me have a good time first. Wu Laosan couldn't wait any longer and couldn't care less about anything else. He pushed Li Xianglian to the ground. Ah, I'll fight you to the death. Li Xianglian refused to give in and struggled with Wu Laosan. No one noticed that a jade pendant on Chen Yang's chest absorbed the blood that was dripping from her head and a golden light burst out. This was a jade pendant passed down from the ancestors of the Chen family. It was very old and for some reason, it was a relic left to Chen Yang by her grandfather. Boom! The divine light instantly disappeared into Chen Yang's body. Immediately afterwards, a loud and majestic voice sounded in his mind. I am the ancestor of the Chen family, Xianhuang Daoren. When I ascended to the heavens, I left an inheritance in this jade pendant for the descendants of the Chen family. Chen family descendant, today I pass on to you a copy of the Immortal cultivation method, titled The Secrets of the Heavens and Earth, and a copy of the Medical Dao treasure book, titled The Medical Dao of the Xianhuang. From now on, you should heal the world, save all living beings, punish the wicked and praise the good. After the voice fell, countless pieces of knowledge flooded into Chen Yang's mind, almost bursting his head. At the same time, a strange energy filled his body, causing his body to change drastically. Xianhuang Taoist? What the hell? Am I fucking dreaming? Chen Yang couldn't believe it. Oh, little Yang, wake up quickly and save your sister-in-law. At this time, Li Xianglian's cries for help came. She was a weak woman, so how could she possibly be a match for Wu Laosan? Her clothes were torn, and it looked like Wu Laosan was about to get his way. That kid doesn't know if he's going to live or die, so it's a miracle if he can save you. You've been a widow for 3 years, and you can't hold back any longer, can you? Today I'll show you what a real man is. Ha ha ha. Wu Laosan, you're going to die. With an angry roar, a figure rushed forward, swung a huge palm, and slapped Wu Laosan away with a loud pop. Damn you, brat, I'll kill you. Wu Laosan's face was swollen, his mouth full of blood foam, and he was extremely angry. He picked up a stone and smashed it hard. Boom! As a result, the stone was kicked back by Chen Yang, like a cannonball, and smashed firmly on Wu Laosan's skull. Ah! Wu Laosan screamed in agony, blood flowing chaotically, and he felt dizzy and fell headfirst into the Qingshui River. Chapter 2, The Girl Next Door is Growing Up. You little brat, just you wait. If I don't kill you, my name isn't Wu. Knowing that he was no match for him, Wu Laosan quickly swam across the river, leaving a fierce remark behind him. A mobile phone fell to the ground, and Chen Yang picked it up and snapped it into pieces with one hand. Damn, I'm too strong, right? Chen Yang felt that even an elephant here could be overturned with one hand. Sister-in-law Xianglian, are you okay? Chen Yang asked with concern. Oh, Yang, thanks to you, or else my sister-in-law would have been ravished today. Li Xianglian threw herself into Chen Yang's arms and cried like a child. It's okay now. Well, sister-in-law, it's getting late, let's go back. Chen Yang resisted the urge and said. Li Xianglian's body was so soft, like it was made of water, and it smelled so good that he found it a little hard to resist, afraid that he might lose control. Perhaps she really was shocked, as Li Xianglian obediently nodded this time. Chen Yang took off his outer garment and draped it over her, wearing only a vest himself. After his body had been reborn, Chen Yang's flesh was simply perfect. Li Xianglian found it hard to resist. She thought to herself, if she could hold such an exquisite young man in her arms every night when she went to sleep, she would wake up smiling in her dreams. But she knew that impatience would get her nowhere. If she wanted to catch this big fish, she had to cast a long line and take her time. The two soon returned to Qinghe village. In order to avoid gossip from the villagers, they parted ways at the entrance of the village. In return, Li Xianglian invited Chen Yang to her home for dinner that night. That's really not necessary, sister-in-law. I'll just eat at home. Chen Yang said apologetically. Don't be polite with your sister-in-law. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened to her. With such a great kindness, it's not too much for your sister-in-law to offer herself, let alone invite you to dinner. It's settled then. Chen Yang smiled and could only agree. Brother Yang, you're finally back. My mother is dying, please come and save her. As soon as he arrived at the door, a young girl suddenly ran up to him, crying. What's going on, Yingying? Don't cry. What's wrong with your auntie? Chen Yang was shocked and quickly put down the small medicine box on his back, consoling the young girl. The young girl's name was Chen Yingying, a neighbor of Chen Yang's family. She was 17 years old and in her third year of high school. When she was young, Chen Yingying was Chen Yang's shadow, with short hair and looked like a tomboy. As the saying goes, girls change as they grow up, and now the young girl has blossomed into a graceful and beautiful young lady, one of the prettiest in the entire Qinghe village. If she wasn't still in school, the doorsteps of her family home would be constantly being trampled on by matchmakers. My mother was doing the laundry at home just now, and suddenly she said her heart was hurting, and then she suddenly stopped breathing. She's lying on the ground, twitching, and now she's passed out, and I can't wake her up no matter what I do. Oh, Brother Yang, I'm so scared, you have to save my mother. I already don't have a father, I can't lose my mother too. While the young girl was still crying, Chen Yang had already rushed out like the wind. In the yard, by the pressurized water well, a middle-aged beautiful woman in a floral dress lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. It was Chen Yingying's mother, Su Yueru. Although she was already 36, Su Yueru still had a charming figure, with a tall build, fair skin, and a head of thick, silky black hair. People would believe she was still in her 30s if they were told. In her youth, Su Yueru was also a beauty, but she met the wrong person and married Chen Yingying's father, a gambler, drunkard, and scoundrel. Chen Yang had only seen Chen Yingying's father a few times in the 6 months since he had returned to the village. He spent all day fooling around and never came home. That's why Chen Yingying said she no longer had a father. It wasn't that he was dead, but that he was never around, which was much the same as being dead. Chen Yang strode up to Su Yueru, picked her up in his arms, and carried her into the main room, where he laid her on a bed. Auntie Yueru, who weighed 100 caddies, felt weightless in his hands. Sigh, little Yang brother, how is my mother? Don't worry, I'll take your aunt's pulse. Chen Yang said, gently pressing his fingers on Su Yueru's wrist. Suddenly, a series of information popped into his head. Diagnosis, myocardial infarction. Treatment, acupuncture to improve myocardial necrosis. Even the acupuncture point map appeared in his mind, as clear as if it were carved. In addition, his eyes seemed to be able to see through, and he could see a black aura surrounding Su Yueru's heart. This black gas is the disease, extremely aggressive, constantly attacking the heart. Once it takes over the entire heart, the heart will be necrotic, and no immortal can save it. Chen Yang was stunned for a moment, but soon understood. This should be the superpower he obtained after inheriting from the ancient master Xianglian. With such a powerful superpower, what disease can't be cured? Chen Yang was so excited that he couldn't help it. Brother Chen Yang, please, you must save my mother. If you can save my mother, I will agree to whatever terms you ask for. Chen Yingying said anxiously. Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry. Yingying, don't worry. I can cure your aunt's illness. He had always regarded Chen Yingying as his younger sister and had no other thoughts. A rabbit wouldn't even eat grass near its nest. However, this little girl had really blossomed into a beautiful young woman. She was tall with a slender figure and curvy, and was impeccable in every way. Her plump upper body in particular is not something a 17-year-old girl could possess. If I could marry such a beautiful young wife, my life would be complete. I don't know how many men would be envious. The lewd thought flashed through his mind, but Chen Yang immediately straightened up and focused on saving the person. In the past, Chen Yang would have been unable to save someone with a heart attack. But now, the issue shouldn't be too big of a problem. The answer is in his head, so how hard can it be to copy it? Chen Yang quickly took out the silver needles and began acupuncture. Main acupoint, Naguan. Additional acupoints, Ju, Xinping, Danzhong, Sanyenzhio. The name of the acupuncture technique is Heaven, Earth, Mystery and Yellow Acupuncture, created by the Taoist Qianyuan, which has the power to bring the dead back to life and turn flesh and bones into flesh. While performing the acupuncture, Chen Yang concentrated his energy in his lower abdomen, and a pale golden air current gushed out, following the meridians, running to his fingers, and finally filling the silver needles. It is the vital energy of heaven and earth, full of vitality, and naturally has the ability to heal. And to perform the heaven and earth mysterious yellow acupuncture technique, you must have the heaven and earth mysterious yellow energy. Hum, hum, hum. The heaven and earth mysterious yellow energy was injected into Su Yueru's body through the silver needles. The needles seemed to be electrified, constantly trembling slightly, and eventually driving Su Yueru's heart to resume beating. The entire treatment process lasted an hour, and finally the disease energy in Su Yueru's heart completely disappeared. Pounding, pounding, pounding. The heart beat strongly. Chen Yang was sweating profusely, his entire body was soaked in sweat, as if he had run a marathon. Chen Yueru was the same, her body was sticky, her floral dress clinging to her body, her delicate body was barely visible, as if she wasn't wearing any clothes. Seeing this, Chen Yang blushed. He had to say that Chen Yueru had a very good figure, comparable to Li Xianglian. Li Xianglian is only 26, 10 years younger than her, and still a young woman. It is not easy to maintain this figure at this age. Chapter 3, the past is gone, and life takes off from here. That, Yingying, auntie is fine now. Chen Yang blushed as she gently pressed her finger against Chen Yueru's nose. Her eyes suddenly opened, as if it were a lifetime ago. Mom, you're awake, that's great. Brother Yang, thank you so much, your medical skills are amazing, you are practically a miracle healer. Chen Yingying said excitedly. Although she was cured, she still had to pay attention to her recovery and could not do heavy work. I will prescribe some more Chinese herbal medicine to help her recover. Well, it's getting late, I'll go home first. Chen Yang smiled, not daring to look at Chen Yueru. Looking at her clothes, which were a bit transparent due to the sweat, Chen Yueru's face immediately turned red. Chen Yang was embarrassed, and after writing the prescription, he quickly left. Mom, you're blushing. You're so old, and you're still shy. Chen Yingying giggled and teased. You little girl, Mom is only 36, where am I old? Haven't you heard that women are like flowers at 31? Haha, Mom is so charming that even little Yang's face is red. You little girl, shut up. When he returned home, it was already dark. He was covered in sweat and felt uncomfortable, so Chen Yang filled a basin with water and took a shower in the courtyard. Under the cold moonlight, his bronze skin reflected a cold metallic luster, as if made of bronze and iron, giving a sense of powerful strength. He was originally a top student at medical school and had a decent job at a big hospital in the city. 6 months ago, he quit his job and returned to his hometown to become a village doctor. The villagers all thought he was doing it for the good of the village and were very grateful. In fact, only he himself knew that he was not at all that great. When he was at university, he fell in love at first sight with the most beautiful girl in his class, Wang Manli. He felt that no fairy in the sky could compare to her. In order to buy gifts for his goddess, take her out to fancy dinners, and spend time together under the moonlight, he worked part-time as hard as he could, earning as much money as he could, and never complaining about how dirty or tiring the work was. After graduation, the two of them got jobs at the same hospital. He had always thought that the two of them would definitely be able to walk down the aisle and stay together forever. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon his goddess having an affair with a department head in the office. His heart broke at that moment. However, he still had a last glimmer of hope, and asked hysterically, Lily, he forced you, didn't he? Tell me quickly. I did it willingly. Wang Manli said calmly, Chen Yang, I've had enough of being with a poor guy like you. Don't bother me again in the future. I like mature men like Director Zhang, who can buy me whatever I like, diamond necklaces, designer handbags, designer cosmetics. Unlike you, I wanted an iPhone, and you didn't buy it for me after dragging your feet for 3 months. What's the point of having a boyfriend like you? Chen Yang cried like a child, unable to understand why his goddess, who was usually so obedient to him, had suddenly become so cold-blooded and ruthless. Lily, we said we were getting married, can you stop being so difficult? I'll go buy you an iPhone right now, okay? As long as you leave this man, I can pretend that nothing happened. My goddess has hurt me 1,000 times, but I will always love her like it's my first love. Chen Yang backed down again and again. It's too late to buy an iPhone now. You're just a poor loser, and you can forget about marrying me. I've always just seen you as a free meal ticket, and I've never really liked you. Wang Manli looked at him with disdain. You stupid idiot, are you done talking? If you're done, get out and close the door behind you. Director Zhang shouted at Chen Yang. As he spoke, his plump body twisted around wildly. Each shameless remark madly stimulated Chen Yang's nerves, stabbing him in the heart like a knife. 4 years of devoted love had been repaid with betrayal, and Chen Yang hated the idea of not being able to kill the pair of dogs and their lover. In a moment of passion, he rushed up, grabbed Wang Manli's hair and slapped her hard. Fuck, you dare to hit my woman, you're looking for death. Director Zhang and Chen Yang got into a fight. Chen Yang was weak and underfed, and was no match for the portly Director Zhang. He was eventually beaten to a pulp. After that, he lost his job. He lost his wife and his job. In despair, he returned to the countryside and chose to become a village doctor. Now that I have inherited the Xianglian ancestors' legacy, I will soon become rich and powerful, and one day I will become the top person. Wang Monli, you bitch, just regret it. Chen Yang thought angrily, unable to help but clench his fists. The Yellow Medical Classic is a treasure of medical knowledge that can revive the dead and heal the living. The heavenly and earthly Yellow secret art is a cultivation technique that can shatter the void and ascend in the daytime. These two methods of cultivation are simply awesome. Mastering either one of them allows you to walk across the world with your head held high. The Xianhuang Medical Sutra has already been instilled, and all the knowledge is in Chen Yang's mind, ready to be used. However, the heavenly and earth Xianhuang method requires cultivation in order to achieve a breakthrough in one's realm and an increase in power. Immediately, Chen Yang sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. Humming. Following the Qigong method he remembered, he transported a strand of the heaven and earth mysterious yellow qi in his lower abdomen around his body, performing a large and small circulation of the heavens and earth. As the heaven and earth mysterious yellow qi circulated, Chen Yang felt himself becoming more and more powerful. Half an hour later, the qi suddenly became very strong, and Chen Yang knew that he had successfully broken through the qi refining stage. There were 9 levels of qi refining, and he had now reached the first level. At the same time, a martial art technique appeared in Chen Yang's mind, the heavenly striking and earthly slaying palm, and the essentials of the moves were all there in minute detail. The name of the palm technique sounds intimidating, and indeed its power is terrifying. If one practices it to the extreme, one can smash the stars with a single slap. Ha ha hey. Crackling. Chen Yang practiced the palm technique for another half hour, and it looked very much like the real thing. When he struck out with his palm, the wind whistled, and it sounded faintly like thunder roaring. Pop. Chen Yang slammed his palm against the wall again, and was surprised to see a clear palm print left on the wall. Holy shit, this is awesome. Chen Yang was shocked to the extreme. This was a concrete wall, but it could leave a palm print. What kind of terrifying power was this? If this hit a person, it would definitely kill them with one palm. After practicing for about an hour, Chen Yang was exhausted and panting, and he was covered in sweat, so he stopped practicing and took a shower. Just then, sister-in-law Xianglian's phone rang, saying that dinner was ready and for him to come over and eat. Upon being reminded by sister-in-law Xianglian, Chen Yang's stomach started rumbling, and he felt very hungry. After tidying up a bit, Chen Yang went out. Chapter 4, My sister-in-law is not drinking wine, she is drinking loneliness. In the kitchen, a figure was busy. Li Xianglian had changed into a white dress, with an apron wrapped around the outside. Her black hair was draped over her shoulders, her lips red and teeth white, and she looked exactly like a beautiful young kitchen maid. Sister-in-law. Xianglian, you're here. Come and sit in the living room. I'm just finishing off the last dish, and I'll be there in a minute. Last dish? How last can it be? How last? You'll see. It's ready. Here, have a bite. With that, Li Xianglian picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks, blew on it, and then put it in Chen Yang's mouth. Chen Yang was so hungry that he didn't mind, and he took a bite. After chewing a few times, he found that it wasn't hard at all, but soft and very elastic. After eating it, he felt that his whole stomach was warm. Moreover, there was a vigorous force rising up in his body. Sister-in-law, what kind of meat is this? It's full of energy and so delicious. Chen Yang asked, and finished it in a few bites. This is the part of the bull that is braised in red sauce, specially stir-fried for you to nourish your body. What? Gulong. Chen Yang felt a wave of nausea as he listened, and felt like the whole thing was going wrong. Li Xianglian laughed until she could hardly stand, and said, Look at your bear-like appearance, didn't you just say it was delicious? This whole pot is yours, finish it, don't waste your sister-in-law's hard work. Immediately, she served the food on a plate and told Chen Yang to take it into the main room. She then went to close and lock the large iron gate in the courtyard to prevent anyone from barging in. It was just a meal, but she locked the door. What was this woman up to? Chen Yang felt a vague sense of unease. The main room faced the door, and there was a table with 6 dishes and a few bottles of beer on it. Here, Yang, let me toast you first. Thank you for helping me pick the bones out of the fish today, and for saving my life from Wu Laosan. Li Xianglian raised her wineglass and looked at Chen Yang. Sister-in-law, you drink it yourself, I won't drink it. I can't drink, I get drunk easily. What man doesn't drink? If you don't drink, are you still a man? Getting drunk is no big deal, I'll just sleep over at your place. Your 3-room flat is big enough for one more person. Li Xianglian said in an ambiguous tone. Married women are different, they dare to say whatever they want. Chen Yang, a young man, was unable to defend himself against her words, and his face immediately turned red up to his neck. He said, "Sister-in-law, hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold." After saying this, Chen Yang held the bowl and began to eat in silence, his heart flustered. Li Xianglian took a sip of wine and her face was full of a charming smile. She rested her cheek in her hand while holding the wineglass in the other hand, and stared straight at Chen Yang eating without eating herself, like a silly girl, her eyes full of stars. Having been widowed for 3 years, she now finds Chen Yang exceptionally pleasing to the eye, and can't get enough of him. She can't wait to hold him in her arms. The young man has gone to university, is quiet and gentle, has a charming bearing, is a good-looking guy, and oozes an intellectual aura. He's not like those uncouth boors in the village. And he's saved her life. Even if he is poor, what does it matter? He is a pretty boy, and she can afford to support him. The meal was so rich that Chen Yang could not stop eating, and in the end, he finished everything and his stomach was full. At this time, Li Xianglian had also drunk 2 bottles of beer, her cheeks were flushed and she was drunk. Chen Yang had tried to persuade her to drink less, but this woman simply would not listen, saying that she was not drinking for the sake of alcohol, but for loneliness. "Sister-in-law, let me help you to bed," Chen Yang said. He felt bad for taking advantage of her, and decided to help her wash the dishes later. "No, I'll do it myself. I'm not drunk." Li Xianglian was still trying to be brave, but after taking a few steps, she began to stagger. Chen Yang quickly stepped forward to help her, and Li Xianglian fell into his arms. She smelled so good, so soft and charming. In an instant, Chen Yang's heartbeat accelerated, and both of their faces turned red like a monkey's butt. The bedroom was at the back of the main room, and after helping her to the bed, Chen Yang wanted to leave. But sister-in-law Xianglian grabbed him and said with a reproachful look in her eyes, "What's the rush? Can't I just keep you company and chat? You think I'm some kind of demon? Well, sister-in-law, it's getting late, and I have to go back. It wouldn't look good if anyone saw us. What if someone sees me? Aren't you a doctor? Can't I see you? What, is there something wrong with your wife?" When it came to healing, Chen Yang immediately became serious. "My lower abdomen has been uncomfortable lately, and I'm very tired. I don't know what's wrong. Take a look at it for me." After saying this, Li Xianglian pulled her skirt up a little, revealing a small, flat, flawless belly like a piece of white jade, wanting Chen Yang to examine it. This. Chen Yang's face suddenly turned red. He was a young man full of blood and vigor. After resisting the urge to take her pulse, Chen Yang said, "Sister-in-law, you have an imbalance of yin and yang and blocked meridians. The issue is not very serious. I will give you acupuncture to unblock the meridians, regulate the flow of qi and blood, and you will see an improvement soon." As it happened, he had brought along some silver needles, and he gave Li Xianglian acupuncture right there. The heaven, earth, mystery and yellow needle technique is the most powerful acupuncture technique in the world, without equal. The results speak for themselves, and they were immediate. In no time, a fine layer of sweat oozed from Li Xianglian's body. Every part of her body, from her limbs to her internal organs, felt comfortable, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. "Sister-in-law, you're fine. I'll give you some acupuncture to reinforce the effects when I have time later, and you'll recover quickly." Half an hour later, Chen Yang put away the silver needles, his face serious, although inside he was panicking. "Thank you, Yang. You're really amazing. Just a little acupuncture, and my lower abdomen doesn't hurt at all, and I feel really comfortable all over. What do you think caused my illness? I need to pay more attention in the future." Li Xianglian asked with an open mind. Generally speaking, an imbalance of yin and yang is mainly related to being single for too long, caused by physiological suppression. Chen Yang said apologetically. "Ah, is that so, Yang? Why don't you be a good person and help your sister-in-law completely get rid of the illness?" After saying this, Li Xianglian embraced Chen Yang. Chen Yang was absolutely right. For more than 1,000 days and nights, she had been unable to sleep on an empty bed. She had been repressed for too long, and it was no wonder that she had fallen ill. "No, sister-in-law, don't do this. You really have drunk too much." Chen Yang felt unwell, and his heart almost jumped out of his throat. However, although she looked reluctant, in fact Chen Yang's heart was full of expectations. After all, he was a young man full of vigor and vitality, so he didn't resist too much. It's just that it was the first time in his life, so he was a little unable to let go. Seeing that good things were about to come true, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Bang! Just then, a loud noise came from the front room, and the door was kicked open by someone. There was an unexpected guest in the house. Chapter 5: Who will break Wu Laosan's leg if he beats him again? Li Xianglian was shocked, quickly pushed Chen Yang away, and quickly got dressed. The three men who broke in climbed over the wall. One of them had a swollen head, bandaged up, short in stature, and shifty-eyed. It was Wu Laosan, the village thug Chen Yang had just beaten up earlier that evening. The other two had tattoos and looked repulsive. They were clearly not good people. One of them, with a buzz cut, was named Li Xianglian, and the other, with a shaved head, was named Zhang Jun. They were both ruffians from nearby villages, and they were brothers with Wu Laosan. They had come to help Wu Laosan take revenge. They first went to Chen Yang's house, but found that the door was locked and there was no one inside. Wu Laosan guessed that Chen Yang might be at Li Xianglian's house, doing something shameful. Sure enough, he was right. Wu Laosan, you're looking for death. I haven't even finished with you for what happened during the day, and you still dare to come to my house at night? Do you believe I'll call the police and have you arrested? Get out of here. Li Xianglian came out wearing a sundress and shouted abuse at the three village thugs. She was holding scissors in one hand, pointing them at the three of them, and a mobile phone in the other hand, as if she was going to call the police. At the moment, she looked a bit like a fierce woman. There was nothing she could do. She lived alone and was a beautiful woman, so if she wasn't fierce and strong, she would have been bullied by countless people. However, the three thugs were not at all intimidated. They ogled her lewdly, their drool about to drip. Li Xianglian, you really are a slut, cheating on your man at home. This dog, apart from being a little better looking than me, what is there about him that is better? You're blind as a bat. Wu Laosan was furious. He had always regarded Li Xianglian as his forbidden fruit, but someone else had beaten him to it, and he was very unhappy. Then he said to Chen Yang, Chen Yang, you son of a bitch, you beat me up like this and slept with my woman, you're dead. If you don't come up with 100,000 yuan, I'm going to break your legs today. At this time, Chen Yang was slowly getting dressed while walking out of the bedroom. Laosan, you're too kind. 100,000 yuan is just for the medical expenses for the physical injuries, and there's also the mental damages to consider. However, this mental damage cannot be compensated for with money. Li Xianglian, who was bald, said with a lecherous look on his face, his eyes never leaving Li Xianglian's neckline, envious beyond words. He was the leader of the three sworn brothers, and was known for his bravery and ferocity. He had spent at least 10 years in prison, and had a gangster-like temperament. Yes, and there's also the issue of compensation for emotional distress. Li Xianglian, your little man hit me, so you'll have to pay for the emotional distress. Sleep with me for a month, serve me well, or I'll cripple your little man's third leg so that he can only be a eunuch for the rest of his life, Wu Laosan threatened. After saying that, he took a step forward and wanted to take Li Xianglian down right now. Old Wu, I'll fight you to the death. Li Xianglian was also extremely angry, and she stabbed the scissors in her hand fiercely. However, before she could touch old Wu's body, she was kicked away by Li Xianglian. Little woman, you still dare to resist? Let's see how the three of us conquer you tonight. Old Wu laughed, and pounced on Li Xianglian. Sister-in-law Xianglian, I'll take care of this, you go and watch from the side. Chen Yang said to Li Xianglian. Chen Yang, you're looking for death. Big brother, second brother, fuck him up, break his limbs, let him watch his woman being toyed with by us with his own eyes. Wu Laosan roared. Facing three thugs with knives, Chen Yang was not at all panicked. He had just received the inheritance of the Xiangying ancestor and had developed a palm technique called the Tiangang Dishap palm, which was just right for testing his skills. After pulling Li Xianglian aside, Chen Yang took the initiative to charge at the three village thugs. Chen Yang, be careful, they have knives. Li Xianglian shouted nervously, fearing for Chen Yang's safety. As a result, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw an unbelievable scene. Chen Yang, as if he were in no man's land, perfectly avoided the other party's knives and successively drew 3 slaps, each of which was powerful and heavy, as if they were slapping a brick. Pop! Ah! 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 With a series of crisp slaps and pitiful screams, the three village thugs were all sent flying by Chen Yang's slaps. Not only were their faces swollen, their cheekbones were cracked, and their mouths were full of blood and foam mixed with their fallen teeth. Bang bang bang! The three thugs lay on the ground, twitching like dead dogs, and couldn't get up at that time. A kill! A complete kill! From beginning to end, the three swords didn't even touch a single corner of Chen Yang's clothes. In Chen Yang's eyes, their swords were as clumsy as kindergarten children playing house, full of flaws and without any method. Li Xianglian watched in horror. This was too terrifying, to see someone get slapped like that. What was that like? Chen Yang looked refined and gentle, not at all like someone who could fight. He never would have imagined that his fighting power was so strong, like a tiger. Chen Yang himself was stunned. This palm technique was really awesome. He had only used 1 or 2% of his strength, and it was already terrifying. Do you deserve it? Boom! Chen Yang stomped on Wu Laosan and Li Xianglian again, making them scream in pain. Big brother, I was wrong, let me go, I have a family. I was bewitched by that dog Wu Laosan, I won't dare to do it again next time. Zhang Jun, who was the least injured, begged for mercy, bowing like a toad. Now you know you were wrong, and now you're begging for mercy, what the hell were you doing earlier? Bang! Chen Yang kicked the man over with one kick, and then changed the subject, saying, if you want me to let you go, break their legs. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. After saying that, Chen Yang threw him an arm-thick wooden stick. This? Zhang Jun looked troubled. Brothers are like hands and feet. To do something to your brother, are you still a human being? You don't want to, do you? Then you don't want your legs. Snap. Chen Yang stamped on his kneecap with one foot, grinding it hard, and the bones creaked. I'll do it now. Zhang Jun howled like a pig in a slaughterhouse. After Chen Yang released his leg, he picked up the wooden rod and smashed it down on Wu Laosan's leg. Hit it hard, and I'll smash your kneecaps. Chen Yang said with a fierce look. Zhang, you dare? Stop it. Wu Laosan was furious, his nose about to turn crooked with anger. Li Xianglian also cast a fierce look at Zhang Jun. Wu Laosan, Li Lao, don't blame me, if I don't break your legs, he'll break mine. Crack. Crack. A few minutes later, Wu Laosan and Li Xianglian, both with 4 bloody legs, could not move for at least a year and a half. Chen Yang nodded with satisfaction and said, get out of here, get rid of these 2 dogs. Don't let me see you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. Okay, I'll drag them away now. Thank you, brother, thank you for sparing my life. Zhang Jun, as if he had received a great pardon, dragged his 2 half-dead brothers back and forth twice to a van at the door, and drove off. That's sister-in-law, it's getting late, I'm going back too. Chen Yang didn't dare to linger, and also withdrew in a dispirited manner. Li Xianglian looked at Chen Yang's departure with a face full of resentment, and hated Wu Laosan in her heart for ruining her good deed twice. However, this little episode made Li Xianglian appreciate Chen Yang even more, and even have some admiration. Chapter 6: The Girl Next Door Who Can't Be Hurt. Chen Yang returned home after 9 o'clock. The countryside is not like the city, there is no nightlife, and many villagers are already asleep at this hour. The village is quiet, with the occasional sound of a dog barking. Brother Chen Yang. I just got home, and suddenly a young girl's voice came from above the wall. Chen Yang was startled and looked up to see that it was indeed the little girl from next door, Chen Yingying, who was leaning over the wall and looking down with her head cocked. Chen Yingying, what are you doing on the wall? Why aren't you asleep so late? Chen Yang winced. I have a math problem I can't solve and I want to ask you. Where have you been? Why are you back so late? And you smell of alcohol. Who were you drinking with? Chen Yingying asked, sniffing hard with a nosy look. She was holding a book and pen in her hands and stepping on a bench with her feet. The 2 families shared a wall, which had fallen into disrepair over the years and was not high, so it was easy to climb over. Just as she was talking, Chen Yingying kicked her leg, and she sat on the wall. She wanted to climb over the wall to Chen Yang's house to ask him about the math problem. Chen Yang was flabbergasted and quickly said, what kind of girl climbs over walls? Go through the front door, I'll open it for you. No, my mother is asleep, and if I open the door, it will wake her up. My mother is still recovering from a serious illness and needs to rest. Well, little young brother, you can give me a boost and I'll come down, Chen Yingying said. Then, she put her hands on the wall and her toes on the cracks in the stone, and was about to come down. Chen Yang just reached out to give her a hand, but suddenly he froze. Because Chen Yingying was wearing a skirt. Little Yan, give me a hand, don't look, I'm going to fall, Chen Yingying yelled. Oh, okay. Just as he reached out to give her a hand, Chen Yingying slipped and lost her footing, letting out a scream and falling off the wall. Plop. Chen Yang was so taken aback by this sudden turn of events that he didn't know what to do, and instinctively reached out to catch her. But because she was so heavy, and he wasn't standing firmly on the ground, he fell over as well, and was pinned underneath Chen Yingying. "I'm sorry, little brother Yang, did I hurt you?" Chen Yingying quickly got off Chen Yang. Luckily, she had landed on him, acting as a cushion and absorbing the impact, otherwise she would have been seriously injured. "It's just that I pressed my face against Chen Yang's, and I feel so embarrassed." "I'm fine." Chen Yang shook his head lightly to clear his thoughts. "That's good, you scared me to death just now." Chen Yingying patted her chest and said, "You can't do that again next time. Girls climbing over walls aren't funny enough, and you'll be careful not to get married in the future." Chen Yang scolded. "Pfft, I'm so pretty and have such a great figure, how could I not get married? You don't know how popular I am at school, and how many boys want to go out with me." "Okay, you win." Chen Yang didn't have much to say, because the young girl was really beautiful, and even if she was a little difficult, she would not be unable to get married. "You may not believe it when I tell you, but a big boss who drives a Mercedes-Benz offered to pay me 8,000 yuan a month and give me a flat in the main urban area of Chuzhou, and let me be his mistress, but I refused." "Brother Yang, do you think I've missed a chance to become rich and famous? Will I regret it in the future?" Chen Yingying pouted and asked, staring at Chen Yang. "You did the right thing by saying no. Once you get into university, you will have everything in the future. You must have ideals and aspirations, and never let money cloud your judgment." Chen Yang gave Chen Yingying some words of wisdom. "Will I have everything once I get into university? Are you sure? But it seems that you got into university and you don't have anything," Chen Yingying said with a pout. Chen Yang suddenly felt awkward. He was indeed a negative example. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "I'm more low-key. I've been secretly building up my strength, and it's not time for me to become successful yet. My future achievements will not be inferior to those of the big bosses." He was definitely not bragging. Having received the inheritance of the Yellow Emperor, his destiny would be rewritten from now on. The loser would rise up against the rich and handsome, marry the beautiful rich woman, and that would be just around the corner. "Cut it out." Chen Yingying gave him a dirty look, telling him to experience it for himself. What chance does a small village doctor from the countryside have of becoming rich and famous? Everyone else thought that Chen Yang had quit his job in the city and returned to the countryside for the sake of the villagers in Qinghe village, but she was the only one who thought that there might be something fishy going on. If someone leaves the countryside and returns, it's either because they've lost their mind or they couldn't get by there, there's no third possibility. "You don't believe me, let's just wait and see," Chen Yang said arrogantly, then turned and walked towards the main room. Chen Yingying was about to follow, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her ankle. She screamed, "Brother Yang, I think I've sprained my ankle and can't walk." "Oh no, I can't walk for 3 or 5 days, but I have to go to school tomorrow." Chen Yingying was a little panicked. She was now facing the college entrance exam, and every day was time not to be wasted. Did she really sprain her ankle? Chen Yang walked back and squatted down to take a look. He found that Chen Yingying's right ankle was red and swollen, so she did sprain it. "Let's go inside and have a look." He carried her into the main room and put her in a chair. Chen Yang took out some silver needles and wanted to give her an acupuncture treatment. Generally speaking, it takes 100 days to heal a sprained ankle. If you sprain it, it's hard to heal in just 3 or 5 days, even if you go to the best doctor. But for Chen Yang, it was a piece of cake. Chen Yingying was wearing flip-flops, and her 2 little feet were small and delicate, like white jade. "Brother Yang, do you think my feet are pretty?" Chen Yingying suddenly giggled, deliberately lifting up her little feet. "How dare you? Do you still want me to treat your feet?" Chen Yang glared at her, exuding a bit of majesty. "Pish, you're so fake and prudish. I don't know whose eyes just got stuck," Chen Yingying deliberately said sarcastically. Chen Yang's face suddenly turned red. This little girl, her personality is not like her mother's, but she is a bit like Li Xianglian, shameless. "You're just full of it." Chen Yang stuck in a silver needle, and Chen Yingying let out a scream of pain. Next, Chen Yang focused on her work and earnestly performed acupuncture. After a few silver needles were stuck in, the pain in Chen Yingying's ankle rapidly subsided. In the end, a total of more than 10 minutes of acupuncture was performed, and the ankle's swelling completely subsided. It was like magic, it was amazing. Chen Yingying's mouth opened into an O, she was stunned. "Let's take a walk." Chen Yang said. Chen Yingying got off the chair and took a few steps, feeling relaxed and comfortable, not feeling any pain at all, indeed, completely recovered. Brother Yang, you are really amazing. Are you a miracle healer? Chen Yingying jumped for joy. Okay, stop flattering. Don't you have a math problem to ask me? Show it to me. Chen Yang pretended to be serious. Oh, I almost forgot. The two sat down in chairs, and Chen Yingying pointed out the questions she didn't understand. Chen Yang had been smart since childhood, scoring over 600 points in the college entrance exam. He was a veritable top student. He studied medicine because his grandfather was a doctor. He went on to study at a key medical university that was part of the Project 985. Chen Yingying's grades were also passable. She was on the verge of getting into a top university, but she had no issues getting into a second-tier university. Brother Chen Yang, you just couldn't have gone to Widow Li's house, could you? There are rumors in the village that you and Widow Li are having an affair. You're so desperate for sex that you're not even picky about who you do it with, even a widow. Besides, you're a famous university student, and it seems that Widow Li didn't even graduate from junior high school. Are you two even compatible? Suddenly, Chen Yingying said, with a face of playful disbelief. Chapter 7, My real father is an invincible scumbag. Nonsense, how could I possibly go to Widow Li's house? Stop spreading rumors. Chen Yang said nervously. See, you're getting angry, aren't you? There are lipstick marks on your face, 1, 2, 3, wow, all over, and the smell of a woman's perfume, how dare you deny it? Is there? Are you serious? Chen Yang quickly looked in the mirror and noticed that there were no lipstick marks on his face at all, and realized that he had been tricked by Chen Yingying. However, the answer to whether he had just been to Li Xianglian's house was also clear. I was right, wasn't I? Chen Yingying's mouth was wide open, revealing two shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth. Chen Yang stumbled and almost fell over. Shut up, Chen Yingying, you're just a kid, just focus on your studies, don't ask about adult matters and stay out of it. I'm 17, I'll be an adult soon, I'm not a kid anymore. I understand all the grown-up things you do. Okay, I can't do this question, so hurry up and go back, don't stay up late, get a good night's sleep. Chen Yang gave the order to evict, and he pulled and pushed to get Chen Yingying out the door. Boom! Just then, there was a loud noise from Chen Yingying's front door, followed by a hard kick, and then a man shouted drunkenly, Su Yueru, open the door for me. Hearing this voice, Chen Yingying's face turned white with fear. Her father Chen Daji had returned, drunk, and had definitely lost money. Every time her father returned, he would make a mess of the house. Brother Yang, I'm scared, so please don't make me go, okay? Chen Yingying clung to Chen Yang's arm, pleading pitifully. Soon after, the sounds of a man and a woman arguing could be heard in Chen Yingying's courtyard. Even if Su Yueru had a good temper, she couldn't stand it when a man was like this, unable to help himself. She couldn't help but scold and curse, muttering a few words. It was Chen Daji's anger that gave her a heart attack. It's unbelievable, but Chen Daji once lost his temper and forced her to go out and sell her body to make money for his gambling. Is this something a normal man would do? If you nag me again, I'll beat the shit out of you, believe it or not. Pop. The sound of a slap echoed far and wide. Then came the sound of a woman crying. How dare you hit my mother? I'll fight with him to the death. Chen Yingying was furious, her eyes red with anger, and she rushed out. Yingying, be careful, don't be impulsive. Although this is someone else's family matter and you shouldn't get involved, Chen Yang still followed. He was worried that Chen Daji would go crazy and even hit his daughter. At that moment, in the main room of Chen Yingying's house, a drunk man was going through the drawers and boxes like a madman. The man was 1.8 meters tall, and although he looked terrible due to excessive drinking, his three-dimensional facial features still showed a hint of his handsome appearance. In his youth, Chen Daji was handsome, not inferior to Chen Yang now, and he had a rascal-like charm that made him particularly attractive to girls. Su Yueru was deceived by Chen Daji's appearance and embarked on a path of no return. Chen Yingying has blossomed into such a beautiful woman, mainly because her parents have good genes. I'm afraid the best gift her scumbag father has given her is this appearance. After a while of rummaging, Chen Daji found a wallet with 20,000 yuan in it. Chen Daji, put the money down. This is the money I've been saving for Yingying's university studies. If you take it, Yingying won't be able to go to university. Su Yueru rushed up like crazy, with a prominent slap mark on her right cheek from the slap she had just received. But the 20,000 yuan was crucial, and she couldn't let Chen Daji take it. She would do anything to get it back. Without money, she couldn't go to university, and her daughter's whole life would be ruined. Su Yueru, I guess I didn't slap you hard enough, did I? It's only 20,000 yuan. When I win the money, I'll double it and give it back to you. Chen Daji didn't care at all. After finding the money, he stuffed it into his pocket and now wanted to leave home and go gamble. No, you'll lose it all. Give me back the money. This is the money for your daughter's university. Su Yueru grabbed Chen Daji's arm and wouldn't let him leave. She knew that once they went out the door, the money would no longer be hers. Damn you, can't you ever do anything for me? I'm having a lucky streak today, I'm sure I'll win. Besides, what good is going to college? Look at Chen Yang next door, he's a waste even after going to college. It's better to just get married after high school and get some money for a dowry. Chen Daji yelled. Boom! After saying that, he kicked Su Yueru in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. Chen Yang felt even more aggrieved than Doi after being shot for no reason. Could it be that in the eyes of some villagers, he was a waste of space? Chen Daji, you dare to hit my mother, I'll bite you to death. Chen Yingying rushed over, grabbed one of Chen Daji's arms, and bit down hard. Ah! Chen Daji let out a scream of pain, and the drunkenness suddenly woke up most of it. Chen Yingying, let go of me, or I'll beat you to death, believe it or not. Chen Daji said, swinging his hand and slapping his daughter's mouth. But just as the slap was about to land on Chen Yingying's face, a large hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Chen Daji's wrist. You gambled away even the money for your daughter's university fees, Chen Daji, you're not even human. Why are you still alive? You might as well just die. Chen Yang couldn't help but swear. He had met all kinds of scumbags, but Chen Daji was definitely the fighter among fighters. Chen Yang, what are you? Stay out of my family's business. Get out of here, Chen Daji shouted. At this time, Chen Yingying was still biting hard, her mouth full of blood, and a piece of flesh on Chen Daji's arm was about to be bitten off. Chen Daji was furious, screaming in pain, and regardless, he slammed his knee into his daughter's stomach. Bang! Chen Yang kicked him in the knee, nearly shattering it, and he fell to his knees. Chen Daji, I'm taking charge of this matter today. Give me the money, kneel down and apologize to Auntie Su Yueru, or I'll show you what I can do. Chen Yang was furious and rolled up his sleeves. With great power comes great responsibility. In the inheritance, the ancient master Xianhuan clearly told him to punish evil and praise good, and to help those in need. Of course, he could not let the old man down. Yingying, let go quickly. Su Yueru endured the pain and rushed over, and only after much persuasion did she get her daughter to let go. At this time, a piece of flesh on Chen Daji's arm had almost been bitten off, it was scarlet and bleeding profusely, and it was miserable to the extreme. But even so, he still protected the money in his pocket and was not willing to give it up. Chen Yang, you're dead, you see how I'll get someone to fix you. Chen Daji said fiercely, stood up, and rushed outside the courtyard. Pop! Chen Yang gave him a loud slap, which sent him spinning several circles in place before he fell over. Give me the money, or I'll slap you to death. Chen Yang stood there with arms akimbo, with Su Yueru and Chen Yingying behind him, as if he was going to stand up for them. At this moment, there was a trace of emotion in the depths of the eyes of the mother and daughter. For the first time in their lives, someone had stood up for them. Chen Daji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Chen Yang with a cold smile, and said, Chen Yang, you son of a bitch really have grown some balls. Why didn't you stand up for them before? You're just being overly friendly, and you're either a scoundrel or a thief. You like our Yingying, but you're just a loser, do you even deserve her? If you're so capable, then come up with 1,000,000 yuan in bride price. Chen Daji cursed and swore, spewing out a torrent of abuse. Su Yueru and Chen Yingying, mother and daughter, were so angry they trembled with rage. Chen Yang hated Chen Daji so much he wanted to beat him to death. He was truly inhumane, his conscience eaten by a dog. As he spoke, Chen Daji crawled like a dog towards the door. Chen Yang tried to stop him and take back the money, but heard Su Yueru say, Chen Yang, forget it, let him go. Chen Yang could help her for a while, but not forever. Since Chen Daji had found out about the money, even if she got it back, he would rob her again next time. 2 tears silently rolled down the corners of her eyes. Su Yueru felt so sad that she felt like giving up. If it weren't for her daughter, she would have divorced Chen Daji long ago. Now her daughter still had some time before the college entrance exam, and after the exam was over, she would leave this man completely. Well, Auntie Yingying, I'll be going first. Sorry, Xiaoyang, for making you laugh. Don't take what Chen Daji just said seriously, just ignore it. Su Yueru stood up straight and said to Chen Yang. I know. It's getting late, you guys should get some rest too. Chen Yang nodded and left. Chapter 8, Arrogant Town Bully, Forcibly Seizing a Commoner's Daughter. Upon returning home, Chen Yang did not go to sleep immediately, but sat cross-legged on the large bed and began to practice. He soon entered a meditative state, unmoved by the outside world. Hoo. Rhythmic breathing was going on in his mouth, and wisps of mysterious yellow gas were surging out of the dantian, following the meridians, wandering through the limbs and bones, nourishing the whole body and strengthening it. Small Zhou Tian, Big Zhou Tian. Repeating like this, the cycle never ends. After each small or large Zhou Tian, the strength of the body increases a little. Chen Yang diligently continued his cultivation, and before he knew it, it was already light outside. Boom! A rhythmic sound suddenly came from the room. If someone were in Chen Yang's room at this moment, they would definitely be shocked. It was as if, with each breath, the air in the room was repeatedly compressed and expanded, and when it hit the walls, it would make a slight noise. It was as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex was breathing, rising, and falling. What a terrifying lung capacity! Even Chen Yang himself was stunned. If he went diving, he wouldn't need any oxygen tanks, he could just dive to the bottom of the sea in one go, and even the legendary white dragon of the waves, Zhengshun, would be defeated. Suddenly, it became light outside, and the sun rose in the east. Suddenly, there was a loud argument outside the door, chattering and buzzing, which woke Chen Yang from his state of cultivation. What's all the noise at this early hour? Can't anyone be left in peace? Chen Yang muttered discontentedly and opened his eyes. He finally understood why cultivators preferred the mountains and forests, away from the mundane world, in a quiet environment, without having to worry about being disturbed, and could devote themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation. At the moment, there were 2 vans parked in front of Chen Yingying's house, and a dozen men with broad shoulders and round waists were standing in the courtyard, all of them holding weapons in their hands, either large knives or clubs, and looking menacing. The leader was a bald man, about 20 or 30 years old, 1.8 meters tall, with a lot of muscle, wearing a black vest, his arms and body covered in tattoos, looking quite intimidating. Su Yueru and Chen Yingying, a mother and daughter, were surrounded in the middle by this group of people and were shaking with fear. The other party pulled and dragged them, trying to get them into the van and forcibly take them away. Some onlookers couldn't stand by and watch, and tried to stop them, but a group of punks pulled out knives and threatened to kill anyone who interfered. These guys looked like they were up to no good, and they definitely weren't bluffing about killing someone. What do you murderers want? Don't touch my daughter. I've called the police, and I'll have you arrested right now. Robbing someone in broad daylight, is there no justice? Su Yueru cursed. She had always been gentle and introverted, but at this moment, she couldn't hold back any longer. Like an old hen protecting her chicks, she held a pair of scissors in her hand and kept her daughter close behind her. The power of motherly love is infinite. Get out of my way, whoever dares to touch my mom, I will die with him, it's just a life for a life. Chen Yingying also shouted, a kitchen knife in her hand pointing at a group of punks, trying to protect her mother in return. What a pair of mother and daughter. The onlookers were very moved, and they really wanted to help, but the other party was too powerful, and everyone was powerless to help. I said, Zhao Taidan, the one who owes you money is Chen Daji, so if you want money, go ask Chen Daji for it. Why are you grabbing the mother and daughter? One must be reasonable and abide by the law. Don't you agree? A tall, thin man with a slightly stooped back, holding a thermos in one hand and a briefcase under his arm, looked a bit official, and he couldn't help but stand up and say something. This person was the village chief of Qinghe village, Chen Fugue. No matter what others say, but he, Chen Fugue, is the village chief of Qinghe village, the parent official. If he stays out of it, it won't do, and people will gossip behind his back. Moreover, he knows this Zhao Taidan, a big bully in Qingshui town, a ruthless person. In Qingshui town, the Zhao family, to which Zhao Taidan belongs, rules the roost. The whole family is involved in the underworld, running restaurants, nightclubs, casinos, and loan sharking businesses. They have many businesses in the town and are making a fortune. As the village chief of Qinghe village, Chen Fugue often has to entertain guests and has done a lot to support the Zhao family's businesses. Eating out, karaoke, foot baths. Chen Fugui, do you want to meddle in other people's business? Chen Daji owes me money and has run away. Isn't it only natural that I ask his family for the money? If they can't pay, I'll take them away to work in my foot massage parlor to pay me back. Isn't that reasonable? Don't give me that attitude. If you're so capable, you go and help them pay me back. If you can't, just shut the hell up. Zhao Taidan simply refused to give Chen Fugui face and cursed at him, his temper very short. Taidan, how much does Chen Daji owe you? Chen Fugui asked with some lack of confidence. He was the village chief and could still show some authority in the village, but in front of Zhao Taidan, he was nothing. People even have to be respectful when they meet the town leaders. It's not much, just 300,000 yuan with interest. If you can come up with 300,000 yuan, I'll leave immediately, and if you can't, I'll take the people with me. Zhao Taidan said with arrogance. SSSHH. At the sound that Chen Daji owed 300,000 yuan in external debt, everyone present let out a gasp, as if they had heard an astronomical figure. Xinghe village was a well-known poor village, with an annual per capita income of only 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, barely enough to maintain a subsistence living. You could save money all your life and still not save up much money. Everyone knew that Chen Daji was a gambler, but no one expected him to lose so much money. Of course, the money was not only lost gambling, but also from borrowing money at high interest rates, which had rolled over and over. Chen Daji knew he could not repay the money, so he ran away, abandoning his wife and daughter. He was truly despicable and was destined to be branded on the shame column of Xinghe village. At this time, the village chief, Chen Fugui, also shut up. His Adam's apple moved a few times, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, but he didn't dare to let out a fart. Although he did take a little bribe as the village chief, it was nowhere near 300,000 yuan. And since he was not related to Chen Daji, there was no reason for him to stick up for him. It was a pity about Chen Yueru and her daughter Chen Yingying. They've both gone mute, haven't they? If no one pays, then I'll just take them away. If you really want to help them, then they can come to my Jinhao Foot Massage Club to take care of their business. Okay, guys, do it, take the two women away. With that, Zhao Taizhan gave orders to a group of small brothers. This group of small brothers had long been unable to restrain themselves, and as soon as Zhao Taizhan finished speaking, they rushed up like wolves and tigers. Chen Yingying let out a scream of fear and swung the cleaver in her hand directly. However, she was after all delicate and weak, and her hands were powerless. The cleaver was taken away by a young hoodlum with a horse face, and with the other hand he grabbed her white wrists tightly. Hey, little woman, fighting with me? When we get to the Jinhao Club, I'll see how I can fix you. The young hoodlum with the horse face laughed wickedly, holding the person in his hands. Mother, save me. Chen Yingying yelled. Put down my daughter. Su Yueru took out a pair of scissors and stabbed at the young thug like he was crazy. But it was useless. A big foot came flying and kicked the scissors away with one kick. Then the four thugs charged up, two grabbing the arms and two grabbing the legs, and lifted the person up. It was as if they were lambs to the slaughter, with no right to resist at all. The villagers were filled with righteous indignation, but they could only watch with their eyes wide open. Many people were seeing this for the first time and were shocked. Stop it, all of you. Who gave you the nerve to forcibly take a woman in broad daylight? Just then, a sudden roar came. A figure appeared on the wall of the courtyard. It was Chen Yang. With two pushes, he overcame the wall and arrived in Chen Yingying's courtyard. He landed silently and his movements were very dashing. Chapter 9, Let go of the mother and daughter, come at me. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you tell me to stop? Say that again, and I'll kill you. Zhao Taidan was furious, glaring fiercely at Chen Yang. The onlookers, the villagers, were also shocked. They couldn't believe that Chen Yang would dare to meddle in other people's business. A college student, doesn't he know how to read? Chen Yang, you want to die, come here. Li Xianglian, who was standing in the crowd, shouted at Chen Yang, if you want to die, come here. She was scared when she saw that this guy wanted to stick his nose in, and she was also furious. She had regarded Chen Yang as her little man, and she had wanted to spend a long time with him and live a good life together. She didn't want anything to happen to him. She was wearing a long floral dress and her beautiful appearance made her stand out from the crowd. Zhao Taidan and a group of his henchmen glanced at her in response, all of them looking at her in awe. Chen Yang seemed to have not heard Li Xianglian's words, and ignored Zhao Qiadan's fierce gaze. He walked straight towards the mother and daughter pair at Su Yueru and Chen Yingying, and said with authority, "As long as I'm here, you can't take the person away. Hurry up and let the person down." Sizzle. Everyone in the audience gasped again, thinking that they had heard it wrong, and they couldn't believe it. Chen Yang's impression in the minds of the villagers had always been that he was an honest child, with an introverted personality, thin arms and legs, and no ability to fight at all. I really don't know where he got the nerve to say such big words. "Yang, this doesn't concern you, you don't need to worry about it," Chen Yueru said quickly, feeling very moved. "Yang, you should go, you've helped our family enough, I don't want to get you into trouble." Chen Yingying was crying her heart out. At this point, Li Xianglian rushed up even more, grabbed Chen Yang's arm and tried to pull him away. Although she knew that Chen Yang was a very capable fighter, last night he had beaten Wu Laosan and his 2 henchmen into a dead dog. But how could Zhao Taidan possibly compare to Wu Laosan? They were on completely different levels. In the entire town of Qingshui, the Zhao family, of which Zhao Taidan was a member, was the absolute boss of the underworld, able to call the shots and do whatever they wanted, and even the authorities were afraid of them. Anyone who dared to go against the Zhao family was doomed. "Sister-in-law Xianglian, I can't leave. If I go, Aunt Yueru and Yingying will be finished," Chen Yang said. "But you can't get yourself involved either. You really can't control this. Please, listen to your sister-in-law," Li Xianglian said while smiling sweetly at Zhao Taidan. "I'm sorry, Brother Zhao, my brother was traumatized at work in the city and is a bit unwell, he likes to talk nonsense." "Don't take it personally, I'll take the person away." The villagers were taken aback. When did Chen Yang become her younger brother Li Xianglian? If she cares so much about Chen Yang, is she up to no good? Idiot? I think he's quite clever. How can you prove that he's an idiot? Zhao Taidan said with a playful expression. Bah! After saying that, he spat on the ground and said, "Eat this spit and bark like a dog 3 times to prove that you're an idiot. Otherwise, I'll kill you today." Of course, he could see that Chen Yang was a normal person, and he just wanted to humiliate him. If you want to save the beauty and stand out, you have to pay the price. Ha ha ha. Zhao Tiedan's group of small brothers all laughed out loud. As a result, I heard Chen Yang say, "I don't care if you are Zhao Taidan or Zhao Dogegg, now hurry up and let the person go, otherwise you won't be able to leave this village. No, you won't even be able to leave this gate." The tone was like an order, and it exuded an unyielding will. "Damn, you're shameless. You're the first person in Qingshui town to dare speak to me, Zhao Taidan, like this, and I'll get you killed, and Chen Fugui won't be able to say a word." Alas! Chen Fugui let out a sigh, wanting to say something, but stopping himself. Although this was his territory, what he said was useless. Moreover, Chen Yang brought this on himself, and he deserved to be beaten. He had no intention of getting involved. Chen Yang apologized to Brother Zhao quickly. Li Xianglian said anxiously, as if she were an ant on a hot pan. "It's too late to apologize now." Zhao Taidan was furious. With a step, he charged at Chen Yang with a fierce momentum, grabbed him by the shoulders, and tried to perform a shoulder throw. He was about the same height as Chen Yang, both at 1.8 meters, but he was much stronger and had more muscle mass. In theory, he should have had much more strength than Chen Yang. However, no matter how hard he pulled on Chen Yang's arm, the veins on his body bulged, and Chen Yang's body remained completely still, as if his feet had been welded to the ground. What made him feel even more terrified was that a force had spread from his arm to his own body. No good. In an instant, his back was soaked. But there was no way to turn it around. The next second, he was flying, as if he had broken free from gravity, doing a 360-degree somersault in midair, before finally crashing to the ground with a loud thud. Ah! A scream of agony escaped Zhao Taidan, who felt like his butt was about to split open, and his stomach was in turmoil. A shoulder throw. Do unto others as they would have you do unto them. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. Chen Yang had actually turned the tables on Zhao Taidan. When did this guy become so powerful? Come at me all at once and kill him. Zhao Taidan roared in anger, his mouth full of blood and his nose nearly broken from the rage. As a direct descendant of the Zhao family, he had never been so humiliated. Dare to hit our boss, you're looking for death. Kill him. Chop him into mincemeat. Boom. A group of 10 or so thugs all charged up to Chen Yang, either holding large knives or clubs, like vicious wolves, fierce and unstoppable. It's over. The villagers of Qinghe village didn't dare to watch, for fear that if they saw too much bloodshed, they would have nightmares. However, what happened next was unexpected by everyone. Pop! In a loud and continuous series of slaps, the young hoodlums flew into the air one after the other. Chen Yang slapped each one with no effort, as if he were just flicking pieces of paper. Ah! 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 The sound of the screams was loud and piercing. All 10 young hoodlums fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Their cheeks were all swollen, their faces as swollen as pigs' heads. Suddenly, everyone in the audience was shocked. It was terrifying. It was really terrifying. Nima, what strength, what a Hercules! Is this still the nerdy Chen Yang who used to only know how to study? Ho ho! Chen Yang gently blew on his slightly numb palm. Brother Chen Yang, you're so handsome. A young girl's compliment brought Chen Yang back to his senses. Chen Yingying was like a flower-crazy girl, her eyes full of stars. Su Yueru's eyes were also wide open, and she covered her mouth with one hand, looking at the scene in disbelief. Li Xianglian was first happy, but then worried. Chen Yang had beaten someone up, which was a complete offense against the Zhao family in Qingshui town. The Zhao family, that was a presence that even the Qingshui town authorities feared. Chen Yang is dead meat. Now, who else is not convinced? Stand up and fight one-on-one. Chen Yang issued a challenge, his gaze sweeping over a group of punks lying on the ground. Kid, you've got guts. This grudge is formed, so just wait, I'm not going to let you go without punishing you. My name is Zhao. Also, paying debts is only natural, I want those 2 women. You can protect them for a while, but can you protect them forever? Threat. A cold threat. You are welcome to come and take revenge on me at any time. Next time, bring more people, because if you bring too few, they won't be enough for me. Chen Yang laughed coldly. He wasn't just saying this, but really hoped that the other party would bring more people to come and find him. He also wanted to see where his own limits of strength were. 1 person against 100? Or 1 person against 1,000? After a pause, Chen Yang continued, as for the money Chen Daji owes you, I will find a way to pay you back within 3 days. If you dare to cause trouble for this mother and daughter again, I will break all 3 of your legs. Everyone in the crowd was stunned again when he said this. Paying back 300,000 yuan for Chen Daji, is he crazy? Where did he get so much money? Rob a bank. Moreover, why would he do this if they are not related? There is no reason. No reason. Could it be that this kid has feelings for the mother and daughter Su Yueru and Chen Yingying? It is not strange that the villagers of Qinghe village are imagining things, because apart from this explanation, they really cannot think of any other reason why he would repay Chen Daji's 300,000 yuan. As a result, the villagers watching the scene looked at Chen Yang with a hint of amusement in their eyes. Yang, I am very touched that you have such a good heart. You don't need to worry about this matter anymore. Su Yueru said with tears in her eyes. Since she married into Qinghe village, has there ever been a man who has stood up for her? Brother Xiaoyang, if you can really pay off the 300,000 yuan for my family, Chen Yingying, will owe you for the rest of my life, and I will spend my whole life repaying you. Chen Yingying said with a serious face, also moved to tears. It seemed that she felt her words might cause ambiguity, so she went on to explain, what I mean is that I will work for the rest of my life to repay you, and it won't be a disadvantage to you. Without waiting for Chen Yang to say anything, Zhao Taidan spoke first. Fine, you said it. 300,000 yuan, you pay. However, 3 days is too long, so I'll give you 1 day to raise the money. If I don't see the money by this time tomorrow, the mother and daughter will be mine, and you can't interfere. As for you and me, we'll settle our business separately, and we'll settle the debt slowly. With a vicious remark, Zhao Taidan quickly left with his men. Qingshui town was his Zhao family's territory, and Chen Yang couldn't turn the tables. Getting the money owed was the most important thing at the moment, and then he could fix Chen Yang any way he wanted. Chapter 10, Going up the mountain to collect herbs, they encountered a poisonous snake. After Zhao Taidan left, the onlookers gradually dispersed, including Li Xianglian. She was afraid that if she stayed, she would be gossiped about by the villagers. After all, there were already rumors between the two. She was now even a little desperate. Chen Yang had offended Zhao Taidan, not to mention having to help Chen Daji repay 300,000 yuan. He was dead set, and there was no second way out except to flee. Li Xianglian was thinking about whether to escape with Chen Yang, go to a coastal, wealthy city to find work, and work hard together. Although it would be hard, it sounded quite romantic. More importantly, it would be free, and she wouldn't have to worry about the gossip from the village. She yearned for the outside world. She had long since grown tired of this small, broken village in the ravine. Once this idea came to her, she became restless, itching to go home and think it over. Yingying, go pour your brother Yang a glass of water, Chen Yueru said to her daughter. Okay. Chen Yingying ran off in a hurry. Yang, are you serious about the 300,000 yuan? How can you possibly come up with 300,000 yuan? Of course I'm serious. Don't worry, auntie, I'll find the money. Chen Yang reassured her, looking incredibly confident, as if 300,000 yuan was within easy reach. Then can you tell your auntie where you're going to get so much money? As for how I'm going to get the money, you don't need to worry about it, auntie. You and Yingying stay at home and I'm going out for a while. After saying this, Chen Yang turned around and was about to leave. Yang, you mustn't do anything illegal, Chen Yueru cautioned. This was the first time she had learned that Chen Yang was so skilled in martial arts, and she was worried that he might go robbing or something. Don't worry, auntie. A gentleman loves wealth, but takes it in the right way. I will never do anything illegal, so just wait for my good news. Chen Yang smiled and said. After returning home, he locked the door and walked towards the village. No one knew what he was going to do. Mom, why did brother Yang leave? What's he going to do? At that moment, Chen Yingying came over with a cup of water and saw her mother, Chen Yueru, standing under the doorframe, staring at Chen Yang's back. Ah, Yingying, were you talking to me? Chen Yueru snapped back to reality. Mom, you're turning into a stone statue, waiting for your husband. Is brother Yang's back so attractive? Chen Yingying complained. You little girl, how dare you speak like that? You have no respect. I'm just worried about your brother, Yang. Chen Yueru felt embarrassed and her face turned red. Mom, you said that your brother, Yang, took the initiative to help our family pay off our debts. What was his intention? Did he have feelings for you? Or did he have feelings for me? Chen Yingying asked, looking at her mother's face with a playful expression. She stood next to her mother and also looked at Chen Yang's receding back. Shut up, don't talk nonsense, believe it or not I'll give you a big slap. Chen Yang is a college student, what kind of bad intentions could he have? As the saying goes, those who live by the mountain eat the mountain, and those who live by the water eat the water. Qinghe village is surrounded by green mountains and clear waters. Yunwushan is the mother mountain of Qinghe village, and Kingshui is the mother river of Qinghe village. The gifts they bring have nurtured generations of people here. At the moment, Chen Yang is going to the mountains to find nature's gifts in exchange for money to help Chen Daji pay off his debts. Otherwise, it will be a long time before he makes 300,000 yuan by saving lives and making money. When his grandfather was the village doctor, he not only didn't make any money, but he actually lost money because many villagers were too poor to pay and wrote IOUs after their visits. When his grandfather died, the family had accumulated a large stack of IOUs, and the total amount owed was tens of thousands of dollars. But the old man was kind-hearted and did not intend to collect them, so he burned all the IOUs. Therefore, Chen Yang did not inherit any inheritance from his grandfather, just a dilapidated house and an ancient jade. In the past 6 months since he became the village doctor, he has been just like his grandfather, putting the patient's interests first and charging as little as possible for treatment. With his meager income, he can barely make ends meet. Sometimes he has to go up the mountain to collect herbs and game to sell to supplement the family income. Yunwu Mountain is so named because it is shrouded in clouds year-round. The mountain is magnificent and precipitous, with deep and dense forests. Many places have never even been set foot in by humans. Even experienced mountain people dare only venture to the outer fringes of Yunwu Mountain, and dare not go deep into the depths, because it is too dangerous there, with poisonous insects and fierce beasts lurking everywhere, and one can lose one's life if one is not careful. But danger also means opportunity. There are many wild delicacies and herbs, and if one digs up precious medicinal herbs, one can casually sell them for tens of thousands of pieces of silver, or even hundreds of thousands. Therefore, occasionally there are also desperate people who go to the depths of Yunwu Mountain to seek treasure. At this moment, Chen Yang is going to the depths of Yunwu Mountain, but not to find treasure, but to pick an expensive medicinal herb he found before and sell it. This expensive medicinal herb is an old wild ginseng, which his grandfather Chen Xingshan discovered 5 years ago. Because it grows between cliffs, it is too steep for the elderly man to pick because of his limited mobility. Chen Xingshan only told Chen Yang about the existence of this old wild ginseng before he died, as a kind of legacy to his grandson. Chen Xingshan estimated at the time that this old wild ginseng was at least 30 years old, and could sell for at least 200,000 yuan, and it was not impossible that it could even sell for 400,000 to 500,000 yuan. It was precisely because he knew that this old wild ginseng existed that Chen Yang dared to make such a boast, saying that he could help Chen Daji repay the debt. He really wasn't lusting after the beauty of the mother and daughter, but rather didn't want them to be coerced into selling their bodies and ruining their lives like that. Because that old wild ginseng was deep in the depths of Yunwu Mountain, full of dangers and perils, Chen Yang had never been there before and only knew a rough location. He didn't have his grandfather's wealth of mountain searching experience, and if he ventured there rashly, he wouldn't even know how he died. But now, having inherited the Immortal's legacy, he has extraordinary martial arts skills. He is not afraid of ordinary poisonous insects and fierce beasts, and can destroy as many as he comes across. He can go to the deepest parts of Yunwushan. Like a nimble monkey, he dodges obstacle after obstacle as he leaps through the deep mountains and forests, with each jump being more than 10 meters, as fast as flying. With a certain level of mastery of the light technique and the floating step, one can walk on air. With the ultimate level of mastery, one can go to the edge of the universe. A message instantly appeared in Chen Yang's mind, detailing the essentials of this light martial art. Holy cow, you can even go to the edge of the universe, awesome! Chen Yang was shocked. The mountain road was difficult to traverse, and it would normally take at least half a day to travel the normal way. Chen Yang used the cloud walking step, and in just half an hour, he followed the route his grandfather had told him and arrived in front of a cliff. This is the depths of the Cloud and Fog Mountains, with precipitous mountains, primeval forests everywhere, and perpetual smog. It is simply impossible for ordinary people to come here, or they will die. Chen Yang's grandfather went up the mountain all year round to collect medicine, and was experienced in mountain expeditions, so he had been here before and found an old wild ginseng. The steep cliff was almost 90 degrees vertical, with a drop of hundreds of meters, and the old wild ginseng grew more than 10 zhang, 3.3 m, above the ground. At this height, even an expert rock climber would have difficulty climbing without professional climbing equipment. But for Chen Yang today, this is not an issue at all. His movements are even more agile than a monkey's. His cloud walking step, which allows him to go anywhere in the universe, is not a name he has earned for nothing. It only took a few minutes to climb to the location of the old wild ginseng. This old wild ginseng was rooted between the stone peaks, as thick as an adult's thumb, more than a foot high, with emerald green and crystal-like leaves. It was densely packed, and one could tell from a glance that it was not low-grade, but definitely top-grade. As soon as Chen Yang touched it, a message suddenly appeared in his mind: wild ginseng, 35 years old. Chen Yang was stunned. He never imagined that his superpower could not only identify the patient's condition, but also the age of the Chinese medicine, which was simply awesome. The 30-year-old ginseng is not far off from what Grandpa expected. It is not an issue to sell this year's ginseng for 200,000 to 300,000 yuan, and if you're lucky, the price can be even higher. At that moment, Chen Yang took out a small shovel and was about to dig up the wild ginseng. Just then, a sudden fishy wind came towards him, and Chen Yang's body instantly went into a state of panic, feeling a sense of crisis, a strong sense of crisis. Instinctively, he twisted his head. Boom! The next second, a sticky liquid splashed onto the stone wall in front of him. White smoke instantly rose from the rock, as if it had been corroded by sulfuric acid. Sizzling! Damn, this is poisonous. Chen Yang let out a cold breath. Only then did he see a large, speckled snake poke its head out from between the rocks, spitting out a scarlet tongue and glaring at him. Chapter 11, Slaying the Poisonous Snake and Digging Up the Wild Ginseng. Every magical herb and medicine is guarded by an exotic beast. Chen Yang suddenly remembered this phrase from the inherited memories. This large, spotted snake was the guardian beast of this old wild ginseng. Of course, what is meant by guard is actually to keep it for oneself and enjoy it. A flash of humanity shone in the eyes of the large, spotted snake, and it suddenly gained a glimmer of wisdom. It seems to have sensed Chen Yang's extraordinary nature, and the spotted snake rashly refrained from attacking again. It only made provocative movements, its tongue flicking out and making a terrible hissing sound, forcing Chen Yang to back off. Chen Yang, of course, would not back down, because this old wild ginseng was of great use to him. If they were on flat ground, Chen Yang could take down this snake in minutes. But now they are on a cliff, and his movements are restricted, so it is a bit difficult to quickly take down the snake. After a few minutes of facing off, the large, mottled snake finally lost patience first and attacked Chen Yang first. Pop! A mouthful of scarlet venom was sprayed at Chen Yang's face. At the same time, the thick and powerful snake tail also whipped fiercely in the air, and an explosive sound was even heard in the air, which was terrifying. You want to die? Chen Yang roared, and he opened his mouth and spat out a burst of heavenly, earthly, and mysterious yellow energy, like an air cannon, which instantly scattered the venom and splashed in all directions, without touching him. Then Chen Yang slammed out a palm strike, which collided firmly with the snake's tail. Boom! The power of the heavenly and earthly fierce palm was truly extraordinary. The air exploded with a noise like thunder, instantly blasting the snake's tail to pieces. Then the entire snake's body flew out, falling to the ground several dozen meters below. After wriggling a few times, it was completely dead. Phew! Chen Yang let out a long breath, as if he had survived a disaster. Those two moves looked easy, but in fact he had used all his strength, and had exhausted the few remaining bits of heaven, earth, yin, and yang energy in his dantian. Now he felt a little weak all over, as if all his energy had been sucked out of him. He gripped the stone crevice with both hands and rested for more than 10 minutes before he gradually regained his strength. After that, he spent another half-hour carefully digging out the wild ginseng, not missing a single root. The wild ginseng was somewhat bent and thin, but golden in color and smelled faintly fragrant. There weren't many roots either, and each one was crooked. Chen Yang knew that because of the complex growth environment, it was difficult for wild ginseng to grow a plump and round shape, which was also a big difference from artificially cultivated ginseng. Despite its unattractive appearance, it is worth a lot of money. Chen Yang happily climbed down the cliff and found that the large spotted snake was already dead. After removing the most valuable snake gallbladder, Chen Yang headed back down the mountain. What Chen Yang didn't expect was that not long after he had descended, he ran into Li Xianglian. This woman was carrying large and small packages and was waiting for him to come down the mountain. Because of the heat, she was sweating all over, her clothes were damp with sweat, and her pretty face was flushed, which made people feel sad when they looked at her. You little brat, where the hell have you been? You made your sister-in-law look for you. Hurry home and pack your things, your sister-in-law is waiting for you here, and then we'll run away together. Li Xianglian said to Chen Yang with a serious face. Run away? Why do we have to run away? Chen Yang was stunned, and he was even a little shocked. Do you really not know or just pretend not to know? You have offended Zhao Taidan and promised to pay 300,000 yuan for Chen Daji. Can you still stay in Qinghe village? If you don't escape, you can just wait for revenge and you won't even know how you die. My sister-in-law is willing to risk it all and go to the city with you to work hard together. Does that sound romantic? Are you moved? Li Xianglian looked at Chen Yang with anticipation and adoration. She had decided on Chen Yang and wanted to be with this man for the rest of her life. Chen Yang was at a loss for words, and realized that sister-in-law Xianglian was actually concerned about him. Frankly speaking, at this moment, he was very touched. He was a penniless loser, and yet there was still a woman willing to elope with him. Sister-in-law, the city is not as good as you think. Life there is much more difficult than in the countryside. If you can't earn money, you will go hungry, unlike in the countryside where there is always enough to eat. When I get rich, I'll take you to the city to have a good time. Running away together is fine, but we're not there yet. Chen Yang said with a smile, pausing before continuing, Don't worry about money, I've already taken care of it. Look what this is. With that, Chen Yang took out the wild ginseng he had just picked and waved it in front of Li Xianglian's eyes, saying, 30-year-old wild ginseng, it should be able to sell for 300,000. I'll go to the city and sell it later. My goodness, it really is an old wild ginseng, so big. Where did you dig it up? You're so lucky. 300,000 yuan should be enough to buy a house in the city, right? Are you sure you want to help Chen Daji pay off his debts? Wouldn't it be better to spend it on yourself? Li Xianglian's eyes widened in surprise. She felt that Chen Yang's promise to help Chen Daji pay off his debts was completely idiotic. Chen Daji is an ungrateful person who can't be fed. If you help him pay off his debt once, he might just take advantage of you and you won't be able to get rid of him. Of course you have to keep your promise. Otherwise, you'll be a man of your word. You can always make more money if you lose it. Let's go home together. While they were talking, Chen Yang put Li Xianglian's things on his back and was ready to take her home. Li Xianglian tried to persuade him a few more times, but Chen Yang simply wouldn't listen, unwilling to run away with her, which made her so angry that in the end she could only let it go. Rascal, tell your sister-in-law the truth. Did you agree to help Chen Daji pay back the money because you have feelings for Su Yueru? Or do you have feelings for Chen Yingying? If you don't have feelings for them, why would you help them pay back the money? Is it because your sister-in-law treats you badly? Or is it because your sister-in-law isn't pretty enough? Along the way, Li Xianglian did not stop accusing Chen Yang, thinking that this guy had impure intentions and was a womanizer who would abandon her at the end. Chen Yang looked helpless and speechless. Nothing had happened between him and this woman, so it was a bit much for her to care, as if she really was his wife. However, Chen Yang knew that Li Xianglian's heart was not bad, she was just too easygoing and cared about him too much. Here. Suddenly, Li Xianglian took out a purse and handed it to Chen Yang. What is it? There are 30,000 yuan in it, my savings over the years. You can spend it first. Your brother Bebe still owes you 50,000 yuan in compensation. If that's not enough, I'll go ask them for it now. I don't want the man Li Xianglian, have decided on to be beaten to death. Li Xianglian said with a face full of resentment. Although Chen Yang had picked a wild ginseng, she didn't think it would sell for 300,000 yuan. Nowadays, when it comes to selling things, businessmen are more and more cunning, desperately trying to drive down prices and resorting to all kinds of tricks and scams. So Li Xianglian took out her own money to make up the difference. She really did care about this man. Chen Yang was deeply moved, his heart melting. This silly woman, she has such a kind heart. If I marry her back home, I'll definitely be happy for the rest of my life. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I said I can sell it for 300,000, so I can definitely sell it for 300,000. Just wait at home for my good news. Besides, you've worked hard to save that money, and I don't have the face to take it. Your sister-in-law's money is your money, so what's there to be embarrassed about? Just take it if I tell you to. If you want, your sister-in-law's body is yours. Li Xianglian said in a very domineering manner. Chen Yang smiled bitterly and said, Sister-in-law, I know you're just looking out for me. But I'm a man, and if I spend a woman's money, I'll even look down on myself. In that case, you can keep the money for now. If you really need more, I'll ask you for it. Okay? If you need money, you must tell me, and don't be polite. I'll let you keep the money for now. After taking Li Xianglian home, Chen Yang went home and soaked the snake gall in white wine. Then, he got on his bike and was ready to go to the city to sell the medicine. Chapter 12, Going to the City to Sell Ginseng. Younger brother Chen Yang, wait for me. School starts tomorrow, I'm going back to school tonight, and I'm going to the city too. Give me a ride, so I don't have to spend money on the bus. Chen Yingying appeared with her school bag, not at all shy, and directly climbed onto Chen Yang's two-wheeled bicycle. The young girl was wearing a white puffy dress, her hair tied into twin pigtails, and on her feet were a pair of white sneakers and knee-high tennis socks. She looked more than pleasing to the eye. Although she is still young, the girl has already blossomed into a graceful beauty. Her skin is as white as snow, her figure is curvy, and she is full of youth and vitality. She is simply a walking scenery spot, a 5A grade. Okay, let's go together. Chen Yang, of course, would not refuse, and rode off on his bicycle, feeling a little excited. Every time he was with Chen Yingying, he felt like he was getting younger, as if he had returned to the age of 18. Be careful on the road, don't ride too fast, and pay attention to safety. Su Yueru reminded him. She already knew that Chen Yang had picked a wild ginseng and wanted to sell it to pay off her husband's debts, and she was very touched. She didn't know what to say. She had made up her mind that if she had the chance in the future, she would repay Chen Yang, and she couldn't let a good person suffer. In fact, there is a bus from Qingshui town to the city, which costs 10 yuan each way, but Chen Yang was going to ride all the way to the city to save money. When he was studying in the city, he also went by bicycle, rain or shine. There was no choice, he was too poor, and 10 yuan was a big burden for him. Brother Chen Yang, am I too heavy for you? If you get tired, just let me know and we can switch. I can ride my bike and carry you. Don't worry about me, I may be small, but I can ride really fast. Chen Yingying said this very understanding, worried that Chen Yang would get tired. Just sit back and relax. With your small build, I'm afraid you don't even weigh 80 pounds. If I couldn't carry you, I would have wasted all those years of hard work. Chen Yang laughed, pedaling the bike as fast as he could. Aha! The girl behind him let out a scream from time to time. In order not to fall off the bike, Chen Yingying had to hold on to Chen Yang tightly. The mountain road had 18 bends and was also pitted with potholes. Every time they passed a pothole, the two of them inevitably pressed their bodies together. At first, Chen Yang was careful and deliberately avoided the potholes on the ground. Later, he realized the beauty of it and simply rode purposefully into the potholes, enjoying himself. Ah, little young brother, you did that on purpose, didn't you? The road is so wide, why do you always ride in the potholes? My butt is about to be shaken off. Nonsense, is that what kind of person I am? It's just that the bike is too old and doesn't respond well. If you don't like the bumps, then you should take the bus. Chen Yang said guiltily. Forget it, the bus is even bumpier than your bike, and it stinks, with all kinds of smells. Chen Yingying hugged Chen Yang's waist and said, not avoiding anything at all. Brother Yang, do you feel comfortable when I hug you? Do you like being hugged like this? It feels pretty comfortable to be hugged by me, and I feel very safe. I will definitely find a boyfriend like you in the future. What do you think? The little girl said in a daze. The words were shocking, but they came from the bottom of her heart. Chen Yang felt like his heart was going to jump out of his throat. The body of a young girl of 28 is like a piece of pastry, as the ancients said. This feeling is really wonderful. Cough, cough. Chen Yang coughed deliberately and said seriously, sit up straight, you're holding me so tight I can't even ride a bike. Don't blame me if I fall into a ditch. Che, hypocritical, prudish. You don't know how happy you are in your heart at the moment. Don't think I don't know these little thoughts of yours. If you want to take advantage of me, just say so, I'm not stopping you, but you have to do it secretly, speeding up and slowing down, deliberately riding in the potholes, is that funny? After being scolded by Chen Yingying, Chen Yang felt like he was about to lose face. This woman, her mouth is really sharp, can't she spare me some face? Let's not say anything. After riding for 3 or 4 hours, they finally arrived in Chuzhou City. Looking around, they saw nothing but high-rises, and the wide roads were filled with cars. It was like they had arrived in another world, and it made their hearts race. Chen Yang had once worked so hard just to be able to own a house here. Now, when he thought about it, it was laughable. Chen Yingying was studying at Chuzhou No. 1 Middle School, so Su Yueru rented a room for her outside the school to make it easier for her to study. Chen Yang took her directly to the front door of the rented house and then left, promising that when he sold the wild ginseng for a lot of money, he would come back and take her out for a big meal. The young girl was looking forward to it with great anticipation. Brother Yang, come on, I have faith in you, you must sell for a lot of money. Otherwise, I'll have to find Uncle Benzi for help. Uncle Benzi? Yes, the big boss I told you about who wants to support me. Chen Yang suddenly felt a wave of black lines in his head. This little girl, she's not learning the right lessons, she's already been tainted by society's big dive at. Wait for my good news, and don't go to that Uncle Ben's guy. Chen Yang gave her 1,000 reminders and 1,000 worries. Then he rode his bike to the Chinese herbal medicine trading market in Chuzhou City, thinking to himself that when he got back, he would give the young girl a good lecture, telling her how dangerous it was to have an uncle who drove a Mercedes-Benz. Just as Chen Yang was about to reach the Chinese herbal medicine trading market, suddenly a small red Porsche Panamera car lost control, rushed out of the road, and crashed into his bicycle. Holy shit! Chen Yang was shocked, and in the split second, he slammed his feet on the pedals, jumped up, and jumped off the bicycle. Boom! Crack! At almost the same time, his bicycle was hit hard, and it instantly flew more than 10 meters away. The already dilapidated 28-inch bike was instantly knocked into pieces, and one of the 2 wheels flew out, while the other one directly got a flat tire and the rim was also twisted and deformed. Chen Yang was scared out of cold sweat, and was glad that he had practiced and his skills were still pretty good. If it had been someone else, they would have definitely been killed. Just about to lose his temper, he saw the door of the Porsche open and a beautiful woman in denim shorts, a short-sleeved t-shirt, long hair dyed in big waves, and an extraordinarily voluptuous figure, step out. Not only did the woman have a good figure, her facial features were also extremely delicate, as if every angle had been carefully crafted. She was no less beautiful than the actresses on TV, and was a true modern city girl. The woman was obviously shocked, her face pale. She pressed one hand hard against her chest, and her nervous expression eased slightly when she saw that Chen Yang was fine. Chapter 13, Treating the Beautiful Woman. Sorry, handsome, I was driving when I suddenly felt pain in my chest. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I lost control of the car a little. I hope I didn't hit you, did I? Do you want me to take you to the hospital for a checkup? The beautiful woman was very polite and took the initiative to apologize to Chen Yang. There were some vague spasms in her body, and a layer of sweat had appeared on her forehead. The woman was in a very bad state. I'm fine, but my bike. Chen Yang let out a bitter laugh. Seeing that the beautiful woman had admitted her fault and had a good attitude, he decided not to lose his temper and spoke nicely to her. Are you okay? Chen Yang asked in return, staring at the beautiful woman's body for a few moments. I'm fine, thank goodness. How much is your bike worth? I'll pay you back, the beautiful woman said, preparing to go back to her car to get the money to pay Chen Yang. However, she stumbled and almost fell, and let out a painful groan. Ah, it hurts. Fortunately, Chen Yang was quick and deft, and caught her. He said, Beauty, you have acute angina. You need to go to the hospital quickly, otherwise it will be very troublesome. If it gets serious, it can lead to shock, and even be life-threatening. Ha? How do you know I have acute angina? The beauty looked stunned. To be honest, I am a doctor. I used to work in the Chuzhou People's Hospital, but now I have returned to the village to become a village doctor. It is not convenient to treat diseases here, otherwise I would give you acupuncture. However, I can help you relieve the pain. Well, take your hand away from your chest and I will give you a massage. Massage? Yes, massage, it will only take a moment. While talking, Chen Yang exhaled deeply and circulated the mysterious yellow and black qi into the palm of his hand. The originally red palm was surrounded by a silky current of energy, which instantly turned golden and filled the air with a mysterious atmosphere. The woman was doubtful, but her heart pain was unbearable, so she took her hand away from her chest and let Chen Yang massage it for her. She was determined that if Chen Yang dared to fool her or if he had any ulterior motives, she would not let him go and would make him pay. It's starting, don't be nervous. As soon as the words fell, Chen Yang's large hand was already on the beauty's chest. A faint current of energy passed through the palm of his hand, surging into the beauty's body and penetrating her heart. It was as if she had received a shot of adrenaline, and almost instantly, the pain in her heart eased. Chen Yang did not look away, and with all his strength, he urged the mysterious yellow and black energy in his lower abdomen. In no time, a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was clear that he was working very hard to heal her, and there was no doubt about his character or medical ethics. The beauty was a little nervous at first, worried that Chen Yang was going to take advantage of her under the guise of massage, but now she was completely relaxed and had unqualified trust in Chen Yang. The effect was immediate. In just over a minute, the pain in the beauty's heart completely disappeared. That wonderful current of energy, along her limbs and bones, nourished her whole body, as if she was soaking in a hot spring, and every cell was happy. Okay, for the time being, there are no issues. But you've had angina for quite a few years, so it won't be easy to completely cure it. You still need acupuncture, along with traditional Chinese medicine. Chen Yang withdrew his hand and said to the beauty, Thank you so much, young man. I feel much better. I still don't know how to address you. The beauty said excitedly, and a healthy blush of color appeared on her originally pale face. Her spirit looked better, and she looked even more beautiful. My name is Chen Yang, and you? Chao Chioman. I should be a little older than you can call me Sister Meng Meng. Well, sister, I've had angina for quite a few years now, and I've seen many doctors, but none of them have been able to cure it. You just said acupuncture can cure it, is that true? Are you sure it can cure it? Chao Chioman asked with anticipation. Why would I lie to you? Angina is indeed very difficult to cure, and the pathogenesis is very complex, but for me it's not a big issue. It's just that I can't do acupuncture here in public, but it wouldn't bother me to give you a treatment, so you can see what I'm capable of. Okay, I'll trust you. Come on, get on the bike and come with me to a place. Where are we going? You'll see. Don't worry, I won't eat you. Okay. Chen Yang's bike had been smashed to pieces and was no longer rideable, so he just left it here and left it to the scavengers. Xiaoming Qiu had said she would pay him back, but only if she was cured of her angina. Chen Yang was speechless. He thought to himself, I should have known better than to make such a promise, and now I've been taken advantage of by this woman. The Porsche only had a small dent in the front, which was not a big deal. Xiaoming Qiu started the car and drove off with Chen Yang. $1 million luxury car is comfortable to ride in, with no bumps at all and very little noise. It's just silky smooth. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll definitely get one too. Chen Yang made a vow in his heart. Half an hour later, the car drove into the center of Chuzhou City, to a villa community called Jinqiu Jiangnan. SSSHH. Chen Yang let out a gasp of cold air. He never imagined that Xiao Qiuyun, who was so rich, actually lived in Jinqiu Jiangnan. The prices of the houses in this neighborhood are among the top 3 in Chuzhou. All the villas are built on the hillside overlooking the lake, with impeccable feng shui and scenery. Any one of them would cost tens of millions of yuan, and it is truly a rich people's neighborhood. Chen Yang was marveling when the Porsche stopped in front of a villa. Large garden, outdoor pool. Everything a rich person would want is here. After entering the house, taking a short break and drinking a glass of water, Chen Yang began to give Qiao Qiumen acupuncture. "Little Yang, you seem very nervous. Are you not feeling well?" Xiao Meng teased, finding Chen Yang's blushing face quite amusing. She felt a good impression towards him, as these days it is rare to find such an honest young man, and Chen Yang is good looking with a strong face and a good figure. "No, there isn't." "Well, here goes." Chen Yang was extremely embarrassed and quickly gathered his thoughts. He reminded himself that he was a doctor and that doctors had a heart for their patients. He mustn't think about anything else and do his best to cure the patient. With the silver needles in hand and his vital energy surging, Chen Yang quickly entered a state of concentration and performed the heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow needle technique. His pupils gleamed faintly as his super-duper pupil technique, which was almost like X-ray vision, kicked in. He saw dozens of acupuncture points near Qiao Qiuming's heart light up and turn. All he had to do was stick the silver needles into these acupuncture points one by one, and then use his qi to move the needles. "Little Yang, I never thought that your medical skills were so good. Why don't you work in a big city hospital, but instead you're a village doctor in the countryside?" Qiao Qiuming asked curiously. "It's hard to explain." When Chen Yang mentioned the past, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Every time he thought about that painful past, it was like his heart was being torn apart. "It's better not to talk about it." Seeing Chen Yang's facial expression change, Xiao Qiuming knew that Chen Yang must have some unspeakable secrets, so she didn't pursue the matter. The entire acupuncture process lasted for a full half hour, and Chen Yang was sweating like a pig, so exhausted that he was on the verge of collapse. "Sister, that's about it, all the issues with your heart have been eradicated, now you could even run a marathon without any issues. I'll write you a prescription later, you can go to the pharmacy and get the medicine yourself to consolidate the effects." Chen Yang panted, pulling out the silver needles one by one, his hands shaking. The heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow qi in his lower abdomen had completely dried up, completely depleted. In order to cure Qiao Qiuming, he had also risked his life. "Really? That's great. You've worked hard, little Yang," Qiao Qiuming said with great gratitude. In complete contrast to Chen Yang, she was full of energy and radiance, her skin glowing with health, as if she had been rejuvenated. Seeing Chen Yang so exhausted, she felt a little guilty and said, "Brother Yang, you go take a shower while I go to the kitchen and cook you a treat. You probably haven't eaten lunch yet, have you? Or maybe I'll take you out to eat." "It's okay, don't worry about it. It's the least I can do. I have things to do, so I won't bother you. Sis, you rest well." With that, Chen Yang was about to leave. He still had to sell the ginseng. After that, he had to find Chen Yingying and treat her to a big meal, as they had promised. "You don't want the money? Add me on WeChat and I'll transfer it to you," Qiao Qiuming laughed. "Oh, okay." Chen Yang thought that Qiao Qiuming was going to transfer him the compensation for his bike. A few hundred yuan would be enough, after all, his broken bike was worthless. He never expected Qiao Qiuming to be so generous as to transfer him 100,000 yuan. "Sister, isn't that a bit too much? My bike is worthless," Chen Yang said in shock. "Your bike is worthless, but your acupuncture skills are valuable, and you cured my stubborn illness that had persisted for more than 10 years. Just take the money, I still feel that I've given you too little." Qiao Qiumen smiled and laughed, her eyes full of gratitude for Chen Yang. Unable to refuse, Chen Yang took the money. Earning 100,000 yuan in one go felt like a dream, so unreal. Chapter 14, earned a motorcycle for free. After leaving the Qiao family, Chen Yang did not go directly to the Chinese herbal medicine trading market, but first went to a nearby motorcycle specialty store. His bicycle was broken, and now that he had money, he was going to buy a motorcycle to ride. After all, in the countryside, the roads are long and the mountains high, and without a motorcycle, it is inconvenient to go anywhere. Just like today's trip to the city, it was like going to the western paradise with the monk Tang Sanzang. He cycled for many hours and was exhausted. If he had a motorcycle, it would be convenient to go to the city. Haojue Suzuki, a joint venture brand that Chen Yang is familiar with, has excellent quality, and he has long dreamed of owning one. He walked directly into the store. Young man, buying a motorcycle? The shopkeeper greeted him enthusiastically. Yes, buying a motorcycle. At a glance, Chen Yang set his sights on a big motorcycle in a sexy red color, with a shape like a racing car, giving a feeling of wildness and looking exciting. It would definitely have no issues running mountain roads. How much is this motorcycle, boss? Chen Yang asked. The young man really has good taste. This is the latest model, the Haojue Prince 150. It's absolutely cool to ride, but the price is a bit expensive, 18,800. Holy cow, 18,800? That's not expensive, that's expensive. Chen Yang gasped. He didn't realize that motorcycles were so expensive these days. He thought he could buy a decent motorcycle for 7,800. Although he had 100,000 yuan on him, he didn't dare to spend it recklessly. Forget it. Chen Yang gave up directly. Young man, if you're sincere about buying, I can give you a discount, throw in the change, 18,000, what do you think? 18,000 yuan is still expensive. If it were 10,000 yuan, I might consider it. Chen Yang shook his head and said. Damn it. The shop owner rolled his eyes at him and let him figure it out for himself. Then you might as well look at other models. There are cheaper ones too, like this old model 125, which you can get for almost 10,000 yuan. It's just that the power is a bit lacking, but it's just as good to drive. The shop owner pointed to a motorcycle and said to Chen Yang. Chen Yang compared the two, and still felt that the 150 looked better, unrestrained and majestic. Having formed a first impression, he found that he couldn't look at any other bike. His heart was itching, but he didn't want to waste money. Suddenly, he saw several boxes of medicine on the counter in the shop, including painkillers and medicine for rheumatism. Then, looking at the shop owner's somewhat deformed kneecap and his limp, he knew that the man must have rheumatism, and it was a very serious kind. When it flares up, he has to take painkillers, otherwise it would be unbearable. His eyes flashed, and Chen Yang came up with a plan. He said, Boss, your rheumatoid arthritis is quite serious, you're limping. From my visual inspection, it's at least 20 years old. If it continues to progress, I can't rule out the possibility of amputation one day. That's great, young man, you can tell all that? It's true that I've had rheumatism for almost 20 years. The doctor also said that there is a risk of amputation. But there's nothing I can do about it, it can't be cured, I can only take medicine to ease the pain. The shop owner smiled wryly, his smile showing a hint of helplessness. Although he makes a lot of money running the shop, what's the use if his health is ruined? To be honest, I am a doctor. If you trust me, I can give you acupuncture. Combined with some Chinese medicine, a few sessions will cure you. Not only will you not need an amputation, you will be able to walk like a normal person. Really? Rheumatism is a worldwide medical problem, and you can cure it? You are a miracle doctor? The boss is a little unconvinced, thinking that this kid is just trying to get close to him, and that he is either a crook or a thief. Healer of the gods? Ha, not quite. Just now, I cured a girl of a heart condition that had been plaguing her for over 10 years. Now, find a bench and sit down, I'll give you acupuncture. It's free, so you have nothing to lose. Okay, let's try it. His leg was already on its last legs, so the shop owner decided to give it a try. After leaving Qiao's house, some qi returned to his lower abdomen, and he was barely able to perform the heaven, earth, mystery and yellow acupuncture technique. He just needed to show the shopkeeper the effect, not to cure the shopkeeper's illness right away. That was unrealistic and unnecessary. Wow, it feels tingling. After a silver needle was inserted, the shopkeeper's leg twitched a little, as if it were electrified. However, there was no discomfort, but rather a tingling and very comfortable feeling. After a few more silver needles were inserted, the pain in the joints obviously subsided. Young man, you're really something. I've tried so many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and acupuncture, but none of them have had the same effect as you. Just a few minutes of acupuncture and my leg doesn't hurt anymore. If you can cure my leg, I'll give you the motorcycle for free, and I'll give you a lifetime warranty. The shop owner said excitedly. Then you'll make a lot of money. Chen Yang laughed. The shop owner's face suddenly turned red. He had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to cure his leg, but not only had it not been cured, it had gotten worse. I don't know how much money I'll have to spend in the future. If the cost of a motorcycle can cure his leg, he's really made a fortune. However, Chen Yang was just saying that, he wasn't such a stingy person. He told the shop owner that he lived in Qinghe village, Qingshui town, and was a village doctor. If the shop owner still wanted follow-up acupuncture treatments, he would have to go to the village to find him. After the acupuncture was over, he prescribed a Chinese herbal medicine formula for the shop owner, telling him to go to the pharmacy and get the medicine himself, and boil and take it. Even if the shop owner doesn't seek acupuncture from him in the future, taking the Chinese medicine he prescribed can alleviate the condition. It's just that it's difficult to cure it, and several more acupuncture sessions are required. Thank you so much, little miracle doctor. I will definitely go to Qinghe village to find you. You can take this motorcycle for a ride for now, as a small gift from me to you. The shop owner was overwhelmed with gratitude. Chen Yang was also very polite and took the motorcycle. The two exchanged contact information and said they would get in touch later. After completing the formalities, Chen Yang rode off on the motorcycle. This large 150 cubic centimeters motorcycle has plenty of power, and it's like a runaway horse, rushing out very far in no time, faster than even a small car. Unfortunately, there was no stereo in the car, otherwise, blasting through the streets to music, he would definitely have been the coolest guy on the block. 20 minutes later, Chen Yang arrived at the Chinese herbal medicine trading market in Chuzhou City. As a child, he often came here with his grandfather to buy and sell medicinal herbs, so he was familiar with the place. After parking his motorcycle and taking the wild ginseng with him, Chen Yang walked straight to a shop called Wan Yaotang. Because this shop looked very formal and was tastefully decorated, it was a retro pavilion building with an antique feel, and it was clear at a glance that it had deep pockets. His wild ginseng was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a small shop probably couldn't handle it, so he had to find a big shop with deep pockets to sell it to. Chapter 15, The ginseng was switched. The bigger the shop, the more it generally values its reputation, the more honest it is, and the more trustworthy it is. Chen Yang's bottom price for this wild ginseng was 300,000, the more the better. With high hopes, Chen Yang walked into the Wan Yaotang shop, a little excited. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a strong, rich fragrance of medicine hit him, and it was so refreshing that it made his dry lower abdomen stir, and he began to breathe more quickly. Now that the energy of heaven and earth is depleted, the only way to cultivate is to take drugs. That is, to refine elixirs. Chen Yang had inherited knowledge of refining elixirs from the Xianglian ancestor. However, in order to refine the pills, he still lacks an alchemy furnace. And buying the ingredients for refining the pills is also a considerable expense. Indeed, if you want to succeed in cultivation, you need the 4 essentials: wealth, a partner, the right environment, and the right conditions. In particular, wealth must be placed first. Therefore, making money is an incredibly important matter for Chen Yang. Sanchi, wolfberry, polygonatum, Peonia albiflora, Codonopsis, angelica. Even Chen Yang himself was stunned, as he was able to distinguish each herb by its smell. You have to know that Wan Yaotang is such a big shop that it sells thousands of different types of medicinal herbs. Chen Yang boasts that given enough time, he can distinguish each type of medicinal herb by its smell. He can even roughly guess the age of the herbs. His sense of smell is even better than a dog's. However, this superpower seems a bit useless. There is no way to make money with it. In front of the counter, a middle-aged man was playing a mobile game. When he saw Chen Yang come in, he only gave him a brief glance, without even looking him in the eye. Is it really that realistic? Chen Yang looked helpless. Although he didn't look like a rich man, he didn't deserve to be looked down upon like that, did he? He wasn't even willing to say hello. Didn't they say that the customer is always right? After murmuring to himself, Chen Yang walked up to the counter and asked, "Excuse me, do you guys accept ginseng here?" "It's just been dug up, it's wild ginseng." "You want to sell ginseng?" "Young man, do you know what ginseng looks like? Don't try to fool me with a carrot." The man at the counter was talking with disdain when suddenly, with a pop, Chen Yang slapped the ginseng onto the countertop. The man at the counter was startled, and just as he was about to lose his temper, he suddenly saw the ginseng and his whole body went still. He quickly put down his phone, picked up the ginseng, and looked at it carefully. The more he looked at it, the more shocked his expression became, as if he had discovered something extraordinary about this ginseng. "This is more than 30 years of wild ginseng, see how much you can pay," Chen Yang said, his expression showing a hint of arrogance. He would be able to make hundreds of thousands of dollars again soon, and his back would be straightened. At this time, the man at the counter's hand shook, and the ginseng dropped to the ground with a pop. You, be careful, don't break it for me. Chen Yang felt a pang of pain. Sorry. The man behind the counter apologized quickly, then bent down to pick up the ginseng and said, Young man, are you sure your ginseng is wild? Nonsense, I just dug it out of the mountains today, of course it's wild. Do you even know anything about ginseng? Call your manager over. Chen Yang said discontentedly, always feeling that the man was a bit of a half-baked. I am the lobby manager, do you think I don't manage things? I have worked at Wan Yaotang for 18 years and have handled at least a few hundred ginsengs. I can tell from one look that your ginseng is artificially cultivated, and you still want to fool me? Since the ginseng is of a decent age, I will pay a maximum of 5,000, will you sell it? The man at the counter said, as if he regarded Chen Yang as a liar. 5,000 yuan, are you robbing me? I won't sell it, give me back my ginseng. Chen Yang was about to lose his temper. It was clearly wild ginseng, but he insisted that it was cultivated ginseng. He was robbing him blind. 5,000 yuan was the highest price, and the young man should know better. If any other shop can beat my price, I'll take your surname. The man at the counter sneered, and casually threw the ginseng on the counter. Chen Yang just took the ginseng back in his hands and suddenly realized that something was wrong. This ginseng was not the one he had just had, it had been switched. Chen Yang suddenly remembered that the ginseng had fallen to the ground just now, and the man at the counter had bent down to pick it up for a while before picking it up. At that time, he didn't think much about it, but now it seems that it was probably switched at that time. This ginseng has long, straight roots, a plump body, and a somewhat dull color. It is obvious that it was artificially cultivated and is not worth much. This is not my ginseng, give me back my ginseng. How dare you swap my ginseng in public? You must have done this before, right? Chen Yang angrily said as he threw the ginseng back. Swap? What a joke, which eye of yours saw me swap it? This is the ginseng you gave me. You swindled me with an artificially cultivated ginseng, I'm already being kind not to call the police to arrest you. The man at the counter sneered at Chen Yang. You're shameless, aren't you? My ginseng is wild and worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. You secretly switched it and gave me a piece of artificial ginseng. You think I'm an idiot, don't you? I don't have time to argue with you, so hurry up and give me back my ginseng. Chen Yang yelled, unable to hold back his temper. At this point, other customers in the store, as well as the staff, looked over. But the man at the counter ignored them and said with a look of defiance, Young man, it's useless for you to say so much. You say I switched the ginseng, but you have to produce evidence. If you can't produce evidence, you're slandering me. If you keep messing with me, I'll call the police and have you arrested, believe it or not? The man at the counter threatened Chen Yang instead. You're shameless. You switched my ginseng and you're still speaking so sternly. I don't have time to argue with you. I'll count to 10. Give me back my ginseng. Or I'll kill you. Chen Yang was so angry that his face turned cold, and he really couldn't help but lose his temper and get rough. He had never imagined that he would encounter such a shameless person when selling something. Where is the minimum trust between people? Doesn't your conscience ache when you do such disgusting things? Kill me? Ah, kid, you dare threaten me? Do you know who I am? The man behind the counter listened with disdain, slammed his hand on the table, stood up, pointed at Chen Yang's nose and scolded, My name is Ma Fei, and I am known in the underworld as Brother Fei. If you dare to make trouble here, I... Snap. Before the man behind the counter could finish his sentence, Chen Yang gave him a loud slap. Instantly, there was a shower of nose blood, and the man behind the counter's face was swollen and he almost fell over. Sizzling. Everyone in the room was stunned. They had never imagined that Chen Yang, who looked quite honest, could be so violent when he fought. How dare you hit me, you're dead. Someone, come quickly, someone has disrupted the scene, kill him for me. The man behind the counter, who called himself Brother Fei, roared loudly, murderous. With his roar, two burly men immediately rushed out of the store. Each was over 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered and round-waisted, with an ugly face and immense strength. How dare you hit me? Disable his hands for me. Ma Fei roared at the two strong men. How dare you hit someone? You're looking for death. Don't you know that this store is under the protection of Brother Biao? Fuck him. As if a tiger were descending from the mountain, the two burly men roared as they charged at Chen Yang, swinging their sandaled fists and smashing them against Chen Yang's head. In everyone's opinion, Chen Yang was a dead man, no match for the two burly men. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. Pop, pop. It sounded like muffled thunder, deafening. Before the two strong men could figure out what was going on, Chen Yang's loud slaps landed on their faces, one after the other, knocking them to the ground. The heavenly and earthly fierce palm technique was truly extraordinary. If Chen Yang hadn't restrained his strength, he would have beaten the two men half to death. At this moment, everyone in the audience was once again stunned. They never imagined that Chen Yang could fight so well. He was practically a martial arts master. Chapter 16, Here Comes Brother Biao. Where's the ginseng? Bring it out. Otherwise I'll beat you to death. Chen Yang yelled at Ma Fei. Kid, you're dead. My Wan Yaotang is under Brother Biao's protection, and you hit his people. Brother Biao won't let you go. Just wait for revenge. Brother Biao is here and he will definitely waste you. Ma Fei pointed at Chen Yang's nose and cursed. Brother Biao, whose real name is Zhang Biao, is a ruthless man in the underground world of Chuzhou City. He has hundreds of subordinates and controls the entire medicinal herb trading market. He demands a large sum of protection money every year, and can be considered the overlord here. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the medicinal herb trading market is crossing Brother Biao. And if Brother Biao is angry, the consequences can be serious. It is said that there have been hundreds, if not thousands, of people who have been killed or injured by Brother Biao, and everyone is afraid to talk about it. After saying this, Ma Fei grabbed a ginseng plant from under the counter and ran into the store. This ginseng plant was none other than the one that had been switched with Chen Yang's. Run? Do I look like I'm letting you run? How dare you try to escape without giving me back my ginseng? Come back here and die. Chen Yang shouted coldly, his eyebrows standing on end and his body filled with murderous intent. Crack! He kicked out with a powerful kick, like a big hammer swung around, and it shattered the tempered glass counter, scattering broken glass all over the floor. SSSSSSSSS. What a man! What an absolute man! Everyone in the store was scared stiff. The shop assistants, who had wanted to stand up for Ma Fei, were so scared that they backed away in silence. Then Chen Yang took a step forward, rushed into the counter, grabbed Ma Fei by the neck, and pulled the man out of the counter as if he were carrying a small chicken. Forget about the fake ginseng, and you dare to tell me to cripple me? You're a fucking gangster? You think I'm easy to bully? Chen Yang roared in utter anger. If it had been him in the past, even if he had suffered a loss, he would have had to swallow his pride. But now, he is different from before. Having received the inheritance of the ancient Immortal, he is destined to be invincible one day. What is there to fear? I will say it again, Wan Yaotang is under the protection of Brother Biao. You dare to touch me? Ma Fei was relying on a powerful backer and was still mouthing off. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Yang grabbed him by the neck and slammed him to the ground. Crashing. Cracking. He felt every bone in his body break, and Ma Fei was writhing in pain. But that wasn't all. Chen Yang then kicked him several times, and finally stamped on his face with his big foot, turning his round face into a big pancake face. I don't care if you're under Brother Biao's protection or Brother Go's, give me the swapped ginseng, then kneel down and apologize to me, and give yourself 10 big slaps in the face and say you were wrong. Otherwise, I will break your limbs, do you hear me? Threat. Bloody threat. I'll kneel for you, you son of a bitch. If you have the guts, kill me today, or I swear to God that I will get you and destroy your whole family. Ma Fei roared, his anger reaching its limit, ready to fight to the death with Chen Yang. This world is about the survival of the fittest. The weak fear the strong fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear those who are not afraid to die. And he, Ma Fei, is one who is not afraid to die. Do you think I'm joking? I said I'll waste you, and you have no right to stand. Chen Yang did not attack him violently, but took out a silver needle and prepared to inflict needle torture on Ma Fei, making him wish he was dead. For a top-notch TCM practitioner, silver needles can be used to cure and save lives, or to kill and make someone suffer endless pain. And even if someone is killed, there will be no loose ends, and no one will know anything. So never offend a TCM practitioner, or you won't know how you died. He. Chen Yang struck like lightning, inserting a silver needle into Ma Fei's body. Each needle was connected to a pain nerve. The pain was not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but exponentially increased. After only a few seconds, Ma Fei felt an indescribable pain come over him, like a tide, wave after wave, endless, and each wave more painful than the last. It was as if the pain could be continuously superimposed. Ah! Ma Fei let out a heart-wrenching scream, feeling like his body was being tortured. Every nerve and every cell was in excruciating pain. His body gradually turned red, and even began to swell, feeling like it was about to burst like a balloon, and eventually risked exploding. And under his crotch, it was already soaked. Ah, big brother, I was wrong, let me go, I'll kowtow to you, I'm not a human, just treat me like a dog. The miserable screams of agony echoed in the hall of Wanyaotang for a long time, as if a pig was being slaughtered. Now you know you were wrong? Now you know to beg for mercy? What the hell were you doing earlier? Boom! As if popping a balloon, Chen Yang kicked Ma Fei several meters away with one kick. If you let me let you off, I'll let you off, but then I'd lose face, wouldn't I? Ah, brother, kill me, it's so painful, I'd rather die. I'll give you back your ginseng, just give me a quick death. His body felt like a red-hot iron, his veins bulging. Ma Fei was at his most miserable at this moment. There was no trace of the arrogance he had just now, and he clearly looked like a dying dog. He took out the ginseng and returned it to Chen Yang, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed like a madman, bleeding from his forehead. Everyone then realized that this dog had really switched Chen Yang's ginseng, and deserved to be beaten. Seeing that the man was about to die, Chen Yang pulled out the silver needle. Ma Fei felt that his vitality had been sucked out, and many of his internal organs had also been damaged. He would have to lie in bed for at least 10 days and a half months. After getting his ginseng, Chen Yang was about to leave and try another shop. But just then, suddenly a group of people rushed into Wanyaotang, a total of more than 20 people, all of them holding weapons in their hands, including telescopic batons, baseball bats, and flashing swords. The leader was a bald hunk of nearly 1.9 meters tall, wearing flip-flops, a black tank top, baggy pants, sunglasses, smoking a cigar, with tattoos of dragons and tigers all over his body, and a big gold chain around his neck. It was Brother Biao. Brother Biao is here. Brother Biao is awesome. No one has ever dared to cause trouble in Brother Biao's territory, and this kid is a dead man. Yeah, no matter how good a fighter he is, can he beat more than 20 people? The crowd was talking excitedly, solemnly, quickly stepping aside, lest they get blood on their clothes later. Brother Biao, help me, I almost got killed. This is the son of a bitch, if you help me break both of his legs, I'll give you 500,000. Ma Fei, who was lying on the ground half dead, cried out. Brother Biao listened, glanced at Chen Yang, and found that he was a young man in his 20s with a handsome face and harmless looking. He was a bit surprised and said, Kid, where are you from? Don't you know that I, Zhang Biao, am in charge of the herbal medicine market? How dare you cause trouble here, aren't you afraid that I will beat you to death? As he spoke, more than 20 thugs scattered out and surrounded Chen Yang from all directions. Chapter 17, Overly Powerful. Surrounded by more than 20 punks, Chen Yang was unafraid and said coldly, I don't care if you are Brother Biao or Brother Go, or how arrogant you are. This dog swapped my wild ginseng in the first place, so I deserve to beat him up. He asked for it. If you are unreasonable and insist on sticking up for him, I am not afraid of you. But let me be clear, once we start fighting, don't blame me for being ruthless and beating you to within an inch of your life. The rubbish you brought here is not even enough for me to look at. Chen Yang's words were sonorous and deafening, and his domineering attitude was obvious. The so-called Brother Biao was not even in his eyes, no different from a stray dog, and would be abused into nothingness in minutes. However, everyone else at the scene was stunned. They thought Chen Yang had gone crazy and lost his mind, saying such nonsense. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. No matter how capable a person is, it is impossible to defeat more than 20 people. What's more, Chen Yang was unarmed, while the other party was armed to the teeth, with all their weapons in their hands. This kid is dead. There is no hope. No one has ever dared to speak to Brother Biao like that. Everyone was talking and feeling scared. Brother Biao's face was cold to the extreme, and he gnashed his teeth and said, You little brat, you've got some nerve. I hope you can still talk big like this after I break your limbs, knock out all your teeth, and cut out your tongue. Attack him together and kill him for me. At Brother Biao's command, more than 20 of his henchmen swarmed up, each of them a skilled fighter with an unknown amount of blood on their hands and going crazy. They saw the knives and clubs in their hands being raised high and then mercilessly smashed and chopped at Chen Yang's head. They were as fierce as they could be, clearly not trying to disable him, but to kill him. It was terrifying. In an instant, Chen Yang was in mortal danger. The onlookers were so scared that they screamed and retreated, afraid of getting blood on them. Everyone thought Chen Yang was dead for sure, with no chance of a comeback. Boom! Clang! A sound of weapons clashing rang out, and the scene became chaotic. Chen Yang was surrounded by more than 20 punks, and for a moment, he could not even be seen. It was clear that he was being suppressed, and he did not even have the right to resist. However, the scene that followed next shocked everyone's jaws. Ah! Bang! 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 Accompanied by a series of heart-wrenching screams, the figures surrounding Chen Yang fell backwards, as if they were balloons that had been popped. Chen Yang's iron palm swung continuously, his palm chi surging, and his entire palm turned pale gold in color, as if it were a large alloy grinding disc in motion, full of vigor. He slapped each one, sending them flying horizontally or backwards, all spitting blood and unable to get up after falling to the ground. He dodged and weaved underfoot, pushing the cloud-walking technique to its limits, like a ghost. From beginning to end, a group of punks never even touched a single corner of his clothes. After just over 2 minutes, more than 20 punks were all on the ground, their faces swollen and bruised, bones broken and muscles torn, writhing in pain. SSSHH. Everyone in the audience was dumbfounded, gasping for breath. No one could have imagined that Chen Yang could fight so well, and that he had overturned more than 20 people without breaking a sweat? What was the concept? Damn, even movies wouldn't dare to film it like this. Plop. The lobby manager, Ma Fei, was so scared that he sat down on the floor, almost losing his mind. So strong, what the hell did I provoke? How could such a powerful person exist in my city of Chuzhou? Ma Fei regretted it in his heart, knowing that he had provoked someone he couldn't provoke. You've been playing with the geese all day, and they've pecked you. You want to break my legs like a dog? With those words, Chen Yang took action. Snap. Snap. Ah. A piercing scream sounded out, and the lobby manager Ma Fei's legs were directly broken by Chen Yang, and his kneecaps were crushed. Now, he would be laid up in bed for at least a year or half a year. Ah, Brother Biao, my leg has been broken, you have to stand up for me. I pay Wan Yaotang so much protection money every year, and this is the moment we've been waiting for, so don't let me down. Ma Fei cried out, pleading for help from Brother Biao. However, he didn't notice that Brother Biao was already scared out of his wits. He, Ma Biao, had been in the underworld for so many years, and had never seen anyone so fierce and so good at fighting. If this was the underworld, what would become of Brother Biao? Taking a deep breath, Brother Biao nervously asked, who exactly are you? Have you studied Kung Fu? Which school or sect? Who is your master? What? Are you afraid? If so, kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I don't mind beating you until your teeth fall out. Chen Yang shouted coldly, as if giving an order. Everyone in the audience was stunned, thinking that they had donkey hair in their ears and heard it wrong. He actually told Brother Biao to kneel down and apologize. He's really gone crazy. Is this kid trying to take Brother Biao's place? At this moment, Brother Biao was furious to the extreme, and his big gold teeth were about to be broken. If he doesn't get his place back today, he will become a joke on the streets of Chuzhou from now on, and he simply won't have the face to hang around anymore. Kid, just you wait, I'll go get some people. You can beat up 20 people, but I don't believe you can beat up 100. If I don't cripple you today, my name is not Zhang, it's whatever you want. With that, Brother Biao rushed quickly towards the door of Wanyao Hall to get reinforcements. Whatever you want, I don't have a son your age. I didn't tell you to go, you're not qualified to leave. With that, Chen Yang rushed out quickly, several times faster than Brother Biao, and caught up with a few snaps of his fingers. Damn you, I'll fight you to the death. I used to fight in the underground boxing scene, I'm not afraid of you. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Brother Biao turned around and threw a straight jab. A true expert can be recognized by their first move. Although Brother Biao was old and had spent his days partying, his boxing skills had become rusty, but his foundation in underground boxing was still there. When Brother Biao let fly with this punch, it was like a thunderbolt. The punch was devious, the speed was swift, and it shot straight at Chen Yang's face at an unbelievable angle. An ordinary person simply couldn't block Brother Biao's punch, and 9 times out of 10, they would be knocked out. Brother Biao is mighty. Brother Biao is domineering. Brother Biao is invincible. A group of bruised and battered minions cheered, as if they had been pumped up with chicken blood. Pop. As a result, a muffled thunderbolt-like sound came, and Biao's iron fist was actually grasped by Chen Yang's hand. No matter how hard Biao tried, his fist could not advance even an inch, as if it had hit a solid wall. How come you're so strong? This doesn't make sense. Biao was extremely frightened, and his face turned white. Clearly, he was bigger than Chen Yang, and should have had much more strength, but he was easily crushed, as if he were a kindergarten kid wrestling with an adult. Unreasonable? What's unreasonable about it? Have you never heard that existence is the truth? Chen Yang applied pressure, and Biao's wrist made a cracking sound, twisting 180 degrees, and he let out a pig-slaughtering scream of pain. Bang! Chen Yang then gave a straight kick to Biao's face, sending him flying out of the Wan Yao Tang and onto the street outside. Chen Yang then rushed out of the Wan Yao Tang and stamped on Biao's face. His large 43-centimeter foot seemed to be welded to Biao's face, and Biao couldn't pull it off even if he used all his strength. He was being stamped on like an ant. At this moment, the entire street was in an uproar, with a loud noise spreading out. The ruthless man on the street, Brother Biao, was actually being tortured like a dog, which was simply shocking. Brother Dog, are you convinced? Chen Yang asked coldly, stepping on Brother Biao's face. Damn it! At this moment, Brother Biao really hated to be able to peel off Chen Yang's skin and eat all his flesh. However, at the moment, he had to bow his head. Judging from Chen Yang's attitude, he really dares to get rid of him. I'm convinced. Let me go, Brother Biao panted. Dare you take revenge on me? No, I dare not. Good, remember what you're saying now. If you dare to take revenge on me, I swear you will die a miserable death. After saying this, Chen Yang took his foot off Biao's face and walked away. Damn you, you son of a bitch, you're dead. As soon as Chen Yang had left, Brother Biao called someone. Everyone knew that Chen Yang was dead because Brother Biao called everyone under his command this time. That's more than 100 people. No matter how skilled a person is, it's impossible to fight more than 100 people, right? Chen Yang took the ginseng and wandered into two more shops. One offered 100,000, the other 150,000, a big difference from his price range, so he didn't buy. Just as he was about to enter the third shop, a clear female voice suddenly shouted at him, "Little Yang, is that you?" Chen Yang looked in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see it was the beautiful, rich sister he had just met, Xiao Qiuyun. Chapter 18 Xiao Qiuman helps out. Little Yang, it really is you, how did you end up here? We really are destined to meet, just as we did before. Xiao Qiuman said with a smile, her smile as bright as a flower, walking over to Chen Yang with her long, snow-white legs. Chen Yang had just cured her of her illness, and it could even be said that he had saved her life. She was eternally grateful, and truly regarded Chen Yang as her younger brother. Moreover, this kid is so handsome, with a great body, good medical skills, and a simple aura about him, as if he were a beautiful man in his original state. Xiao Mengqiu had changed her clothes and was wearing a long, strappy dress, which showed off her graceful figure and curvy body. Even Chen Yang's heart pounded when he saw her. I'm here to sell herbs, and you? Chen Yang laughed, and felt a burst of fragrance enter his nose, so he couldn't help but sniff. I'm here to get medicine, didn't you write me a prescription? What herbs do you want to sell? Xiao Qiuming walked up to Chen Yang and asked. A wild ginseng that's over 30 years old, the price is unreasonable, it hasn't been sold yet, I'm going to go to other places to look. Chen Yang answered honestly, and showed the ginseng to Xiao Qiuming. Wild ginseng over 30 years old is rare and precious. It so happens that my grandfather's health is not very good and he needs ginseng to regulate his body, so why don't you sell me this ginseng? How much are you prepared to sell it for? This. Is that okay? Chen Yang scratched his head embarrassedly. He had already received 100,000 yuan from Xiaomeng, so even if he sold the ginseng to her, he was embarrassed to ask for a high price. What's so bad about it? Wild ginseng of this vintage is hard to come by, and you can't buy it even if you want to. How about I give you 500,000? If that's not enough, I'll give you more. Xiaomeng said with a serious face, really wanting to buy this ginseng. Chen Yang was flattered and said, I don't need that much, 300,000 will be enough. 300,000? Are you sure? I'm not short of money, sister, but don't go soft on me and lose out. Xiaomeng said with a smile. No loss, no loss, just now the few herb merchants only offered me 150,000 at most. 300,000 is Chen Yang's bottom price and is acceptable. In that case, I won't take advantage of you, let's compromise and give you 400,000. Do you think that's okay? Xiao Qiumen said very quickly. That's fine, thank you, sister. Chen Yang didn't refuse either, and thanked Xiao Qiumen repeatedly. Just as Xiao Meng was transferring money to his phone, a mighty force appeared, led by Brother Biao and more than 100 of his henchmen, who surrounded him from all directions. All of the henchmen were holding flashing knives and were fierce and overbearing. Kill! Brother Biao roared and gave the order. Sister, you hurry and go to the store and hide. These people are here for me. Chen Yang was anxious and told Xiao Meng to hurry and hide in the store. They're coming for you? What did you do to piss these people off? Xiao Meng's eyebrows furrowed in anger, and she glared at Biao and shouted, Zhang Biao, you've really grown some balls, daring to attack my brother? Don't you know how to write the word death? As she spoke, Xiao Meng walked towards Biao, as if she were a heroine, facing over 100 thugs with knives, and not flinching. Just then, the moment Zhang Biao saw Xiao Qiumen, his face instantly changed, and he said in a panic, Xiao, Miss Xiao. The other punks were also dumbfounded when they saw Xiao Qiumen. They had originally wanted to chop Chen Yang up, but were forced by Xiao Qiumen to keep backing up, as if this woman was an incredibly terrifying being, similar to a tigress. Zhang Biao suddenly thought of something and said, No, Miss Xiao, you only have an older brother, not a younger brother. Can I be a god brother recognized by my mother? A god brother, I see. Zhang Biao suddenly realized. The identity of a god brother is intriguing. Chen Yang suddenly felt that the way the people around him looked at him had changed. It seemed that she was also afraid of being misunderstood, so Xiao Meng quickly explained again, he just saved my life, so it's only natural that I would recognize him as my god brother. Zhang Biao, you dog, you actually dared to bring people to chop my brother up. Do you think the Qiao family is easy to bully? Or do you just feel that your life is too long? Ah. Zhang Biao listened, almost scared to death. He never would have guessed that Chen Yang was Xiao Qiumen's rescuer and adopted brother. He had stirred up a hornet's nest and was certain to die. Miss Xiao, I didn't know he was your brother. If I had known, even if you gave me 10 guts, I wouldn't have dared to chop him. I'll withdraw my men now. Zhang Biao said in a panic, as if a mouse seeing a cat, wanting to quickly escape. Stop. Did I say you could go? You brought so many people to kill my brother. You said it was a misunderstanding. Do you think I, Xiao Qiumeng, am an idiot? Explain yourself clearly, or you won't be able to work in Chuzhou anymore. Xiao Qiumeng said angrily. Miss Xiao, it was really a misunderstanding. Look, your brother is fine. It was me who got beaten up by him. Zhang Biao said with a sad face. He was still bruised and swollen. He cursed Ma Fei's ancestors in his heart. Who did he have to lie to, but Xiao Qiumeng's brother? This was like the birthday boy hanging himself, as if he didn't want to live. The Qiao family is one of the top 4 families in Chuzhou, with family assets of up to tens of billions of dollars. It is a business magnate, and it also has people in the officialdom. If it stamps its feet, the whole city of Chuzhou will shake 3 times. What can a terrifying family like this use against a small-time mob boss like Brother Biao? The Qiao family can crush him with the snap of a finger. So when Xiao Qiuyu said that Chen Yang was her younger brother, Brother Biao was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Chen Yang, on the other hand, looked completely dumbfounded. He knew that Xiao Qiuyu was a beautiful, rich girl with a prestigious background, but he had no idea that she was so powerful that she could scare a cocky mob boss like Brother Biao into submission. Let me explain. Here's what happened. Chen Yang explained, telling what had happened at Wan Yaotang just now. You son of a bitch, how dare you swap my brother's ginseng? You're asking for it. I don't think Wan Yaotang wants to open anymore. Zhang Biao, go and bring the manager here, I want to see how much he can do. Xiao Qiumeng said angrily, determined to help Chen Yang get his revenge. Brother Biao dared not neglect this matter and quickly brought his subordinates to Wan Yaotang. A few minutes later, Wan Yaotang's lobby manager Ma Fei lay at Xiao Qiumeng's feet like a dead dog. Both legs were disabled, his face was bruised, and his body was broken. Xiao Qiumeng never imagined that Ma Fei had already been so miserable. She was impressed by her rural godbrother. It seems that he is not as simple-minded as he seems, but a tough guy. Ma Fei was about to collapse. He looked at Xiao Qiuyan with fear and begged, Miss Xiao, I know I was wrong. Please let me off. I will never cheat again. Please don't tell the Wanjia family, or I will die. The owner behind Wanjia Pharmacy is the Wanjia family. The Wan family is also a large family in Chuzhou City, and it is a large family of medicinal herbs. Wan Yaotang has hundreds of branches across the country, and its comprehensive strength is only second to the four major families. In recent years, the Wan family has developed rapidly, and in the future, it is likely to replace one of the four major families, or the four major families will expand to become the five major families. Ma Fei is only the lobby manager of Wan Yaotang, a wage earner, and he dares to line his own pockets and damage the reputation of Wan Yaotang. If the Wans find out, they will definitely not have a good time. It's useless for you to beg me. You should beg my brother. It's only useful if he forgives you. Xiao Qiumen pointed at Chen Yang. Ma Fei listened, said nothing, and immediately crawled to Chen Yang's feet, kowtowed like a madman, and begged for forgiveness. Big brother, I'm sorry, it was my own fault for being blind and stupid, and I let the lard cloud my mind and switch your ginseng. In the future, I will reform my ways and start afresh. I've kowtowed to you. Bang bang bang. Blood was pouring from his head. Manager Ma at that moment was like a dog with its tail between its legs, a complete change from the arrogant person he had just been. Forget it, just go. Chen Yang said, feeling that Manager Ma was already pitiful enough and deciding to let him off the hook. Manager Ma was overjoyed at hearing this and said, "Thank you, brother, and thank you, Miss Qiao." After saying that, he was about to leave, when suddenly a figure rushed out of the crowd and gave Manager Ma a loud slap in the face, knocking him senseless and causing him to fall to the ground. Chen Yang looked closely and saw that it was a young man, well-dressed and full of swagger, holding the keys to a Ferrari in his hand, wearing a Rolex watch on his wrist, and handsome to boot, clearly a rich and handsome young master. "Young master, why are you here?" Seeing the man who had hit him, Manager Ma turned pale with fear. The person who had come was none other than the young master of Wan Yaotang, Wan Junjie. Chapter 19, Posing as a Boyfriend. "You dog, how dare you swap someone else's ginseng? You've disgraced our Wan Yaotang. I hereby declare that you are fired. Get your things and get out of here." Wan Junjie angrily shouted at Manager Ma. He put all the blame on Manager Ma, pointed out that it was the manager's personal action, and made a punishment in order to salvage Wan Yaotang's reputation as much as possible. Although what Wan Dai shouted seemed rude, it was actually full of wisdom. It was clear that many people in the audience applauded and cheered, proclaiming that Wan Daxiao was selfless and deserved the prosperity of the Wan family business. "No, young master, I just took out a mortgage on a villa and have to pay tens of thousands of dollars in mortgage repayments every month. I can't do without this job. Besides, I have worked at Wan Yaotang for 18 years, expanding the business territory, working hard, and always conscientious. You can't just fire me. You have to have a conscience." Manager Ma played the emotional card, with tears in his eyes. "Merit? You've ruined the good reputation of Wan Yaotang, and you still have the nerve to talk to me about merit? You still have the nerve to talk to me about conscience? It's good that I'm not suing you for compensation. Get out of here, and don't stop until you're gone, or I'll hammer you to death." Wan Junjie said angrily. "Young master, if you insist on firing me, then fine. According to labor law, you have to compensate me a sum of money, 100,000 yuan a year, 1.8 million for 18 years. Just transfer the money to my account, I won't say a word, I'll leave now." Manager Ma acted as if he was not afraid of the consequences, and brought up labor law, arguing his case and trying to get as much benefit for himself as possible. "Go to hell, you piece of shit. You ruined the reputation of my Wan Yaotang and you still dare to claim compensation from me. Who gave you the guts? Who gave you the courage?" Bang bang bang. Click click click. Wan Junjie was so furious that he raised his foot and gave Manager Ma a vicious kick in the body. Manager Ma's body was already covered in bruises, and after being beaten by Wan Junjie, he directly shrunk into a ball on the ground, trembling all over, rolling around in pain and screaming constantly. Finally, Wan Junjie said to Zhang Biao, "Biao, drag the man away, and don't let me see him again." "Yes, Wan Xiao." Biao waved his hand, and a few small brothers came forward and dragged Manager Ma away like a dead dog. "I'm sorry, Meng Meng, for frightening you. It's all my fault. I'm too hostile towards evil and can't tolerate any mistakes. As an apology, I'll treat you to a meal. You shouldn't refuse me, right?" Wan Junjie walked up to Xiao Qiumeng, smiled charmingly, and said with a gentlemanly air. Then, he reached into his jacket and, as if by magic, pulled out a pink rose. "Pink, the most beautiful flower in the world, for the most beautiful you. I hope you like it." Reaching forward, Wan Junjie handed the rose to Xiao Qiumeng. "Wan Junjie, what do you mean? You're giving me a rose for no reason. It seems that our relationship isn't close enough for this." Xiao Qiuming did not take the rose, but frowned and looked a little displeased, as if she resented Wan Junjie's actions. Meng Meng, we have known each other for so many years, don't you understand my intentions? Give me a chance, and I will give you a future. I, Wan Junjie, will definitely make you the happiest woman in the world. Wan Junjie said to Xiao Qiuming with a deep expression on his face, holding the rose in his hand. Suddenly, there were cheers from the crowd. Wow, that's so romantic. One is a handsome, rich and eligible bachelor, and the other is a beautiful, rich and eligible woman. They are a perfect match. Wow, that's so romantic. One is a handsome, rich and eligible bachelor, and the other is a beautiful, rich and eligible woman. They are a perfect match. Wow, that's so romantic. One is a handsome, rich and eligible bachelor, and the other is a beautiful, rich and eligible woman. They are a perfect match. The love story of the princess and the prince always arouses people's boundless reverie and makes people yearn for it. It seems that they must be together, otherwise it would be a sin. Just as everyone anxiously waited for Xiao Mengqiao to say I do, a scene that made people drop their jaws happened. Xiao Mengqiao suddenly embraced Chen Yang's arm, and her soft, delicate body also pressed up against him. Sister, what are you doing? Chen Yang was stunned, feeling the astonishing warmth and softness, and both of their faces suddenly turned red. Xiao Qiuming was wearing very little clothing, and her figure was extremely hot, so Chen Yang simply couldn't bear it, and his heart suddenly jumped into his throat. Help me out, pretend to be my boyfriend. Qiuming whispered to Chen Yang. A shield? Chen Yang understood at once. As the saying goes, you can't take advantage of others. He had just taken Qiuming's 500,000 yuan, so he had to help, otherwise Chen Yang's conscience would not allow it. Chen Yang's heart leapt, and he was in the mood. I'm sorry, Wan Xiao, it's impossible for the two of us because I already have a boyfriend. It's him, my dear little Yang Yang, said Xiaomeng, in a mushy voice, as if she were a young girl in love, her cheeks flushed. Didn't you say he was your stepbrother? Biao Ge questioned. Who says a stepbrother can't be a boyfriend? Don't be so naive. Xiaomeng gave Biao Ge a fierce glare. Biao Ge gave a sheepish smile and quickly shut up. He was just a small character, and there was no way for him to butt in here. Wan Junjie gave a cold smile and said, Meng Meng, don't lie to me. This kid looks like a loser, and the clothes on his back don't add up to 200 yuan, so how could he be your boyfriend? Even if you agree, your uncles and aunts won't agree. Marriage requires matching social status, and only I, Wan Junjie, am a good match for you. Holy shit! Chen Yang felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had suffered 10,000 points of emotional damage. It was as if he was seeing his ex-girlfriend's ugly face again, insulting him in the same way, calling him a loser. So what if I'm a loser? Haven't you heard that losers marry beautiful, rich women and turn the tables on handsome, rich men? When Meng Meng and I are together and I become Xiao's son-in-law, who the hell are you? You won't even have the chance to lick my knees. Chen Yang said with great confidence as he wrapped his arms tightly around Xiao Qiuming. Then, he bent down and gave Xiao Qiuming a deep kiss on the lips. The kiss caught her off guard. Xiao Qiuming was stunned and didn't react at all. You brat, you're not being honest, how dare you take advantage of your sister? Xiao Qiuming said angrily, and gave Chen Yang's waist a hard pinch. She only asked Chen Yang to pretend to be her boyfriend, just acting out a scene, but she never imagined that this guy, who looked honest, was actually a horny bastard. Her first kiss was gone, what a loss. Of course you have to do the whole thing, otherwise people won't believe it. Don't you think so? Chen Yang smiled. He was also impulsive just now, and was provoked by Wan Junjie's words, so he kissed Xiao Qiuming. Now that he thinks back on it, he feels incredible himself. Just look at Wan Junjie's face, it's black and red and purple, as if he's eaten a dead rat, as ugly as it can be. Chapter 20, You're sick, seriously. Get your paws off me and stay away from Meng Meng, or I'll waste you, believe it or not. You're a lousy loser, a small-town bumpkin, what makes you think you're better than me? I can scrape a little from between my fingernails, and it's more wealth than you could ever earn in a lifetime. A single hair from my thigh could keep you hunched over for the rest of your life. The gap between us is like heaven and earth. As a toad, you should have the awareness of a toad, and you can never eat swan meat. Wan Dasha was so angry that he was at his limit, and he was extremely sarcastic, putting Chen Yang down to nothing. He was a supreme high-net-worth handsome guy, and he had always been surrounded by people, but this was the first time he had been ignored like this, and it was by a loser, too. It was a great shame in his life. The crowd gathered around also chattered, looking at Chen Yang with contempt in their eyes. They felt that this guy was so ignorant of his own abilities that he had actually compared himself to Wan Daishao. Did he not have the slightest idea of what kind of person he was, of his own abilities? Moreover, he didn't work hard, but just wanted to marry a rich woman, get something for nothing, and achieve success in one step, to achieve a class leap. He was downright shameless. Does his family know that he has such a thick skin? Wan Junjie, that's enough. Please watch your words. My boyfriend is indeed not as wealthy as you, and he doesn't have your deep background, but he is a potential stock. I believe that he will one day become successful. By then, it will be you who will be looking up to him. Xiao Qiuming said angrily, her eyebrows raised. A potential stock? Making me look up to him? Ha, Xiao Qiuming, that's the funniest joke you've ever told in your life. You probably don't even believe it yourself, do you? Wan Junjie laughed out loud, taking Xiao Qiuming's words as a joke, and said, tell me, where is his potential? What is his occupation? On what basis do you think he will one day make me look up to him? Xiao Qiuming's pretty face turned red, and she simply couldn't continue the conversation. She had also been very emotional just now, and had said too much. Both the Chu prefecture's 4 great families and the Wan family had exhausted the efforts of several generations to achieve their current achievements in status. Even if Chen Yang is a demon, he cannot surpass a big family on his own. This is unrealistic. I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, a very awesome one. One day I will become famous all over the world and become the world's top doctor, and even the richest man in the world will ask to see me. Chen Yang said this without blushing. Holy shit, traditional Chinese medicine? Wan Daishao was stunned, but then he laughed. Traditional Chinese medicine, it's a dime a dozen. In the past, Chinese medicine could still fool people, but now Western medicine is dominant and Chinese medicine is on the decline. Many Chinese medicine practitioners even have issues with making ends meet, let alone becoming someone special. I mean, are you some kind of monkey hired to be a joke? You're just a small-time Chinese medicine practitioner, and I'm afraid your monthly salary is only 3,000 to 5,000 yuan. Even if you don't eat or drink for a year, you can only save 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, which is not even close to the fraction of my daily spending. Who gave you the confidence to think that one day you could make me, Wan Junjie, look up to you? Wan Junjie was about to burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Laughter could be heard from the crowd. The appraisal is complete, Pu Xinnan. A genuine ordinary self-confident man. Don't laugh, my boyfriend is a great doctor, a miracle healer, he cured my angina in just a few years. I believe that he will become famous one day, just you wait and see. Xiao Qiuming said loudly, glaring fiercely at those who were laughing at Chen Yang. Can traditional Chinese medicine still cure diseases these days? Qiuming, are you afraid that he has tricked you? Even the doctors at the Peking Union Medical College Hospital couldn't cure your angina pectoris, so how could his medical skills be better than theirs? Wan Junjie said coldly. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound and profound, how can you, an ant, fathom it? Why don't I take a look for you? Chen Yang looked up and down at Wan Junjie and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. I'm in perfect health, there's no need for you to look at me. Don't even think about trying to fool me. Wan Junjie said with contempt in his eyes, completely treating Chen Yang as a big liar. Whether you have a disease or not, you can't decide for yourself, only the doctor can. Let me ask you, have you been feeling restless, with no appetite, having nightmares, and having the feeling of a fire in your heart lately? Chen Yang asked. That's right. I've just eaten too much hot pot recently and I'm a bit irritable. You're not trying to scare me by saying I have an incurable disease, are you? I don't believe you. An upset stomach? If that were the case, it would be simple. You have a chaotic personal life, you've contracted syphilis, and you're still in the incubation period. I advise you to go to the hospital as soon as possible, before you infect anyone else. Chen Yang said calmly. His words stunned everyone in the room, and they were shocked to the core. Contracted syphilis, my ass, a venereal disease. A top-notch rich and handsome guy like you has actually contracted this filthy disease. It's shocking, and no one would believe it if I told them. You're talking utter nonsense. I lead a clean life, so how could I possibly have contracted syphilis? If you dare to slander me again, I'll sue you for defamation and make sure you go to jail for the rest of your life. Wan Junjie was furious, his face turning ashen, and he said to Xiao Qiuming, Meng, don't listen to his nonsense. He is just jealous of me, with evil intentions and ulterior motives. You know better than anyone else how clean my private life is. I'm sorry, I don't know and I don't care. Xiaomeng shook her head. Wan Dashao is famous in Chuzhou as a playboy, marrying a new bride every night, and yet he claims to be a man of integrity. His face is even thicker than the corner of a city wall, and I'm surprised he can say something like that. You brat, apologize to me quickly and take back what you just said, or you're dead. Wan Junjie threatened Chen Yang. Sorry, what's said is done, and it can't be taken back. I'll take responsibility for what I've said. In fact, it's very simple to find out if you have syphilis. Many pharmacies have testing kits, and you'll know the result in just 10 minutes. If you think I've wronged you, just take the test and prove it to everyone. Otherwise, you're just being paranoid. Chen Yang said in a deep voice. Swish. 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 The eyes of everyone in the room converged on Wan Dashao, all with an expectant look, hoping that Wan Dashao would take the test. Fuck. Wan Dashao cursed in his heart. With so many people watching, if he didn't take the test, it would be a sign of guilt. He was stuck with shit in his pants, whether it was shit or not. Fine, I'll test it. What are you afraid of? But let's get one thing straight, if I'm not infected with syphilis, you'll kneel down and apologize to me, and learn to bark like a dog 100 times. Are you willing to do that? Wan Dashao said loudly. He was framed by Chen Yang, and he had to prove himself, otherwise he would feel guilty. Especially, his beloved woman, Xiao Qiumeng, was still there. If he didn't prove himself, he would completely lose this woman. On the contrary, if he proved himself and made Chen Yang look like a fool in public, Xiao Qiumeng would definitely break up with Chen Yang, and his chance would come. Swish, swish, swish. All eyes in the audience converged on Chen Yang, and everyone was watching to see if he dared to accept Wan Dashao's conditions. If he didn't dare to accept them, he would be a scumbag. You. Xiao Qiuyun was furious. She felt that Wan Juanqing's condition was too much. Asking someone to kneel down and bark like a dog was an insult to one's character. Just as she was about to rebuke him, suddenly Chen Yang gave her a gentle pat on the back to tell her to be quiet. Fine, I'll do it. There's a pharmacy nearby, and I'll pay for the test kit. Chen Yang agreed to Wan Dashao's condition. Suddenly, there was a burst of cheers from the audience. All the onlookers sat on their stools, munching on melon seeds, waiting for the show to begin. Soon, Chen Yang went to the pharmacy and bought a syphilis test kit. In order to ensure a fair and impartial result, Chen Yang asked the pharmacist at the pharmacy to come out and help. After all, the syphilis test kit is generally not used by ordinary people, and without experience, the result may be wrong. But with the pharmacist's help, the result will surely convince everyone. Just wait until you're on your knees and barking like a dog. Wan Dashao was strutting around, but he was actually panicking inside. Chen Yang, however, was calm and collected, watching the scene with a cold eye. The testing process was simple. The pharmacist used a lancet to prick Wan Dashao's finger, take some blood, and drop it into the blood groove of the test kit, then add a few drops of buffer solution, and wait for the result. In just a few minutes, the result came out, and 2 bright red lines appeared on the test kit. Positive. You really have syphilis. You'd better go to the hospital quickly, the pharmacist said with a wry smile. This is impossible. Boom. Wan Dashao suddenly felt like he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and his body swayed, almost causing him to fall over. But the whole audience was in an uproar. All the onlookers were laughing their heads off. Chapter 21, he was utterly humiliated. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Damn it, you two must have colluded to ruin my reputation. I tell you, you are dead. I, Wan Junjie, am not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who causes me any displeasure will be made to suffer 10 times or 100 times as much. Wan Dashao yelled hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, about to go mad with anger. From now on, everyone in Chuzhou will know that he has syphilis, and he will be ashamed to go out in public, let alone pick up girls. How much did he just bribe you for? I'll give you 10 times that, Wan Dashao shouted angrily, shaking the pharmacist's arm. The pharmacist was a young woman, so scared that her face turned white. She said tremblingly, just $20 for a test kit. I swear, he really didn't bribe me. If you don't believe the result, go to the hospital and get tested yourself. Syphilis is highly infectious and progresses quickly, so it's best to detect it early and treat it early. I'll test your ass. If you don't tell the truth, I swear I'll smash up your shop. In a rage, Wan Dashao pushed the pharmacist hard, sending her crashing to the ground. The pharmacist was so aggrieved that tears came to her eyes. She had never met such an unreasonable person. However, she had heard of Wan Dashao's reputation, and she simply could not afford to provoke him. She said that he really dared to smash her shop. Wan Junjie, that's enough. The girl kindly tested you for the virus, but not only are you ungrateful, you also pushed her. Are you even human? Does your conscience even hurt? If you have syphilis, so what? Just go get treated, it's not like it's incurable. Xiao Choyun spoke up, accusing Wan Dashao of being unreasonable. Wan Dashao was notorious for his womanizing and had many girlfriends, so she wasn't surprised that he had contracted syphilis. If you keep walking by the river, sooner or later you'll get your feet wet. Mang, don't listen to their nonsense. They're just in cahoots and trying to frame me. I, Wan Junjie, have always been a good person, so how could I have contracted syphilis? I've been saving my first time for you. Wan Dashao refused to admit it and insisted that he was a virgin. Xiao Choyun felt like vomiting just listening to him. When a person is at his lowest, he is invincible, and he doesn't even care about his face. After saying that, Wan Dashao rushed at Chen Yang like crazy, yelling, "Little brat, you dare to frame me, you piece of trash, I'm going to beat you to death." Xiao Choyun is the woman I, Wan Junjie, have decided on, and if you want to lay a finger on her, you have to ask if I agree. Damn it, you're dirty, you have syphilis, don't touch me. Chen Yang would not indulge him, kicking him straight in the stomach with a roundhouse kick, sending Wan Dashao reeling backwards, and he sat on the ground with a cry of pain. Even if Wan Dashao had a powerful background, as the successor to the immortal ancestor, Chen Yang was not afraid of him. Give him some time, and one day he will be able to trample the Wan family underfoot. Ah Biao, what the hell are you doing? I'll give you 1 million to help me cripple his limbs. Wan Dashao shouted at Zhang Biao. This. After all, Chen Yang is under the protection of Xiao Choyun, and Brother Biao is in a difficult situation. Considering that the Qiao family is one of the 4 great families and is slightly more powerful than the Wan family, Brother Biao ultimately chose to stay out of it. Wan Dashao saw that Zhang Biao was unwilling to stand up for him, and his nose was about to turn crooked with anger. However, there was nothing he could do, so he could only temporarily admit defeat. You little brat, just you wait. How dare you set me up? If I don't get you, my name won't be Wan. After a string of curses, Wan Dashao fled like a dog with no master. The crowd dispersed as well. You little brat, you're something, with those sharp eyes of yours, you were able to tell that Wan Junjie had syphilis. Xiao Choyun said, slapping Chen Yang on the back. Why do they say I'm a miracle doctor? Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and cutting. A great TCM doctor can tell a patient's condition just by looking at them. Chen Yang said with a smug look on his face. Cut it out, you're still bragging about it even though I told you off. Well, you just stole my first kiss by sneaking a kiss at me earlier, so what's the deal? To be honest, do you have any feelings for me? Xiao Qiuming looked Chen Yang in the eyes and asked. First kiss? No way. At your age, you still have a first kiss? Chen Yang refused to believe it, as if he had heard something out of a fairy tale. What's wrong with my age? It's not okay if I've never been in love? It's not okay to save my first kiss until now? You brat, you want to eat and wipe your hands clean and deny it? Hurry up and tell me what to do, how to compensate me, sister, I've suffered a great loss. Damn, is it really my first kiss? Chen Yang suddenly felt overwhelmed. He blamed himself for being too impulsive just now. After thinking for a while, he said, I lost my first kiss a long time ago, but I still have my first night. Why don't you take it? Rascal, you're not honest, you took my first kiss and you want to take my first night too, you pervert? With a pout, Xiao Mingqiu raised her little pink fists and smashed them a few times on Chen Yang's chest. So what do you say? I'm a small village doctor in the countryside, I have no money and only my life to lose. Chen Yang started to act like a loser. Okay, I'm not going to tease you anymore. Although you took my sister's first kiss, you took the blame for her, so you have some credit. Chen Yang's performance just now was amazing, and he completely outshone Wan Dashao. I believe that after today's events, Wan Dashao will no longer have the face to pursue Xiao Qiuyu. However, the Wan family is not someone to be trifled with, they are powerful, and Xiao Qiuyu told Chen Yang to be careful. If you encounter an issue that you can't solve, you can call her and she'll help you out. While everyone else is afraid of the Wan family, Xiao is not. The reason why the four families are called the four families is because they have the power to overrule the other families. The Wan family claims to be closing in on the four families, and there is a strong possibility that they will replace one of the families. In reality, this is just a facade. In terms of overall strength, the Wan family still lags far behind. When Wan Junjie pursued Xiao, he was not without the intention of climbing the social ladder. If he marries Xiaomeng, the status of the Wan family will definitely rise, and they will be able to maintain their position as the fifth largest family in Suzhou. Okay, thank you, sister. If young Wan dares to cause trouble, I will let you know immediately. Chen Yang thanked Xiaomeng. After a short chat, the two parted ways. Xiaomeng bought the medicine and went home to make the decoction, while Chen Yang went to Chen Yingying's rented room. He said that after selling the ginseng for a lot of money, he would treat Chen Yingying to a big meal. In a small rented room, the electric fan creaked and the wind it blew was hot. Chen Yingying was wearing a tank top and shorts, sweating from the heat, her hair damp. She was sitting at the table, studying hard. Don't study for now, let's go, I'll treat you to a big meal. Chen Yang said to Chen Yingying as he opened the door. Brother Yang, you sold the ginseng for a lot of money? How much did you sell it for? Chen Yingying jumped up from her chair. Chen Yang felt a little dizzy and a little dry in the mouth. Is this girl so casual when she's at home alone? Chapter 22 The Rich. Well, Yingying, you'd better get dressed quickly. I'll come back in when you're dressed. Chen Yang hurriedly wanted to back out, not daring to look. After all, Chen Yingying was already a big girl, blossoming like a flower. He had to avoid suspicion and keep his distance, unlike when they were children. He was worried that if he acted on impulse, he would make a mistake. Hypocrite! It's so hot in here, like a steam oven. You're wearing so much, you're killing me with the heat. Chen Yingying pouted, exasperated. As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her body to show off her good figure. In fact, she wasn't wearing anything too revealing. Many girls on the street were dressed in the same way, but Chen Yang, a small farmer's son, was just too conservative. I'm treating you to dinner, you have to change your clothes, right? Don't tell me you're going out dressed like that? Chen Yang was speechless, defeated by this little girl. Pfft, I haven't even told you how much money you've made. Is it enough to pay off my father's debt? If you're going to take me out to a street stall, or some stinky tofu from the food court, it's no fun, so I might as well not go. Chen Yingying pouted, as if she was very particular about what she ate. Chen Yang was at a loss for words. I don't know who spoiled this little girl, but she's even picky about what she eats, looking down on street stalls. It's not a lot of money, just about 400,000 yuan. After paying off your father's debt, there will still be 100,000 yuan left. You can decide what you want to eat, and I guarantee you'll be able to eat your fill. 400,000 yuan? Wow, Yang, you're really something, aren't you? A single ginseng root sells for so much money. Why don't you just quit being a village doctor and go digging for medicine in the mountains every day? If you find a ginseng root every month, that's 12 a year, which would be worth millions of dollars. Do you think ginseng is as common as mushrooms? To tell you the truth, my grandfather discovered this ginseng a few years ago and left it to me as an inheritance. If you go looking for it, you won't find it unless you have a burst of good fortune. And even if you do, the quality of the ginseng won't be very good, so you won't be able to sell it for a high price. You're right. Chen Yingying nodded. When she was little, she also went up the mountain to pick herbs to earn some pocket money. Rare and precious herbs like ginseng are hard to come by if you don't have good fortune. Okay, I'll decide what you want to eat. I'm the one who said it, so you can't go back on your word. Go back on my word? Am I that kind of stingy person? Besides, with your tiny belly, you can't bankrupt me, can you? So, can you tell me what you want to eat? It'll give me an idea. Chen Yang had a bad feeling in his heart that this little girl might rip him off. I won't tell you now, in case you change your mind. You sit inside for a while, I'll go take a shower, change clothes, and put on some makeup. So you'll look good when you take me out. Chen Yingying said with a smile, innocent and pure. At such a young age, she's already wearing makeup? Chen Yang felt helpless. The house had a separate bathroom, small but complete. Chen Yingying took her clothes and went to take a shower. Don't peek, or I'll tell my mom. The moment the door closed, Chen Yingying suddenly turned around, sticking out her tongue, looking cute and mischievous. You didn't know to lock the door, so who was spying on you? Hurry up and go wash up, don't waste any more time. Chen Yang was speechless, thinking to himself that this little girl was quite crafty for her age. The door lock is broken, so it can't be locked. Why are you telling me this? If it can't be locked, just prop it up with a bench. Chen Yang always felt that this little girl was trying to tell him something, that she was a sly little thing. After a while of mindlessly playing with his phone, Chen Yang picked up Chen Yingying's college entrance exam practice test paper on the table and took a look. Suddenly, he made a startling discovery. Chen Yingying's grades didn't seem as bad as he had thought. She could score 120 to 30 in Chinese, math, and foreign languages, and 200-something in liberal arts. The total score was over 600. After looking at several college entrance exam practice tests, the total score was over 600, so it was definitely not an exceptional performance on one occasion. With these results, she can definitely get into a top university, not worse than him. He had thought that Chen Yingying's results would only get her into a second-tier university, and every weekend when he went home, he desperately helped her with her studies. Chen Yang then realized that he had been taken advantage of by this little girl. The key was, what did she want by asking him to help her with her studies? Was she trying to get close to him for some reason? Chen Yang's head was spinning, and he couldn't understand the little girl's mind. There were also some cosmetics on the table, all big brands, Lancome, Estée Lauder, Shiseido, and even a Louis Vuitton bag. However, none of them had been opened, they were all nicely stored. Upon further inspection, there were also a few big-name clothes on the floor, Louis Vuitton, Gucci, etc., all still in their packaging, and used. Chen Yang had never used any luxury goods, but he knew that these things were definitely not cheap, and with Chen Yingying's spending power, she could simply not afford them. Could it be that this little girl has really been pampered by someone? Chen Yang suddenly had a bad feeling. Brother Yang, help! Suddenly, a scream came from the bathroom. Help! What's going on? Without even thinking, Chen Yang pushed the door open. After all, Chen Yingying was screaming for help, which could be a matter of life and death. What's wrong? Chen Yang asked anxiously, feeling his calm heart suddenly turn into a raging storm. Yang, can you stop looking? Hurry up and help me get rid of the cockroach. It's horrible. Chen Yingying shouted, her cheeks instantly turning red with shame. What? A cockroach? Chen Yang then noticed a cockroach the size of a baby's palm on the bathroom floor, crawling around like a headless fly, extremely fast, trying to escape. Is this the reason for the cry for help? It was a false alarm, and Chen Yang didn't know what to say. He grabbed the cockroach and quickly retreated, slamming the door behind him. His heart was pounding, his blood rushing, and his entire body was soaked in sweat. You didn't say anything clearly, just shouting for help, and I thought you were in some kind of danger. I didn't see anything just now. Chen Yang called out to the bathroom, feeling very guilty. The sound of running water could be heard again from the bathroom, but no one answered him. Obviously, Chen Yingying was taking another shower. Chen Yang looked helpless, so he simply sat cross-legged on the chair and began to meditate to calm his restless mind. As the heavenly and earthly yellow technique began to take effect, streams of pale golden air began to gush from his lower abdomen and travel along his meridians throughout his body. As the meditation continued, the heavenly and earthly yellow qi became more and more pure, as if it had been refined, and the golden hue became more and more distinct and outstanding. In the end, even outside his body there was a layer of air current, as if a large golden dragon was hovering. Chen Yingying lingered in the bathroom for almost an hour before coming out. She looked completely different, wearing a small, fresh lace-up dress, with her makeup done. She was incredibly beautiful, looking more mature than a 20-year-old girl. Seeing Chen Yang sitting cross-legged in a chair meditating, she burst out laughing and said, Brother Yang, what are you doing? Practicing the sunflower manual? Chen Yang opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. Are you done? Seeing that Chen Yingying didn't mention what had happened earlier, he didn't mention it either. The two of them tacitly agreed to just consider it a beautiful mistake. Well, do you want to take a shower before you go out? Chen Yingying's pretty face turned slightly red. No need, I don't have any clothes to change into after a shower, so I'll just wash up when I get home. It's getting late, so let's go. Okay. Chen Yingying had thought she would have to ride Chen Yang's broken bike, but when she stepped outside, she saw a brand new, big motorcycle. It was a sexy red color with an avant-garde look, and it was so cool. She wasn't surprised at all, knowing that Chen Yang had made a lot of money selling ginseng and had upgraded his lifestyle. She sat on the back seat and naturally put her arms around Chen Yang's waist. Chapter 23, Dinner at a Western Restaurant. Okay, we can go now. We're going to the St. Martin's Western Restaurant on Jiefang Road Pedestrian Street. I want to eat steak. And the desserts there are also absolutely delicious, so good that I want to cry. Chen Yingying said crisply, hugging Chen Yang's waist tightly. Chen Yang had heard of the St. Martin's Western Restaurant on Jiefang Road Pedestrian Street. It was reputed to be the #1 Western restaurant in Suzhou, with a minimum per capita consumption of a staggering 1,000 yuan, with no upper limit. This little girl really wants to rip him off. How do you know the dim sum there is absolutely delicious? Have you been there and eaten it? Who did you go with? Chen Yang asked, suddenly looking serious. You want to investigate my family background, asking so many questions? I'm not telling you. Hurry up and set off, my stomach is growling with hunger. Okay. Chen Yang helplessly smiled wryly, bit his teeth lightly again, bracing himself for a major bloodbath, and started the motorcycle, driving towards Jiefang Road Pedestrian Street. He had wanted to ask about the luxury goods in the rented room, but thought better of it. They were not related, so there was no point. Brother Chen Yang, what do you think of the way I'm dressed today? Do you feel special taking me out? Chen Yingying asked with a smile. It's okay. Chen Yang said, his expression a little aloof. He felt the attention of the people around him, the envious glances they cast, and it would be false to say that he wasn't a little excited. This was the first time in his life that he had ridden a motorcycle, showing off with a beautiful girl. Chen Yingying hugged him so tightly that at one point he even mistook her for his girlfriend. However, the thought that Chen Yingying might be being kept by someone made his heart ache. Such a good cabbage, and she's being poked by a pig. You're just a high school student, can't you stop thinking about all this nonsense? When you get into university, you can do whatever you want, no one will care. Right now, studying is the most important thing for you. Chen Yang put on a big brotherly pose and lectured. Little Yang, what kind of boyfriend should I look for when I go to university? Should it be someone with good character? Or someone who is good looking? Or someone from a good family? You give me some advice. How would I know? It's all about fate. When fate strikes, you can't stop it. What about you? When you look for a girlfriend, is it someone with good character? Or someone with a good appearance and figure? For me, it's definitely personality first, looks and figure are secondary. Chen Yang said without thinking. Humph, hypocritical. You men are all visual creatures, you only look at looks and figure when looking at women, don't think I don't know. Chen Yingying said with contempt. Think what you want. Chen Yang shook his head with a bitter smile, indicating that he was speechless. The two talked and chatted along the way, and soon arrived at Jiefang Road Pedestrian Street. After parking the motorcycle in the parking lot and walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the St. Martin's Western Restaurant. Chen Yingying had obviously eaten here before, so she led Chen Yang in without any problems. They found a seat by the window, so they could enjoy the view while they ate. Then she took the menu and ordered 2 steaks and some snacks for herself, before handing the menu to Chen Yang and telling him to order whatever he wanted. When Chen Yang took the menu in his hands, he nearly dropped it in shock. A steak costs 1,000 yuan. One serving is only 400 grams, less than a pound. Will that be enough to fill you up? Ha ha ha, you're shocked, aren't you? Chen Yingying laughed, and said with a laugh, you're here now, so it's no use regretting it. St. Martin's is the best Western restaurant in our city, and you'll see that it's definitely worth the price once you try it. All the steaks here are imported. For example, the one I just ordered is the top sirloin imported from Little Sun country. Aren't the steaks from our own country delicious? Why do you have to eat steaks from the Little Sun country? Is it because the cows in the Little Sun country drink nuclear wastewater that the beef is so expensive? Chen Yang couldn't help but complain. Don't you believe it, the steaks from the Little Sun country are just tastier than the steaks from our country. If you really think it's too expensive, then let's go to another restaurant, we haven't ordered yet. Chen Yingying pouted, looking very unhappy. What's there to change? We're already here. Besides, I'm not short of money. Just order whatever you want, as long as you can eat it. Chen Yang said with a generous air, and returned the menu to Chen Yingying. He didn't tell Chen Yingying that he had also earned 100,000 yuan treating Xiaoqiumen, and now had 200,000 yuan at his disposal, so he was definitely rich. Okay, you said it, so I'll order some more dishes. Chen Yingying took the menu and looked at it again. After making a few marks, she ordered a few dishes and drinks. All in all, it was about 5,000 yuan, which was well within Chen Yang's means. Perhaps because the prices were so high, there weren't many diners in the restaurant, just a sparse dozen tables. After the order was placed, the food arrived quickly. Both were hungry and ate with relish. Chen Yang had a lot of opinions about Little Sun Country, but he had to admit that the steak did taste good and he couldn't stop eating it. Chen Yingying cut it up with knife and fork, looking dignified and elegant, while Chen Yang simply used the fork to spear the whole steak and send it to his mouth, as if he were gnawing on a pig's bone. Chen Yingying looked on and laughed, shaking with laughter. Chen Yingying, who is this person? I just called to ask you to dinner, and you said you didn't have time. Why are you eating with this person? Just then, a short, dark, ugly man with big yellow teeth and a Mediterranean hairstyle suddenly appeared at the table, glaring angrily and looking very unfriendly. However, despite his ugly appearance, the middle-aged man was well-dressed and full of swagger, wearing a diamond-studded watch on his wrist and holding the keys to a Mercedes-Benz in his hand. Who am I, and what's it to you? Who are you? Chen Yang asked back rudely. The middle-aged man ignored Chen Yang and asked Chen Yingying, don't tell me you two are dating. How dare you cheat on me? How can you face me? What? Cheating? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Chen Yang was suddenly stunned. From what he said, it seemed that Chen Yingying and he were in a relationship. This was completely out of the question. Chen Yingying was still a high school student, and this man was at least 40 or 50 years old, older than her father. Chen Yang was shocked and couldn't believe what he was hearing, looking at Chen Yingying in disbelief and waiting for her to explain. Chapter 24, Unreasonable and in Need of Punishment. Seeing Chen Yang's shocked expression, Chen Yingying knew that he had misunderstood, and quickly said, Brother Yang, don't listen to his nonsense. I have no relationship with him at all. I just tutored his third-grade son in his homework and got to know him as a result. In fact, he is the Uncle Benz I told you about. He has always had feelings for me, but I have never agreed to him. Afterwards, Chen Yingying angrily said to Uncle Benz, Uncle, please be careful what you say, it will give people the wrong idea. I'm not your anything, and who I eat with has nothing to do with you. I'm talking nonsense? Chen Yingying, do you have any conscience? I've given you so many gifts, worth almost 100,000 yuan in total, and you say it has nothing to do with me? If it has nothing to do with you, why did you accept so many gifts from me? You accepted my gifts, which means you're mine. Besides, you tutor my son for 300 yuan an hour. You're just a high school student, and the market rate is at most 100 yuan an hour. I deliberately increased the price so that you could earn more. Why did I increase the price? It's because I like you. You took my gifts and my money, but you say you're not my person. You're not even human, you liar, you cheated me. Uncle Benz was very adamant, convinced that Chen Yingying was his person, and at this moment felt like a cuckold, so he was furious. You're full of shit. I did accept your gifts, but you forced them on me. I had no choice, or I would have lost the job of tutoring your son. I haven't even opened the gifts you gave me, I've kept them at home. I'll return them all to you after the college entrance exam. As for the money I paid you to tutor your son, that was my hard work fee, and I deserve it. I've taken your son's grades from the bottom of the class to the top 10, and that's a testament to my abilities. I'm worth every penny. Chen Yingying said loudly, her eyes red with anger, on the verge of tears. She had eaten at the St. Martin restaurant once, and it was Uncle Benz who had invited her. And that invitation had been a reward for her son's improvement in his studies, from the bottom of the class to the top 10. Uncle Benz had been so pleased that he had invited the whole family out to dinner, not just the two of them on a date. Uncle Benz stared at Chen Yingying, and when he saw that there was not a single gift from him on her, he became even more angry. I don't want to hear your explanations. You are now mine. If it weren't for the fact that you are about to take the college entrance exam, I would have screwed you already. After you graduate from college, all the expenses will be on me. You will be my obedient woman. After you graduate from college, you can work for my company as my secretary and help me manage the company. Do you know how many college graduates are unable to find a job? You should be grateful to have such a good thing happen to you. I, Zheng Maokai, am the benefactor in your life. Chen Yingying clenched her silver teeth in anger and took Chen Yang's arm, saying, Brother Yang, let's go. I suddenly don't feel like eating anymore. Can't you take the hint? Chen Yingying was afraid of this Ben's uncle. Today, she was prepared to return all the gifts and draw a line with Ben's uncle. As for the tutoring job, if she loses it, she can find another one. Go? Why go? The dishes haven't even been served. Chen Yang sat calmly, unruffled, and motioned for Chen Yingying to sit down as well. Then he said to Uncle Ben's, "You've said a lot of nonsense, but I think I understand. You have a crush on Chen Yingying, but she's not interested in you at all. You're old enough to be someone's father, but you still want her to be your girlfriend. That's just shameless. The gifts you gave her are indeed unopened. After we finish eating, we'll go back and pack them up and return them to you. I hope you'll stop pestering her in the future. Who the hell do you think you are? Do I like Chen Yingying? Do you have a relationship with her? Do you believe I will use money to kill you? Get out of here quickly, stay away from my girlfriend." Uncle Ben's was furious. "Who is your girlfriend?" "Zhang Maokai, that's enough, please don't flatter yourself, okay? This will only make me hate you," Chen Yingying said with a disgusted look on her face. "The women I Zhang Maokai fancy have never been unattainable. Chen Yingying, don't be so shameless. I'm going to fuck you tonight." After saying this, Zhang Maokai reached out and grabbed Chen Yingying. "Get the hell out of here, you look like a pig and you still want to eat swan meat. Don't you dare piss on yourself and look at yourself." Chen Yang was so furious that he slapped Zhang Maokai hard, knocking him to the ground. 2 of his teeth flew out, and his mouth was full of blood. This scene was absolutely terrifying. "Get the hell out of here, and don't stop until you're gone, or I'll beat the living daylights out of you," Chen Yang shouted. "How dare you hit me, you're dead. I'll find someone to kill you. And Chen Yingying, you shameless slut, I'll make you kneel and sing Conqueror tonight. I, Zhang Maokai, have been in the world for so many years, and I'm not someone to be messed with." Zhang Maokai cursed and ranted, his anger reaching its peak. Then he took out his phone and tried to call for help. "How dare you threaten me, you're looking for death." Chen Yang rushed out of his seat and gave Zhang Maokai's stomach another hard kick. Immediately, Zhang Maokai, weighing 170 to 180 pounds, flew backwards. Rumble. Crack. A table in the Western restaurant was smashed to pieces. Crackling. There was also the sound of broken cups and teacups. Zhang Maokai lay on the ground, screaming in pain, a miserable sight to behold. The whole restaurant was now alerted, and security guards and staff came rushing in. "Brother Yang, you've gone too far, haven't you? You've almost killed the man. This Zhang Maokai is no ordinary person. If you offend him, do you think we'll get off lightly?" Chen Yingying was a little afraid. After all, she was insignificant, had no background and no money, and simply could not compete with a big shot like Zhang Maokai. "Don't worry, the old guy is tough and won't die. Besides, you don't have to worry with your brother here. Remember, you can never be soft-hearted with evil people, or they'll take advantage of you. Let's finish eating and leave. If there's still dessert that hasn't been served, hurry up and hurry him along." Chen Yang sat back down at his seat as if nothing had happened and started eating again. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked up to Zhang Maokai and asked with concern, "Mr. Zhang, what happened? Are you hurt? Let me help you up. I've been fucking beaten up, can't you see that? Joe, if you can't handle this properly and give me a satisfactory result, I'll definitely complain about you, and you can forget about ever having me come to your restaurant again." Zhang Maokai roared. Zhou Minghui, known as Xiao Zhou, is the manager of the Western restaurant. "Okay, I know what to do. You rest first, I'll handle it," said Manager Zhou carefully, then stood up, his angry eyes flashing with cold light. Zhang Maokai is a valued customer of St. Martin's, a top-level gold diamond member who comes at least once a month and spends tens of thousands of dollars each time. Such a valuable customer is hard to find. St. Martin of course has to be well received, and the result of the handling must be satisfactory to him. As for Chen Yang, in Manager Zhou's opinion, he is very unfamiliar. I'm afraid it's the first time he has come to St. Martin to spend money. He has saved up for a long time and is bleeding money to treat his girlfriend to a meal. This kind of customer is not sustainable. After having a meal, they will not come again next time. Therefore, Manager Zhou knows exactly what to do and has already made a decision. "You hit someone in my restaurant and you still have the nerve to eat? How can you even eat? Before I call the police to have you arrested, let's talk about compensation. All the tables, chairs, and cutlery in my restaurant are imported from abroad. A table costs 100,000 yuan, a teacup 3,000 yuan, and a plate 1,000 yuan. You broke one table for teacups and 4 plates, so you have to pay 116,000 yuan in total. And that's just the beginning. Every time Boss Zhang comes to my restaurant, his bill is never less than 50,000 yuan. Today he was beaten so badly that he lost his teeth, so he definitely can't eat, and you'll have to pay for that as well. I'll calculate it based on Boss Zhang's minimum spend, and you'll have to pay another 50,000 yuan. All in all, that's 166,000 yuan. Round it up to 170,000, and pay up. Manager Zhou said loudly to Chen Yang, strutting around. 4 security guards from the restaurant also came over and stood behind Manager Zhou, glaring at Chen Yang. If Chen Yang did anything irrational, they would take him down first. Chen Yingying let out a gasp of cold air. Compensation of 170,000 yuan, that's a ridiculous amount. Chen Yang also frowned severely and said, compensation of 170,000 yuan, are you joking with me? Are you kidding? Do I look like I'm kidding? If you don't have enough money, leave your girlfriend here and go out to raise the money. We'll release her when you've paid up. Manager Zhou was extremely forceful, threatening Chen Yang. Kid, you hit me, so you have to pay at least 1 million for physical and mental damages, or I'm not playing with you. I've already called someone, you're dead today. Zhang Maokai also cursed, his appetite even greater than Manager Zhou's, demanding 1 million as soon as he opened his mouth. Bullying. So bullying. Chen Yingying's chest heaved with anger, her silver teeth clenched. It was obvious that this son of a bitch molested my sister first, and my beating him was completely in self-defense, but you're putting all the blame on me. Is this how you treat guests at St. Martin's? Do you really think I, Chen Yang, am someone to be bullied? Chen Yang said coldly, finishing the steak in one go. Although he wasn't full, at least he wasn't hungry anymore, so he picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Boss Zhang, I didn't see you molesting your sister, but I did see you hit someone and beat them so badly. Of course, all the responsibility lies with you. Stop whining and pay up quickly, don't make me get rough. Manager Zhou yelled. It seems that you are not going to reason with me, right? Chen Yang's face fell, he put down the napkin, stood up with a flash, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Seeing Chen Yang's tendency to act, the 4 restaurant security guards, who were eyeing him hungrily, moved quickly. Each of them took out a telescopic baton from their bodies and swung it hard. Swish, 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 the telescopic batons extended more than a meter long. What? Desperate dogs jump over walls. You still want to fight? If you dare to harm a hair on my head, I'll make sure you go to jail for the rest of your life. Manager Zhou cursed and swore, but he didn't even finish his sentence before one of the security guard's telescopic batons was snatched away by Chen Yang. Boom! The next second, the telescopic baton smashed directly onto Manager Zhou's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was a direct headshot. Manager Zhou let out a miserable wail, sat down on the ground with a thud, and yelled, "Attack together, kill him for me." The 4 security guards swarmed up, 3 of them holding telescopic batons. The security guard whose baton had been taken away swung a stool directly and smashed it neatly and uniformly at Chen Yang's head. Ah! Chen Yingying let out a scream, her face pale with fear. Click! Chen Yang swung out his telescopic baton, and a loud popping noise could be heard in the air. The bench in the hands of one of the security guards was smashed to pieces, and the guard himself was also shocked, his mouth split open, blood spilling everywhere, and both of his hands were almost useless. Bang bang bang! Immediately afterwards, Chen Yang's telescopic baton collided with the other 3, sending sparks and lightning flying. Crack crack crack! The other 3 telescopic rods were actually snapped off. Holy shit! The 3 security guards were dumbfounded, and their mouths were so shocked that they opened and blood flowed, but they were oblivious. This telescopic rod is made of alloy steel, but it was snapped off. It's completely out of the question, it's just like a fairy tale. This kid, he's the devil. Boom! Chen Yang took a step and stepped on Manager Zhou's face. What are you doing? It's against the law to hit people, I'm telling you. I have someone at the police station. So what if you have someone at the police station? Does that mean you can do whatever you want? Does that mean you can turn right around and say black is white? Amidst the accusations, Chen Yang raised his hand and gave Manager Zhou a series of loud slaps, swelling his face. You dog, you dare to make a big claim against me? I'll tell you, you've picked the wrong person to bully. That's it for today, if you dare to target me again, I'll destroy your whole family. Crack! With those words, a small ceramic dish on the table was crushed into dust by Chen Yang's hands, spilling through his fingers and covering Manager Zhou's face in a layer of powder. Sizzle! Manager Zhou let out a gasp. Ceramics are so hard, how could they be crushed into sand? This guy is crazy. Manager Zhou had wanted to call the police, but now he had to think carefully. If his whole family was really wiped out, who would he go to for justice? Let's go, Chen Yang said to Chen Yingying. Oh. Chen Yingying was so shocked that she mechanically responded. At this moment, Zhang Maokai, who had no idea where he got the courage, suddenly stood in front of Chen Yang and coldly smiled. Go? Where are you going? The people I called are already downstairs. Wait until your dog's legs are broken and crawl out. Chapter 25, Brother Biao again. Zhang Maokai was talking when the door to the restaurant was pushed open. Bang! 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 A group of burly men in black walked in, each carrying a club in their hands. They were fierce and overbearing. The one walking in front of them was a bald hunk of a man who was 1.9 meters tall, like a giant. He was wearing big underpants, a black vest, flip-flops, and a big gold chain around his neck, which was very intimidating. Ah, the underworld, Brother Yang, what should we do? Chen Yingying's face turned white, and she clutched Chen Yang's arm tightly, feeling a little lost. Ah, Brother Biao is here, you're a dead man. Zhang Maokai let out a loud laugh and hurriedly went up to greet him. Restaurant manager Zhou Minghui also let out a sigh of relief, while a flash of murderous light flashed in his eyes. Brother Biao was a well-known figure on the streets of Chuzhou City. He had not only heard of him, but also knew him, and was a regular at St. Martin's. With Brother Biao here, the Chen kid is definitely dead. Brother Biao, you finally come, if you don't come soon I'll be killed. I'll give you 2 million, help me cripple the kid's arms and legs, break them all. How dare you rob my woman, Zhang Maokai, you're practically asking for death. Zhang Maokai said to Brother Biao. Of course you have to pay the triads to do things. This is also one of the ways the triads make money. Brother Biao, you're here. The bill at St. Martin's today is on me. Help me out. Manager Zhou also greeted Brother Biao with great respect. But before he could finish his sentence, a loud slap sounded. Ah! Zhang Maokai let out a scream and was knocked to the ground by Brother Biao's slap. Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother Biao was hired by Zhang Maokai, but he slapped Zhang Maokai. What was going on? Is Brother Biao blind and has hit the wrong person? Brother Biao, what do you mean? I told you to hit him, not me. Zhang Maokai was furious. He was a multi-millionaire boss, so he didn't care about losing face? Boom! As a result, it was better if he didn't say anything, but as soon as he spoke, Brother Biao stamped down again, directly on his face. Ah! Zhang Maokai screamed repeatedly, his two plump faces bloody and bloody, both about to lose their human appearance. You son of a bitch, how dare you pick on Brother Chen? You don't know your place, and you can't offend Brother Chen. Brother Biao said coldly, with an overbearing air. Brother Chen? Which Brother Chen? I didn't provoke Brother Chen. Zhang Maokai was confused, feeling that he was even more wrong than Doi. Manager Zhou also had a look of doubt on his face. Suddenly, he looked at Chen Yang, and had a bad feeling. Could this guy be Brother Chen? At this time, Brother Biao took his foot off Zhang Maocai's face and stomped hard on Zhang Maocai's stomach again. Then, as if a dog seeing its owner, he bent over, walked quickly to Chen Yang, and said in a low voice, Brother Chen, so you're here. This dog Zhang Maokai has no eyes, I don't know where he offended you, I've already taught him a lesson for you, are you satisfied? If you are not satisfied, do you want him to be cut up into pieces or tied up and thrown into the river? This Brother Biao is Zhang Biao, who had just been beaten up by Chen Yang at the herbal medicine market. Chen Yang is not only Chao Qiuming's adopted younger brother and suspected lover, but also her sworn brother. Therefore, he was extremely frightened when he saw Chen Yang. Upon hearing what Brother Biao said, Zhang Maokai almost peed his pants with fear. He asked Brother Biao to help him out, but he never expected Brother Biao to help the other side beat him up. This is completely out of line. If he had known, he would never have asked Brother Biao to come. Manager Zhou secretly gasped inwardly. He was lucky he didn't finish what he was saying that Brother Biao should help him teach Chen Yang a lesson, otherwise he would definitely be dead too. Chen Yingying, on the other hand, had a small head and big questions, as if she were in a fog, and she had no idea what was going on. No matter what, she could not figure out how Chen Yang, a small village doctor, knew the city's underworld boss. Brother Biao, Brother Chen, I was wrong, I was blind and ignorant, please let me off. I swear I will sever ties with your sister in the future and I will never harass her again. Moreover, I will give up all the gifts I gave her as compensation. Zhang Maokai fell to his knees before Chen Yang, begging piteously, terrified. He didn't know Chen Yang's identity, but he couldn't afford to provoke Brother Biao, who was a ruthless man. You dog, how dare you hit Chen's sister? You're practically asking for death. You're old enough to be someone's father, you shameless thing. Brother Biao suddenly understood, and kicked Zhang Maokai's body several more times. Ah, stop. Zhang Maokai was rolling on the ground in pain, screaming in agony. A multi-millionaire boss who had been beaten up like a dog was truly saddening. Forget it, that's enough for today. Remember what you said, if you dare to harass my sister again, I'll make you regret being born. Chen Yang said coldly, and let Zhang Maokai off the hook for now. And you, how are you going to pay the compensation of 170,000 yuan? Are you insisting that I pay? Chen Yang looked at Manager Zhou again, his eyes cold to the extreme. Manager Zhou was scared and quickly smiled apologetically, saying, Brother Chen, I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously. These things are not worth much and are not important at all. I apologize for my poor hospitality today. I am at fault. As compensation, I will give you a free gold diamond membership, which will entitle you to a 20% discount and a free bottle of red wine when you spend at St. Martin in the future. For these things, you want to extort 170,000 yuan from me? You really have the nerve to ask for so much. Are you a gangster? Brother Biao flew into a rage and kicked Manager Zhou, sending him several meters away. I'm sorry, Brother Biao, I didn't know that Brother Chen knew you. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to extort money from him. Manager Zhou said with a sad face, wanting to cry but unable to, I really stepped on a hornet's nest today. You blind thing, do you think Brother Chen just knows me? Brother Chen is Miss Qiao. Brother Biao was about to tell Chen Yang that he knew Chao Chouyan, but his words were suddenly interrupted by Chen Yang, who said, Enough, that's enough for today. Yingying, let's go. After saying that, Chen Yang took Chen Yingying and left. However, after walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, looked at Brother Biao a few times, and said, Have you recently had headaches? Every time it hurts, it's unbearable, and you have to take painkillers to relieve it? Moreover, accompanied by symptoms such as dizziness, tinnitus, vomiting, and so on? Brother Biao was stunned, and then he turned pale with shock, saying, How do you know? I do have these symptoms. You should go to the hospital and get an MRI. It's best to go to a big hospital, because they can't tell anything at a small hospital. Chen Yang said, as if he had discovered something, but he didn't specify what. After that, he left, leaving Biao Gu alone and disheveled. Seeing Chen Yang like that, it seemed like he had an incurable disease. If someone else had said that, he naturally wouldn't have cared, but Chen Yang had just used his eyes to tell that Wan Dashou had a venereal disease and had cured Miss Qiao's angina pectoris. His medical skills must be extraordinary. No, I have to go to the hospital quickly. Ah June, contact the best hospital in Chuzhou for me, the best doctor, I want to do a brain MRI. Brother Biao hurriedly said to a trusted younger brother, feeling anxious and uneasy. Chapter 26, Be grateful for favors and give out benefits. At this time, Chen Yang and Chen Yingying came out of the Western restaurant and were walking along the pedestrian street towards the parking lot. When they passed by a bank, Chen Yang suddenly stopped and asked Chen Yingying to wait for a moment. A few minutes later, he took out 10,000 yuan from the ATM. Take this 10,000 yuan. The college entrance exam is coming up soon, so don't go out and take private tutoring, which will delay your studies. This 10,000 yuan should be enough for you until the college entrance exam is over. When you get into college, I'll figure out how to pay for your tuition and living expenses. With an older brother like me, you don't have to worry about anything. Chen Yang handed Chen Yingying the 10,000 yuan, and what he said was very heartwarming. This little girl is so sensible that it makes you feel sad. She is in her third year of high school, and the college entrance exam is just around the corner. Her academic workload is heavy, but she still goes out to make money tutoring. For this job, she even has to put up with the harassment of an older man in a Mercedes-Benz who is older than her father. Chen Yang couldn't help but think of himself, who had also suffered a lot along the way. Therefore, he wanted to give Chen Yingying as much help as possible to make her life less winding. Chen Yingying didn't take his money, and kept staring at him, with tears flashing in her eyes. What are you looking at? Don't recognize me? Chen Yang laughed. It's true that I don't recognize you anymore. Brother Yang, I feel like you've changed. You were never any good at fighting before, so how come you're so good now? Who did you learn kung fu from? Before, I only felt that you were a big brother, but now I suddenly find that you have become a man who stands up for what is right. Chen Yang was a little embarrassed by the praise, and with a faint smile, he said, "Okay, since you've already found out, I won't hide it from you. When I went up the mountain to collect herbs, I found a cave, and in the cave was a secret manual of martial arts. I practiced according to the manual, and that's how I became so good. Of course, you may not believe it, but that's the truth." Chen Yang told a lie. After all, that's what happens in martial arts novels, where the hero has all kinds of strange encounters. He couldn't think of a good excuse for a while, apart from that explanation. "I believe you, why wouldn't I? Show me the martial arts manual, I want to learn too. When I become a martial arts master, if anyone dares to bully me, I'll beat them until their teeth fall out." Chen Yingying said with a serious face, clenching her little fists, and she didn't even doubt Chen Yang's words. Chen Yang's way of hitting people just now was simply too cool, and it made her yearn for it. The college entrance examination is coming up soon, and you still want to learn martial arts? What's going on in that little head of yours? Hurry up and take the money, I'll take you back now. I have to go back and treat patients later as well. Time passed too quickly, and before I knew it, it had been almost a day since we left. Chen Yang sighed, and directly placed the money in Chen Yingying's hands. The thick 10,000 yuan felt heavy in her hands, and it had a lot of weight. Tears finally came out of his eyes. Chen Yingying looked at Chen Yang helplessly and said, "Brother Yang, we are not related, why are you so good to me? Not only did you help my father pay off the 300,000 yuan debt, you also gave me so much money. Do you have a crush on me?" Chen Yang stumbled and almost fell over, and he was very speechless. He said, "Although we are not related, we are neighbors. When we were young, you were my shadow. In my heart, although you are not my real sister, you are no different from my real sister. When a younger sister is in trouble, shouldn't her older brother help her? Why do you have to think so complicatedly? I see, I thought you were attracted to my beauty." Chen Yingying listened with a face of disappointment. Chen Yang was speechless, stunned and flustered, and said, "You're just a kid, what do you think about every day? Hurry up and get in the car, let's go." "I'm not a kid, you don't believe me, just look." Chen Yingying puffed up her chest in defiance. Chen Yang was suddenly stunned, feeling that it was spectacular and thrilling. The little girl had indeed grown up, and was no longer the same snotty-nosed tagalong who used to follow him around all day. "Little Yang, I know you're thin-skinned and say one thing but mean another. In fact, I know what you're thinking." Chen Yingying suddenly spoke very boldly, directly bursting the bubble of secrecy. Then, a scene that caught Chen Yang off guard happened. Chen Yingying stood on tiptoe and kissed him directly with her bright red lips. "Ah!" Chen Yang was shocked and quickly pushed Chen Yingying away, saying with a serious face, "Nonsense, Chen Yingying, what do you want? Let me give you a little benefit first, so that you can be mentally prepared. There's something even more exciting coming up." Chen Yingying said with a smile. "Cut the nonsense, are you done talking nonsense? Let's go." Chen Yang started the motorcycle at this time, and Chen Yingying, worried that Chen Yang would drive off, quickly got on the motorcycle as well, muttering, "Che, you have the heart of a thief, but not the guts. You deserve to be single and have no girlfriend." Chen Yang took the throttle in one hand and the motorcycle roared out. Along the way, Chen Yingying chattered away, hurling all kinds of insults, and Chen Yang's ears were about to wear out from hearing them. Soon, Chen Yingying's rented room was reached. Chen Yang didn't get off the motorcycle and was prepared to just walk away, so as to avoid any more inappropriate actions from the little girl. "Little Yang, you're leaving already? Aren't you going to come in and have a seat? Don't you have any feelings for me?" Chen Yingying blinked her big eyes, smiling sweetly and coaxing him. "Like hell I will. Go back and study hard, and try to get into a good university. Even rabbits don't eat grass near their nests. How could I possibly have feelings for you?" Chen Yang was righteous and upright, the image of a good brotherly neighbor. Chapter 27, Nonsense. "Brother Yang, you look so serious, it's really funny. To be honest, this morning when you rescued the beauty, and just now when you protected me in the Western restaurant, you really moved me. Because no one has ever risked their life for me. So I decided that you are the great hero who came on a rainbow cloud to save me." Chen Yingying said with a serious face, her eyes overflowing with love, a little like a flower idiot. Big hero my ass, who's your big hero? What's going on in that little brain of yours every day? I'll be honest with you too. I already have a girlfriend. We're very much in love. You, no chance. Chen Yingying was stunned. Who? Widow Li? Can you not say such nasty things? It's not like she'll die if you call her sister-in-law. She's only 26 or 27, and she's still a young lady. Chen Yang acquiesced, defending Li Xianglian. Of course, he told another white lie, hoping to discourage Chen Yingying. But deep down, he still had some thoughts about Li Xianglian. After all, this woman was not bad in any way. If Wu Laosan had not interfered last night, the two of them might have already had sex. In that case, Li Xianglian would have become his wife. You've really fallen for Li Xianglian? Are you crazy? You're not afraid that she'll jinx you? Chen Yingying gave him a thumbs up in admiration. In the 3 years since Li Xianglian married into Qinghe village, her father-in-law and mother-in-law and her husband have all died. She is not a jinx, she is a jinx for the whole family. In private, there is a lot of talk in Qinghe village, saying that this woman is a jinx, that whoever gets close to her will be unlucky, and that she will kill your whole family without discussion. I'm an orphan, and Li Xianglian is a widow. Don't you think we're a perfect match? I was born to be hardy, and I'm not afraid of being jinxed. I just hope that no one else will be killed by me. Chen Yang said calmly, with a hint of self-deprecation. If there really is such a thing as a cursed life, then his life seems to fit the description even better, because he is the only one left in his family. Chen Yingying pouted, her breasts rising and falling. Chen Yang had chosen a widow with a cursed life, and had abandoned her for a pure and beautiful young woman, which made her feel very frustrated. So what? You guys aren't even married. As long as you're not married, I, Chen Yingying, still have a chance. Besides, I'm not asking you to take responsibility. I just want to repay you a little, Chen Yingying said with a stubborn look in her eyes. Chen Yang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This little girl was like a doggy plaster, sticking to him endlessly, and her mouth was full of tiger and wolf words, which he simply couldn't defend against. Enough nonsense, are you done? I'm helping you because I don't want you to go astray. Besides, I've also discovered that you're a promising talent, and I hope that you can become someone who is useful to the country in the future. If you keep messing around, I'm going to get angry, really angry. If I get angry, the consequences could be very serious. Chen Yang said in all seriousness, raising his eyebrows and acting menacing. However, Chen Yingying looked unafraid, still with a smile on her face, and said, serious? How serious can it be? Harming someone? Chen Yang was speechless, and felt an urge to lash out. Don't worry, I won't tell Li Xianglian, and I don't want fame and fortune either. This is a secret between the two of us. Don't you really want it? You have to think carefully, because once this opportunity is gone, it's gone forever. What are you hesitating for? Chen Yingying was like the monk Tang Sanqing, using her 3-inch tongue to brainwash Chen Yang. Chen Yang was so angry that his teeth ached. He raised a hand, really wanting to slap the girl in the face to make her shut up. The Chen Yingying he knew was not like this at all. She had always been demure and reserved, a little homely girl who was only occasionally a little mischievous. Could this be the real Chen Yingying, and the one he knew before was a fake? Your father is here. Watch him break your legs. Suddenly, Chen Yang pointed behind him. Where? Chen Yingying was startled and quickly turned around to look behind her. At this time, Chen Yang slammed on the accelerator and the motorcycle whizzed out. There was not even a ghostly shadow behind him. Chen Yingying then realized that she had been tricked by Chen Yang, but the guy had already gone on the motorcycle and she simply couldn't catch up. Go back, study hard, and prepare for the college entrance exam. I'm leaving. Chen Yang turned back to Chen Yingying and said, feeling very resourceful. If he stayed any longer, he didn't know how long the girl would go on talking, so it was better to get away quickly. To be honest, although he had just been very calm and gentlemanly, in fact, there was some agitation in his heart was pounding, and his blood was about to boil. But with his strong willpower, he resisted the temptation. How dare you lie to me? Chen Yingying's cheeks puffed up with anger. She looked down at her body, which was clearly devilish, and wondered why this guy didn't like it. Could it be that he had a thing for older women? Well, that must be it. There's no other way to explain it. The water cannot flow to someone else's field. Chen Yingying thought to herself. Then, she quickly shouted to Chen Yang, Brother Yang, go home and take care of my mom for me, don't let her get bullied. Especially, watch out for my dad. Don't worry, I'm here, I won't let Aunt get bullied. Chen Yang replied cheerfully. After all, they are neighbors. If Su Yueru gets bullied, he can't just sit there and do nothing. But when he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. Chapter 28, Aunt Xiaoyan was bitten by a snake. Riding his beloved motorcycle and humming a little song, Chen Yang sped all the way to Qinghe village. You get what you pay for. The motorcycle, which cost a little under 20,000 yuan, was so much fun to ride. It had plenty of power, went fast, made a great sound, and the shock absorption system was great. It was so smooth that you didn't even feel the bumps in the road. However, the mountain road was difficult to navigate, with many twists and turns and potholes. Chen Yang dared not ride too fast, otherwise he would fall off the cliff. Even if he was tough, he would definitely die. Everyone he met on the road couldn't stop looking at his motorcycle, and envy and jealousy shone in their eyes, which slightly satisfied his vanity. Help! Help! Just as he was about to reach Qinghe village, a woman's cry for help suddenly came from the grass by the roadside. The sound was very weak, and if Chen Yang's body had not been reborn and his organs' function strengthened, his hearing would not have been so acute that he could hear it at all. Hey, someone's calling for help? Chen Yang did not dare to neglect it, and quickly stopped his motorcycle by the roadside, before sprinting into the grass in 3 steps. Before anyone noticed, Chen Yang saw a small motorcycle first, as if deliberately hidden behind a big tree by the roadside. If you pass by here, you won't notice it at all if you don't look carefully. It was a silver-white Yamaha scooter, about 80% new, and Chen Yang recognized it at once as belonging to Su Xiaoyan, the village chief's wife, the only one in the whole village. Don't look at it as just a scooter, it costs more than 10,000 yuan, which ordinary people simply can't afford. After walking a further 10 meters, Chen Yang parted the thick grass and sure enough, he saw a graceful figure lying on the ground, lips turning purple, gasping for breath, very weak. Auntie Xiaoyan, are you okay? Are you all right? Chen Yang called out. This woman was the wife of the village chief Chen Fugui, or rather, his second wife, Su Xiaoyan. Chen Fugui's first wife died of an illness 10 years ago, and he later remarried. Su Xiaoyan is just under 30 years old this year, not only has a good figure, but also a great appearance. She is one of the top beauties in Qinghe village. The 3 great joys of life are getting promoted, getting rich, and dying a wife. Chen Fugui has encountered all 3, which makes him the envy of others. If he had not become the village chief and made a small fortune, how could Chen Fugui have married such a young and beautiful second wife? It can only be said that Chen Fugui is lucky. Although they are only a few years apart in age, according to the hierarchy of generations, Chen Yang has to call Su Xiaoyan auntie. Xiao Yang, is that you? This is great. Oh, auntie has been bitten by a snake and is dying, you have to come and save me. Su Xiaoyan called weakly, her tears flowing as she saw Chen Yang. Regardless of his medical skills, Chen Yang was a doctor after all, and that gave her hope. She had already given up hope and was just lying there waiting to die. Ah, bitten by a snake? What kind of snake? Did you see it? Chen Yang asked, quickly crouching down next to Su Xiaoyan. Being bitten by a poisonous snake is very troublesome, as you need to get an antivenom to neutralize the toxin. Different poisonous snakes have different toxins, and different antivenoms are needed to counteract them. Therefore, if you are bitten by a snake and you don't know what kind of snake it is, even if you go to the hospital, the doctor may be unable to help and it will be very troublesome to save your life. I didn't see it clearly, it happened so suddenly. I had just returned from getting my hair done in town, when I suddenly felt the urge to urinate, so I urinated by the roadside. As soon as I took off my trousers, the snake bit me and then quickly escaped. After being bitten, I immediately felt weak. Yang, you must save me, I'm still young and don't want to die. Su Xiaoyan begged desperately, grabbing Chen Yang's hand with a strong desire to survive. But her body had already started to feel cold, she was losing body temperature, and localized skin had appeared bruised and swollen. Chen Yang looked at her hair and sure enough, it had changed from the original long, straight black hair to fashionable, trendy, flaxen curls. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. Once the hairstyle was complete, Su Xiaoyan's appearance soared, and she looked younger. It was fashionable and edgy, and a bit like a city woman. What the hell was I thinking? Saving lives is important. Chen Yang snapped back to reality and cursed under her breath. As a doctor, it was completely unacceptable to get distracted during the process of saving a life. Where was the poisonous snake bite? Let me take a look at the wound, maybe I can tell what kind of snake bit you. Chen Yang said. Back, back. Su Xiaoyan said with some embarrassment. Back? Where? On your back? Chen Yang was puzzled. Are you stupid? How could it be the back? Further down. Su Xiaoyan said impatiently. Then, on your waist? Chen Yang guessed. A little lower. Su Xiaoyan wanted to hide in shame. It was a shame that the poisonous snake had bitten her there, and she felt very ashamed. Chen Yang suddenly understood, and although he felt a bit embarrassed, he still looked at the wound. He saw that the wound was covered in bruises, and there were 2 prominent teeth marks. The blood that was oozing from the teeth marks was black, and it also gave off a strong fishy smell. What do you think? Is it serious? Su Xiaoyan asked. I can see that, judging from the wound, it feels like a cobra bite. This is trouble. Cobras are highly venomous snakes. If you get bitten by a cobra, you have a 90% chance of dying. Chen Yang let out a cold breath. At this time, it would definitely be too late to send Su Xiaoyan to the city hospital to get the antivenom. Ah, a cobra? No way. How could I be so unlucky as to get bitten by a cobra while just taking a leak by the roadside? Then, what should I do? How about you use your mouth to help me suck out the venom? Su Xiaoyan cried out in fear and came up with a very constructive idea. Take the poison? Chen Yang was thunderstruck, and he was surprised that this woman could think of such a thing. Auntie, if I help you suck out the venom, my life will be in danger too. Besides, even if I suck it out for you now, I'm afraid it will be too late, because the venom has already spread throughout your body. Chen Yang was at a loss. Chapter 29, Massage to remove blood stasis. Chen Yang's meaning has been made very clear. It's not that he doesn't want to suck it, but it's useless to do so. The snake venom has spread throughout the body through the blood vessels, and all the blood has been contaminated. Is he supposed to suck all the blood out of the body? If he does, will the person still be able to live? Su Xiaoyan's situation is such that even if she goes to a top-tier hospital, it will be a headache for the doctors. Unless the whole body is given a blood transfusion, which will cost a huge sum of money, there is no guarantee that the person can be saved. In a way, Su Xiaoyan has already put one foot in the gates of hell, while the other is still steadfastly moving forward. What can I do? Am I really going to die? Yang, you are a doctor, and you graduated from a key medical university, so you must have a way, right? Please, if you save my life, I will agree to whatever you ask. Su Xiaoyan pleaded with tears in her eyes. When a person is about to die, their words are kind. Su Xiaoyan really didn't want to die. But could she really agree to whatever he asked? Chen Yang's heart stirred. Although Su Xiaoyan is a young woman who has been married to Chen Fugui for several years, she has never given birth to a child, and her figure is well maintained. She has been well cared for, eats well and sleeps well, does not have to work in the fields, and is very good at dressing up, wearing makeup, and her pale, cold white skin seems to glow. She looks like a woman from the city, and is exquisite. For men, such beautiful women are sought after everywhere. Looking at the wound caused by the poisonous snakebite, Chen Yang made up his mind and said, I'll try, but I can't guarantee that it will work. You have to cooperate with me fully. After all, the snake venom has spread all over the body, and it is still suspected to be the highly toxic venom of a cobra. Chen Yang is not 100% sure, and it is a big risk. Because if the person dies, he may have to take responsibility, and if it goes badly, he may even go to prison. But after all, it is a human life, and he cannot just stand by and do nothing. Well, thank you, Yang, I knew you wouldn't give up on Auntie. Su Xiaoyan said with a gasp. She felt that it was her conditions that made Chen Yang give in and do everything he could to save her. Sure enough, a good-looking woman is a capital asset. If it had been a plain woman, Chen Yang would have probably just walked away. Chen Yang took out the silver needles and prepared to use the heaven, earth, mystery and yellow needle technique to detoxify Su Xiaoyan. However, the snake venom had spread throughout her body, causing her blood to begin to coagulate and flow poorly, just like a pool of stagnant water. Before using the silver needles to detoxify her, he had to use massage techniques to activate the blood and remove the blood stasis, so that the blood could flow again. In this way, when acupuncture was performed, the toxins in the blood could be forced out. When it came to massage, inevitably, there would be physical contact. To a certain extent, it could even be said that one's virginity would be lost. Chen Yang was relieved that Su Xiaoyan agreed readily and followed Chen Yang's every word. Ahem, relax, massage followed by acupuncture is more effective, I'll start now. Chen Yang pretended to be calm and began the massage. Pushing, pressing, pushing, and grasping. The key points of massage changed under Chen Yang's palms, and the true energy continued to be infused, eliminating blood stasis and leaving a trail of marks. Su Yueru could only feel her numb and cold body gradually becoming warm, and the feeling of panic and palpitations gradually subsiding, caused by the blood flowing again. A master's touch tells you whether it works or not. Chen Yang's massage technique was absolutely unbeatable and could be called miraculous. Ordinary TCM practitioners could never have this effect. Su Yueru was willing to cooperate, and Chen Yang's massage movements became more and more fluid, and the effect became better and better. Unconsciously, a fine layer of sweat oozed from Su Yueru's body. Not only did her blood flow smoothly, her breathing also became smooth, her mind cleared up, and her symptoms were greatly relieved. Su Yueru was overjoyed. She knew she was saved and finally didn't have to die. She always thought Chen Yang could only treat minor illnesses such as colds and fevers, and she never imagined that his medical skills were so good. After all, he was a graduate of a key medical university, and she really underestimated him. Chapter 30, Healing. Chen Yang's massage movements may seem unstructured, but in fact each movement activates at least one acupoint, which in turn affects the whole body. It is as if it is flowing like clouds and water, but also dazzling. Su Yueru was embarrassed, but also happy. She couldn't help but think about her useless, dead husband. To be fair, Chen Fuguo was over 50 years old, and as the village chief, he had many drinking opportunities, so he had been drinking and eating too much for the past few days, and his health had long since collapsed. The couple had been married for several years without having a child, not because she didn't want to have one, nor because of any issues with her health, but because Chen Fuguo's health was failing. However, the old man was too proud to admit his illness. As a result, Su Yueru was now in a very passive situation. After all, she was not young anymore, and she had always dreamed of having a child. However, it is difficult to realize this dream because he is so stubborn. Whenever she thinks about this, she feels sad and despondent, and feels that there is no hope in life. At this moment, looking at Chen Yang, a bold idea suddenly occurred to her. Since Chen Fuguo's body is not up to it, could Chen Yang help? Chen Yang is not only good-looking, but also a graduate of a key university with a high IQ and good character. Apart from his poor family background and bad luck, he can be said to be impeccable in every way. If Chen Yang is willing to help, it would be hard for the resulting child not to be outstanding. Once this idea came to Su Yueru's mind, it was like grass growing in her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. It's not that she, Su Yueru, is fickle, but she really wants a child. Rascal, where did you learn all this? You're really bad. Auntie thought you were a university student with a pure mind, but I never thought you were like this. Fortunately, you're an experienced person, so you can let go. If you were a young girl, no one would be surprised if they called you a pervert. Su Yueru said angrily, her complexion already much improved. Chen Yang suddenly felt embarrassed, blushing, and really wanted to hide in shame. It was obviously a way to cure and save people, but why was he still being suspected? Seeing that the massage was almost over, he picked up the silver needles and started acupuncture on Su Yueru. The massage just now was to activate blood circulation and resolve blood stasis, and now was the real detoxification. He picked up one silver needle after another with his fingers, infused them with the mysterious yellow true energy, and suddenly a glimmer of light appeared on the silver needles, and they emitted a slight vibration. Streaks of golden light appeared in his pupils, and many of Su Yueru's acupuncture points emerged. Following the instructions of the heaven, earth, mystery and yellow acupuncture method, Chen Yang inserted the silver needles into the acupuncture points one by one. Because the body needed to be detoxified, many silver needles had to be inserted, which was a major project. Unconsciously, Chen Yang was covered in sweat, his clothes were soaked, and he looked very tired. Su Yueru's condition was getting better and better. A layer of greasy sweat oozed out from the surface of her snow-white skin, emitting a pungent and stinking odor. This is the snake venom in her body, which is being excreted little by little through the capillaries. Chen Yang could see that the illness, or rather the aura of death, that had filled Su Yueru's body was dissipating at a rate visible to the naked eye. Once all the aura of death had dispersed, the snake venom would also be completely neutralized. Just hang in there a little longer, it's almost over, Chen Yang said. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was dark. Finally, the acupuncture was over. Su Yueru's entire body was completely cleansed of the disease energy, and nourished by the mysterious yellow qi, her entire being was full of vitality. Chen Yang, however, was sweating profusely and exhausted. Auntie Yueru, it's done, I've already drained all the snake venom. In the future, when you go to the toilet by the roadside, you must be careful, don't get bitten by snakes again, Chen Yang kindly reminded her, and began to pull out the silver needles one by one. Really? That's great. I'll definitely be more careful when I go to the toilet on the roadside in the future. Feeling perfectly healthy, Su Yueru couldn't have been feeling better. Watching Chen Yang sweating like rain, Su Yueru was very grateful and smiled, saying, "Xiaoyang, you really have worked hard, and I won't treat you badly. How do you want me to repay you?" "Ah, repayment, it's not necessary. Saving lives is a doctor's duty." Chen Yang felt a little embarrassed. "That won't do, you must repay me," Su Yueru insisted. In her eyes, the young man was even more perfect, saving people without expecting anything in return. If it weren't for the fact that she was oily and smelly from detoxing, and Chen Yang was about to collapse from acupuncture and massage, she would repay Chen Yang right now. Seeing that it was getting late, after a short rest, the two went back. "You brat, you've done well. You bought a new motorcycle. Have you become rich?" Su Yueru was a little surprised when she saw Chen Yang's Haojue 150. "This bike doesn't look cheap." "It's okay." Chen Yang laughed. The two got on the motorcycle, rode side by side, and talked while riding at a very slow speed. "Chen Yang, I heard that you and that widow Li Xianglian have some kind of ambiguous relationship. Is that true? How could you want the widow of a dead man? Don't be so desperate. If you want a girlfriend, I'll introduce you to one sometime. Tell me what type you like." Along the way, Su Yueru asked Chen Yang a lot of nosy questions, leaving Chen Yang a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, it wasn't far from the village, and they arrived home after riding for 10 minutes. Chapter 31, Ruining the Village Chief's Good Deed. When he got home, it was completely dark. He was exhausted from the day's events and smelled of sweat, so Chen Yang quickly took a shower. Next to the well in the courtyard, Chen Yang covered his body in soap and poured a basin of cold water over his head, drenching his entire body. "Ah, Chen Fugue, you son of a bitch, what do you want? Go away, don't let anyone see you." Suddenly, the voice of Auntie Yueru from next door could be heard, her voice full of fear. "Hey, Yueru, your dead husband has left you, and your daughter has gone to school in the city. Don't you get lonely in the long nights?" Chen Fugue's cheap laugh could also be heard. "Fuck." Chen Yang suddenly flew into a rage. That dog Chen Fugue really had some nerve, barging into Auntie Yueru's house and trying to molest her. At that moment, in Shin Yueru's house, Shin Yueru was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen when suddenly the front door was pushed open and Chen Fugue staggered in, drunken with a face as red as a tomato, clearly having had one too many. Just now, he had a get-together with a few village cadres, and he didn't control his drinking, so he drank a bit too much. Although he has a young and beautiful wife at home, under the same roof, he sees her all the time, and Chen Fugue has long since grown tired of looking at her, and has completely lost the feeling of excitement he once had. After all, home flowers are not as fragrant as wild flowers. Chen Fugue has long had feelings for Shin Yueru, and has flirted with her several times, but he has never succeeded. This time, fueled by alcohol, he tried again. Hearing the sound of cooking coming from the kitchen, he tiptoed over and stood at the door, peering inside. He saw Shin Yueru standing in front of the stove, wearing a thin long skirt, cooking. There were 4 dishes on the table, with fish and meat, a good mix of meat and vegetables, very hearty. It was also strange. Could she eat so much food by herself? Perhaps it was because she had just finished taking a shower and her hair was still damp, and she was wearing a long skirt that showed off her graceful figure. Chen Fugue could no longer control himself, and suddenly rushed into the kitchen and embraced Shin Yueru from behind. Ah! Her body was suddenly embraced, and Shin Yueru was so scared that she let out a scream and immediately resisted. "Yueru, it's me, your brother Fuli," Chen Fugue said, with a big, round face pressed against Shin Yueru's back. "Ah, Chen Fugue, do you want to die? Hurry up and let go of me." Shin Yueru fiercely resisted, but Chen Fugue's arm was as thick as her thigh, and she simply couldn't break free. Instead, he hugged her even tighter. In desperation, Shin Yueru took the hot spatula and stabbed Chen Fugue's arm hard. Ah! A scream of pain, Chen Fugue quickly let go of her hand, jumping up and down in pain. "Shin Yueru, do you want to die? I came here to help you, don't be ungrateful. If you can't pay back the money tomorrow morning, Zhao Taidan will have to take you to a bathhouse and massage parlor to sell your body. You'll have to serve dozens of men a day, and you won't even have any tears left to cry," Chen Fugue shouted. Suddenly, Su Yueru was a little shocked and not so agitated. However, soon she came back to her senses and said, Chen Yang said he could help Daji pay back the money. He went to the mountains this morning and dug up a ginseng, which should be able to sell for a lot of money. What ginseng? Did you see it with your own eyes? I'm afraid it's not a carrot, is it? The ginseng in Yunwu Mountain has long been dug up. Even if there is some left, it's some crooked melon seeds that are not worth much. Why did this kid come back to the village? It's because he couldn't get by in the city and was abandoned by his girlfriend. If ginseng really could sell for a lot of money, do you think he would give it to you? He would definitely keep it for himself and buy a house in the city. So you can't count on that kid at all, he's just fooling you. Only I, Chen Fugue, can help you. Chen Fugue gave a thorough analysis. Chen Yueru was after all a woman, and her mind was a little simple. After listening to Chen Fugue's words, she felt that there was some truth in it, and she couldn't help but become nervous again. She didn't want to be taken away by Zhao Taidan tomorrow morning and go to the bathhouse to serve men. She would rather die than do that kind of thing. But if she died, her daughter would still be alive. Those bastards might just take her daughter to pay off the debt. So she couldn't die. Brother Fugue, can you really help me? How are you going to help me? Can you come up with 300,000 yuan? Chen Yueru was at a loss for ideas and took Chen Fugue as her last straw. Of course I can't come up with 300,000 yuan. But I have a good relationship with Mayor Ma. If he intervenes and speaks to the Zhao family on my behalf, they will definitely be lenient. Even if the debt can't be written off, there is definitely no issue with postponing repayment for a period of time. Chen Fugue patted his chest and gave his word. Really? Chen Yueru said in surprise. When has Brother Fugue ever lied to you? With that, Chen Fugue leaned in close to Chen Yueru, took her hand, and gave a sly smile, but you have to give me some benefits, otherwise why would I help you? Don't you think so? Chen Yueru was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to do. She was afraid that if she resisted, Chen Fugue would not help her. Knock, knock, knock. Auntie Yueru, are you home? Just then, the door to Chen Yueru's house was slammed, like a drum, and Chen Yang's voice came through. Chen Fugue, who was sharpening his knife and preparing for battle, was startled. His severely weakened body was already unable to exert itself, and after this fright, he suddenly became unable to move, as if he were a lump of rotten mud. At this moment, Chen Yueru also suddenly came back to her senses and pushed Chen Fugue away. Chen Yang, I'm at home, Chen Yueru shouted. Chen Fugue was furious that his good deed had been ruined. But there was nothing he could do. Chen Yang had already entered the courtyard. Oh, Mayor, you're here too? Chen Yang pretended to be surprised and didn't point it out. After all, if you offend the mayor, an official in charge of the parents, it will be difficult to get along in the village in the future. Well, I was just passing by here, and suddenly I was attracted by the aroma of cooking, so I came in to take a look. Chen Fugue quickly found an excuse. After all, he also had to save face, and if the news got out, he would lose face. I saw Auntie Cheyenne come back a while ago. She went to the town to get her hair done, and she looks very fashionable. Aren't you going home to take a look? Chen Yang said. As for the matter of detoxifying Su Yueru just now, of course he could not possibly talk about it. That was a secret between him and Su Yueru that would remain forever. Oh, really? Then I have to hurry back and take a look. Feeling guilty, Chen Fugue quickly made his escape. Xiao Yang, how much did you get for the ginseng? Chen Yueru couldn't wait to ask. It wasn't much, but it's enough to pay off Uncle Daji's debt. Chen Yang said with a smile. Really? Xiao Yang, you sold the ginseng for 300,000 yuan? That's wonderful. Chen Yueru was extremely excited and grasped Chen Yang's hand. But then she felt something was wrong and suddenly let go. Well, you haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I've already cooked, so let's eat at my place. Chen Yueru said with a blush. The meal she had prepared was originally for Chen Yang. Chapter 32, Dinner at Auntie's. There were 4 dishes on the table, and there was also a soup in the pot. There were 4 dishes in one soup, a mix of meat and vegetables, with chicken, fish, eggs and everything else. It was a feast, with all the colors, flavors and aromas. A meal like this is not something that Auntie Yueru's family can afford to eat more than once a month. After all, Auntie Yueru's family is not wealthy. Even though Auntie Yueru is very hardworking, she is not as good as Chen Daji at squandering money, and there is also a senior high school student who is a money guzzler. Fortunately, Chen Yingying is very sensible and has been making money tutoring, barely covering her living expenses. Since he was already here, Chen Yang did not feel awkward. It just so happened that he was hungry. Although he had eaten a Western meal in the city, he hadn't been full at all. Later, he had also spent a lot of energy detoxifying Su Yueru, and as soon as he saw the table full of food, his stomach started rumbling. Here, Yang, eat up, don't be polite. This food was originally prepared for you. Su Yueru filled a large bowl of rice and placed it in front of Chen Yang. She knew that Chen Yang would not let her down and would definitely help her raise the money, so she prepared these meals in advance to reward Chen Yang. Of course, a single meal was not enough to express her gratitude. That was a full 300,000 yuan. Not to mention a meal, even 100 meals would not be enough. Haha, thank you, Auntie, then I won't be polite. With that, Chen Yang picked up the rice bowl, took the chopsticks, and gobbled it up. Eat slowly, don't choke. I'll serve you some more soup, your favorite corn and pork bone soup. A mouthful of rice and a mouthful of soup, it's delicious. Su Yueru said with a smile. Seeing Chen Yang eating happily, she was also happy. Unintentionally, a smile like an old mother's came to her face. The two families were neighbors, and since he was young, Chen Yang had often gone to Auntie Yueru's house for free meals, so she knew exactly what his favorite meals were. Every dish on the table tonight suited Chen Yang's taste, so even if they weren't very exquisite, they still delighted his taste buds. Chen Yang had lost his parents at a young age and had always lived with his grandfather. His life had been hard, and Su Yueru had seen it and felt it in her heart. She usually took care of him and would always save some of the good food for him. At one point, Chen Yang felt the breath of a mother's love from Su Yueru. Auntie Yueru, don't bother, let's eat together. If you don't eat, I'll finish it all. Your cooking is so good, I can't stop eating. Chen Yang said, not sparing praise. A big bowl of rice, and he polished off half of it, a born rice eater. At this time, Su Yueru was standing in front of the stove ladling out soup, and Chen Yang couldn't help but take a second look. Although she was in her 30s, Auntie Yueru had a great figure, and even compared to women of similar age in the city, she was not much inferior. However, her palms were covered with calluses and very rough, so it was obvious that she had done a lot of manual labor. Married to a lazy, good-for-nothing husband who was also a compulsive gambler, Auntie Yueru had not enjoyed much happiness in her life, and had wasted her good looks, turning into a plain woman. Alas! Chen Yang sighed, feeling sorry for Auntie Yueru. The ancients were right when they said that women fear marriage. It's okay, I'm not hungry. If you can finish it, I'll be happy. Finally, someone appreciates Auntie Yueru's cooking. Haha, Auntie Yueru's cooking has always been my favorite. The 5-star chefs in the city can't compare to you. Chen Yang let out a sarcastic laugh. You're so full of it, it's like you're covered in honey. Su Yueru felt embarrassed by the praise. While saying this, Su Yueru walked over with a bowl of pork bone soup. Because it had just been cooked, it was a bit hot, so she was very careful, then bent down and placed the soup gently in front of Chen Yang. Auntie, you hurry up and sit down and eat, otherwise the food will get cold. Chen Yang said. Okay, then, Auntie, have some too. Chen Yang persuaded Su Yueru to sit down. Oh, by the way, Auntie, I gave Yingying 10,000 yuan, which should be enough for her until the college entrance exam is over. You don't need to transfer money to her for a while. Chen Yang quickly changed the subject to make the awkward atmosphere dissipate quickly. 10,000 yuan? Why did you give her so much money? Su Yueru was stunned. I made a little money selling ginseng, and one person can't spend it all. If you can't spend it all, you can save it. You're not young anymore, and you'll have plenty of expenses in the future. You can earn more money in the future. Yingying is my younger sister, and I have to take care of her, don't I? I can't let her suffer, right? Chen Yang said with a carefree attitude. Is it really just as simple as treating her like a younger sister? Su Yueru's expression slightly changed. Chapter 33 Auntie Yueme has a relapse. Soon, Chen Yang was full and satisfied. He had eaten 2 full bowls of rice and 3 bowls of corn and pork rib soup, and his belly was so full that he burped contentedly. Well, Auntie, I'm done eating. Do you want me to help you clean up? Wash the pots and bowls? Chen Yang politely asked, putting down his chopsticks and bowl. After all, he had eaten so much of the family's food, and it would be rude to just leave. No need, I can do it myself, said Chen Yueru. Okay, thank you, Auntie, I'll go home now. Tomorrow, when that dog Zhao Taidan comes over, I'll give him the money. Chen Yang smiled, stood up, and left. Okay, Auntie, whatever you say. As Chen Yang left, Chen Yueru's eyes revealed a strange look. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and, as if she had made up her mind, she touched her heart with one hand and said with a look of pain, "Oh, that's right, Yang, wait a minute. I don't know what's wrong with my heart, I suddenly feel a little panicky and uncomfortable. Could it be that my heart disease is coming back? Why don't you help me take a look again?" Ouch, ouch. Chen Yueru groaned, sitting on a bench and curling up into a ball, looking as if she had really had a heart attack. What? That shouldn't be possible. Chen Yang was taken aback and quickly looked back, saying, "Yesterday's acupuncture treatment should have cured your heart condition, so why has it returned so quickly? By the way, Auntie, did you go to town to get the medicine I prescribed for you yesterday?" After acupuncture, you also need Chinese medicine to consolidate the effects, otherwise it will be difficult to cure the illness. How dare I go to town? If Zhao Taidan sees me, he'll arrest me for sure. Chen Yueru said with a pale face. You're right, it was inconsiderate of me. If I had known, I would have gone to town to get the medicine for you. Auntie, give me your hand, I'll take your pulse to see what's going on. Chen Yang said. It's completely reasonable that the attack occurred because she didn't take the medicine. It's not convenient here, let's go to the main room. Chen Yueru suggested. That's fine. Chen Yang didn't suspect anything either. After all, it was indeed not very convenient to see a doctor in the kitchen. So, he followed Chen Yueru to the main room. What he didn't expect was that, after arriving in the main room, Chen Yueru directly lay down on the big bed and said, "There's no need to take my aunt's pulse. The effect of acupuncture yesterday was very good. If you give my aunt a few more needles, she might be able to recover." This. Fine. Chen Yang didn't know what to say. He had just eaten someone else's food, so he couldn't refuse. Acupuncture really had a better effect than taking medicine. However, every time he gave acupuncture, it was a drain on him. So if he could give traditional Chinese medicine, he would try to let his patients take it. But Auntie Yueru was so close to him, he wouldn't begrudge his acupuncture skills. It was a drain, but it would be replenished. The illness was in the heart area, so to make it easier for Chen Yang to perform the acupuncture, Chen Yueru took matters into her own hands and pulled up her shirt a little to reveal the heart area. Auntie, what are you doing? Pull it up so you can give me acupuncture. Auntie, there's really no need for this, you should hurry and put it down. I can perform acupuncture through the shirt. Chen Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong with Auntie Yueru, and she looked strange. At this point, Chen Yueru's face was also flushed with shame, and she said slowly, "Yang, you have helped your aunt so much, and there is really nothing I can do to repay you. All I can do is this. Yingying is still young, and no matter what, you have to wait until she graduates from university, otherwise it will ruin her. Although your aunt is a bit older, she has maintained her figure quite well." Chen Yang was dumbfounded on the spot. "Auntie, I helped you without expecting anything in return. You've helped me so much before, it's only right that I help you now. Besides, I don't have any feelings for Yingying at all. You've got it all wrong. I've always treated her like my younger sister. I also hope that she can get into a good university, find a good job in the future, and marry into a good family. So there's no need for you to do this." Chen Yang really couldn't help but let out a sigh. Chen Yueru actually thought that she had feelings for her daughter, and in order to protect her daughter, she offered herself. The way this mother and daughter thought was really strange. "Yang, no matter what, your aunt has already done this, so you don't need to be polite. No matter what you think of Yingying, your aunt wants to thank you from the bottom of her heart. Anyway, you're single now, so you don't need to have any psychological burdens." With that, Chen Yueru embraced Chen Yang. No, let go. Chen Yang never imagined that Auntie Yueru, who usually seemed gentle and weak and had an introverted personality, had such a fierce side. Just at this critical moment, suddenly a van stopped at the door, and 6 or 7 burly men rushed down. Boom! They kicked open the door and rushed directly into the courtyard. "Oh no, someone's coming," Chen Yang said in a panic. Chen Yueru was also taken aback, and quickly let go of Chen Yang and quickly dressed. Peering out the window, she saw that it was Zhao Taidan who had come. Chapter 34. Zhao Taidan came to kidnap someone in the dark. When you see someone, just take them away, don't make any trouble, do you hear me? Zhao Taidan ordered his subordinates. It turned out that Zhao Taidan simply didn't believe that Chen Yang could raise 300,000 in one day, so he wanted to take Su Yueru away while it was dark, which would save a lot of trouble compared to robbing someone in the daytime. Zhao Taidan, you're really something. I said I'd give you the money tomorrow morning, why are you here now? Can people in the underworld all be so unreliable? Chen Yang suddenly walked out of the main room and had a face-off with Zhao Taidan and his group of thugs, startling the group. The fear of being dominated by Chen Yang in the morning was still vivid. At that time, more than 10 people could not defeat Chen Yang, let alone the 6 or 7 now. Why are you here? Where is Su Yueru? Zhao Taidan asked with a dark face. What do you care where Su Yueru is? You promised to pay tomorrow morning, so tomorrow morning you will pay. Now get the hell out of here. Come back tomorrow morning. Chen Yang said unceremoniously, giving the order to evict the guests. Zhao Taidan gritted his teeth with hatred. He really couldn't defeat Chen Yang right now, so he could only bow his head and swallow his pride. But he didn't believe that Chen Yang would never go to the town in his life. When they arrived in Qingshui town, he would have 100 ways to get rid of Chen Yang. Humph, what difference does it make if I come today or tomorrow? You won't be able to come up with 300,000 yuan anyway. Since I'm here today, I'm definitely taking the guy away. I advise you not to get involved. Some people are simply not people you can offend. Be careful, you might get yourself killed. Zhao Taidan threatened. How do you know I won't be able to come up with 300,000 yuan? What if I can? Chen Yang said coldly. What a big mouth. If you can come up with it, then show me? Zhao Taidan looked contemptuous. Looking at Chen Yang's clothes from the street stall, which, if you add them all up, would cost no more than 100 yuan at most, let alone 300,000 yuan, he might not even be able to come up with 3,000 yuan. Fuck, you look down on people with your dog's eyes, don't you? Chen Yang took out his mobile phone, opened mobile banking, and said, come here and take a look with your dog's eyes to see how much money I really have. You motherfucker. Although he was insulted, Zhao Taidan still endured his anger and came closer. When he took a closer look, he let out a surprised exclamation. It wasn't 300,000 yuan, but a full 500,000 yuan. Okay, I was wrong to judge you by your appearance, as they say, you can't judge a book by its cover. You're rich, boss. This is my bank card, just transfer the money into it. Zhao Taidan handed Chen Yang a bank card. If you want me to transfer the money, you can come back tomorrow morning. I want to leave the money in the bank card to earn interest. Chen Yang didn't even bat an eyelid. You. Zhao Taidan's nose is all crooked with anger. Qinghao village is in the middle of a mountain valley, and the transportation is very inconvenient. Every time he comes here, it takes a long time, and he doesn't want to come back again tomorrow morning. If you deposit 300,000 yuan in the bank, the interest will only be 10 or 20 yuan a day. I'll give you 100 yuan. Just transfer the money to me now. Zhao Taidan thought for a moment and took out a red bill from his pocket. Get lost. I told you to come back tomorrow, and you came back tomorrow. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Chen Yang snapped, not going to give these rotten punks a good face. A group of people hated it, but there was nothing they could do. Because they were no match for a fight at all. At this time, Auntie Yueru came out of the main room and said to Chen Yang, Yang, forget it, just give them the money now, I don't want to see them again tomorrow. Her cheeks were still flushed, even her neck was red, her hair was messy, and her eyes were wandering, afraid to look anyone in the eye. As a veteran of the love scene who had come out of a nest of women, Zhao Taidan could tell at a glance what was going on. Looking at Chen Yang again, Zhao Taidan suddenly understood that there was definitely an affair between this man and woman, and it must have been going on for more than a day or two. No wonder this kid is willing to pay 300,000 yuan out of his own pocket to pay Chindaji's debt. It turns out that this is the reason. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and there are no good guys who don't ask for anything in return. Zhao Taidan thought to himself. He couldn't help but admire Chen Yang. He could do it to a woman much older than himself, so he really has a big appetite. However, he didn't say anything, and getting the money back was the most important thing. Okay, I'll listen to my aunt. Chen Yang understood Su Yueru's feelings very well, so he transferred the money to Zhao Taidan on the spot. It was a full 300,000 yuan, so it was impossible to say that he wasn't concerned. Zhao Taidan wanted to pocket the 100 yuan, but Chen Yang grabbed it and said, "This is my interest. A mosquito's leg is still meat. Isn't 100 yuan money? You can buy a few caddies of pork with it." Zhao Taidan gave a cold stare, but didn't dare say anything more. After all, the money was originally agreed to be the interest for Chen Yang. "Wait, where's the IOU? Take it out and I'll tear it up right here," Su Yueru suddenly said, with an extra measure of caution. Zhao Taidan did have the IOU with him, but didn't plan to take it out. Since Su Yueru mentioned it, he casually tossed it to her. When she saw it in her hands, Su Yueru almost fainted from anger. It clearly said that the loan was 100,000 yuan, but Zhao Taidan had the nerve to ask for 300,000. This is shameless. Zhao Taidan, you're robbing people. Qin Daji only borrowed 100,000 yuan, so why should we give you 300,000? Su Yueru angrily said. Chen Yang also frowned when he read the IOU. 100,000 yuan is just the principal, and 200,000 yuan is the interest. Who lends money without charging interest? Do you think I'm running a charity? Zhao Taidan said shamelessly. Even if you charge interest, you can't charge 200,000 yuan. Su Yueru was still angry. Do you understand what usury is? The interest rate is written in black and white on the IOU, and your husband agreed to it. Even if you take this to court, I'm not afraid of you. Zhao Taidan looked down on him and then said to his gang of henchmen, "Let's go." You. Forget it, auntie, it's useless to reason with these gangsters. The interest rate is really that high, Chen Yang said, telling Su Yueru to forget it. At this time, Zhao Taidan suddenly turned his head around and said to Chen Yang, "Kid, I remember what you did this morning. Don't ever get into my hands, or you'll suffer. If you say another word, I'll slap you to death, believe it or not." Chen Yang said coldly. Zhao Taidan gritted his teeth in anger and left in anger. Qinghe village was not his territory after all. When Chen Yang arrived in Qingshui town, he would definitely show him. "Auntie, I'm going back." After Zhao Taidan left, Chen Yang also wanted to leave. "Well, Yang, just now, auntie was a little excited and lost her temper, so you mustn't take it to heart." Su Yueru's cheeks were red as she said this, her eyes avoiding Chen Yang's, not daring to look him in the eye. "It's fine, I've already forgotten." Chen Yang smiled and said. "It's impossible to forget. What just happened was embarrassing, but also wonderful." "What the heck, why are you thinking about it again?" Chapter 35 Su Shaoyan visits with gifts. I ate a bit too much just now. When I got home, Chen Yang felt full of energy, with endless strength, but no place to vent it. So, he spent some time in the courtyard practicing the Tiangang dish palm, expending the energy in his body. This palm technique has a total of 108 styles, namely 36 Tiangang palms and 72 dish palms. He has only mastered the first 3 styles, and doesn't know when he will be able to practice to the last style. According to the inherited memories, after practicing to the 108th style, the power is simply terrifying, and one palm can shatter the stars and even reverse the galaxy. Chen Yang is looking forward to that day, when he will stand proudly at the top of the universe, where he can roam freely. Just thinking about it makes him feel giddy. Boom! Crack! With each palm strike, Chen Yang exudes a powerful aura, and the force of his blows is like something out of a movie with special effects. It feels like a huge force is pouring out of his palms, overwhelming and unstoppable. In the heat of the moment, Chen Yang took off all his clothes and practiced with his bare chest. The sky was clear, and a bright moon was in the sky. With the light of the moon, one could see that there were streams of pale yellow air above Chen Yang's body, moving with his body and clinging to it, like rivers flowing over his body, making a rolling sound. This was the yellow air of the heavens and the earth, which, as he practiced, surged inside and outside his body. The muscles on his body are as hard as steel, and his skin has a pale golden luster. It seems that he has cultivated an extremely overbearing golden body, giving the impression of being indestructible and extremely masculine. Again! With a loud yell, Chen Yang gathered the strength of his entire body and the Tian Di Xian Huangqi and his Dantian into the palm of his right hand. Vaguely, one could see the appearance of an air current vortex in the palm of his hand, spinning at high speed. Facing the concrete wall, Chen Yang shot out a palm. Boom! With a deafening sound, a palm-sized indentation was blasted out of the concrete wall, sending countless debris flying in all directions. Chen Yang's palm felt no discomfort whatsoever. Chen Yang was stunned by the palm-sized indentation. Holy cow! This power is a bit too overbearing. Yesterday, I could only make shallow imprints, but today, I'd become awesome. I can even smash through the concrete wall. The power of this palm strike is so great that I'm afraid not even a wild boar could withstand it, and would be killed instantly. However, despite the ferocity of this palm strike, it also drains the energy of the user. Chen Yang felt as if his body had been emptied. It seems that his current cultivation is not yet sufficient to support such a powerful move. Yang, what's going on at home? I heard a loud rumble, and the house shook. Was there an earthquake? The voice of Auntie Yueru, who lived next door, came over nervously. It's nothing, Auntie, I'm just fixing the house, it's just a little noisy, I'm sorry to have disturbed you, it won't take long. Chen Yang said casually. Ah, fixing the house? Do you need any help? Auntie Yueru actually believed him. No, I can do it myself. Oh, well, if you need any help, just let me know, don't be polite with your aunt. Okay, I got it. Chen Yang smiled bitterly, thinking that in the future, he would still have to find a place with few people to practice, as the movements were too loud and would affect others. Anyway, the vicinity of Qinghe village was full of barren mountains and wilderness, so it would be easy to find a place with no one around. But for today, it would be fine, and Chen Yang was ready to rest. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the front door was suddenly knocked. Who is it? Chen Yang asked. It's me, your Auntie Xiaoyan. Open the door quickly. The voice of the village chief's wife, Su Yueru, came from outside. Chen Yang was at a loss as to why this woman was looking for him so late at night. Could it be that the snake venom had not been completely excreted and had recurred? With a belly full of questions, Chen Yang opened the door. The moment he saw Su Yueru, he was directly stunned. Su Yueru's appearance was very chic and cool. A pink strapless dress, the tight kind. Su Yueru's figure was already very hot, and with this outfit, her perfect figure was completely outlined. She had stiletto heels on her feet, light makeup on her face, and big wavy flaxen curls that she had just done in town today. She looked like a woman who had just walked out of a club, the kind with the best looks. What are you looking at? Your eyes are about to fall out. Hurry up and take the things. Su Yueru said impatiently, rolling her eyes at Chen Yang. To thank Chen Yang for saving her life, she brought some gifts over, including wine, cigarettes, and various snacks and supplements. It was a dazzling array, and both of her hands were full, heavy. Her husband is the village chief, and people give gifts to him all year round. There are simply too many good things in the house, and they can't be eaten or used up. Chen Yang came back to her senses and quickly took the things, feeling very embarrassed and saying, Auntie Xiaoyan, you're too kind, giving me so much stuff, I can't finish it all. And you should know that I don't smoke or drink. If you don't smoke or drink, you can learn, which man doesn't smoke or drink? Saying this, Su Yueru gathered her hair on her forehead and twisted her body into an S shape, and in an instant, 1,000 kinds of charm flowed out. Chen Yang looked at her and was about to go crazy. Have you had enough of looking at me like that? Aren't you going to invite your aunt in for a sit? Su Yueru gave Chen Yang another look. She was very satisfied with Chen Yang's reaction at the moment, as it was the best praise for her beauty. Although she felt that it was inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone in the same room late at night, out of courtesy, Chen Yang still invited Su Yueru into the house. Unaware of the fact, Su Yueru had already regarded him as her prey. Chapter 36, Defenseless. Yang, what do you think of my appearance? Does it dazzle your eyes? Give me your opinion. Su Yueru asked Chen Yang with a smile, tossing her hair and twisting her body. Her S-shaped figure was beyond reproach, with a protruding front and a curvy back. Chen Yang's eyes darted around, his heart pounding, and it jumped up to his throat again. This woman just kept coming, and his heart could not take it. Indeed, lust is the first step to disaster. Chen Yang was worried that if this continued, he would die young. Where are you looking? You're staring at Auntie's body. Didn't I show you everything in the grass before? Not enough? Su Yueru rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry when she noticed Chen Yang's little action. I wasn't looking. It's just that a mosquito was flying around in front of you just now, and I wanted to swat it, but I was afraid to. Chen Yang said with a blush. No wonder you're a university student, you lie without even thinking. Oh, I see, it's just that I misunderstood you. You still haven't answered my question. Do you think I look pretty dressed like this? Give me your opinion. Su Yueru continued to press. Beautiful, like a white-boned demon, it's almost beautiful to death. The most beautiful in the world. Chen Yang said, completely speaking his mind, gulping and suppressing his inner restlessness. Bah, you little brat, don't you know how to speak? Auntie, this is clearly a fox demon, okay? How could it be a white-boned demon? Su Yueru spat at Chen Yang and said angrily. They are both beautiful demons, what's the difference? Chen Yang smiled bitterly. What's the difference? You've wasted all those years of studying for nothing. The white-boned demon is a bad demon who steals men, hateful and infuriating. But a fox spirit is different. A fox spirit is a good demon who is friendly with men, and specially likes to be friendly with down-and-out scholars like you who can't get a wife. It's both sad and praiseworthy. Chen Yang was speechless, and felt that there was some truth in what she said. However, when this woman compared herself to a down-and-out scholar and said that she was a fox spirit, was she hinting at something? No, she was probably making it clear, right? Chen Yang suddenly felt a sudden rush of anxiety. But he forced himself to remain calm. Please, sit anywhere you like, Auntie, and make yourself at home. I'll go get you a glass of water. After leading Su Yueru into the main room, Chen Yang politely placed the gift in his hands on the table before getting the water. The two-room, tile-roofed house was wide open, and there wasn't even a decent piece of furniture. It was truly poor. Looking at the dilapidated house and smelling the pervasive stench of poverty, Su Yueru frowned. If she didn't want something from Chen Yang, she wouldn't even come if she was invited, as it would bring bad luck. She lived in a two-story Western-style building, the first luxury home in Xinghe village, with branded furniture and appliances, better than some city people. She was young when she married the old and ugly Chen Fugui, and all she wanted was material conditions. She was very satisfied now, and the only regret was that she didn't have a child of her own. It's a hot day, and there's no air conditioning in the house. How can I sleep at night? Can I sleep? The broken fan creaks and creaks, and the wind it blows is hot. In no time at all, Su Yueru broke out in a light sweat and had to pull open her collar to let the heat escape. It's hard being poor. You're the only family in the whole village with an air conditioner. Chen Yang gave a bitter smile and came over with a glass of water. Before Chen Fugui became the village chief, he was also poor. But after becoming the village chief, he immediately turned things around and became a local nouveau riche. He married a beautiful wife, built a small Western-style house, and made everyone else jealous. Of course, everyone in the village knows why he became rich. All the world's a stage, and all the men in it are merely players. Here's some water, Auntie. Chen Yang brought a glass of water over. At that moment, Auntie Yueru was pulling up the collar of her shirt to cool herself down. Chen Yang was looking down on her, and it was hard not to get distracted. Oops. With her mind on two things at once, her hand shook, and the water spilled out of the glass. Coincidentally, a large part of Auntie Yueru's stockings got wet. You little brat, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Su Yueru's face turned pale at that moment. Oh, I'm sorry. Shall I wipe it off for you? Chen Yang hurriedly apologized, flustered. Rubbing my ass, can you dry it? You little rascal, you're very naughty, I can see you did it on purpose. Su Yueru said as she took off her wet socks. Holy shit. Chen Yang was again transfixed by the sight, and felt very silky. I said, you little rascal, you've been waiting a long time, haven't you? You can have them for free. Su Yueru gave a wicked smile, raised her hand and threw the wet socks she had taken off at Chen Yang. Chen Yang was dumbfounded, feeling molested. I knew you men like this. Good things come in pairs, take this one too. After taking off the other wet sock, Su Yueru also threw it to Chen Yang. Cough cough, I don't have this fetish, you'd better take it home and wash it before wearing it, don't waste it. After saying that, she returned the object to its owner. Su Yueru was slightly surprised and smiled, saying, it seems you have a big appetite. You don't have any thoughts about Auntie, do you? If you have any thoughts, just say it. I'm not that petty, and I might just be able to satisfy you. Molesting. Blatant molestation. Chen Yang blushed like a monkey's bottom, saying, Auntie Yueru, if you're done, just go back. You brat, you really don't like your auntie, do you? You really don't have any thoughts when your auntie is sitting here? Su Yueru used a gentle approach to persuade. Auntie Yueru, don't tease me, just go back, really. If the village chief finds out anything, I'll be in trouble. Chen Yang was speechless, and he felt like crying but had no tears. You brat, you don't have the guts to do it even though you have the heart to do it? You are so timid, no wonder you don't even have a girlfriend at such a young age. Seeing that Chen Yang was as indifferent as a wooden melon, Su Xiaoyan couldn't hold back any longer and took the initiative, suddenly embracing Chen Yang. Chapter 37, Unpure Intentions. A graceful figure pounced over. In an instant, a fragrant smell filled the air, soft and charming. Su Xiaoyan was wearing some brand of perfume that I don't know what it is, and the whole person is fragrant, not strong or weak, refreshing, and strangely good smelling. No, Auntie Xiaoyan, what are you doing? You have a husband. How can you do this to the village chief? If the village chief Fu Gui knew, he would be so sad. Chen Yang exclaimed loudly, a little shocked. The women of Qinghe village are really scary, they pounce on people at the slightest provocation. Can't you just talk nicely? As a result, Chen Yang is now in a very passive situation, and he doesn't even have any tears if he wants to cry. If Chen Fu Gui was useful, I would have asked you, right? Don't worry, even if he finds out, he won't lose his temper, because he's such a loser. Of course, only you, me, and the heavens know what happened tonight, and Auntie will keep her mouth shut and not let anyone else know. If anyone finds out, it will be because you told them. You don't need to feel pressured. Auntie is doing this entirely of her own free will. If you hadn't helped Auntie detoxify today, she would have most likely already passed away. I can never repay you for your great kindness, so I can only offer you my body. I know exactly what you're thinking. We only live once, and we are only here for a short time. We must listen to our hearts and not be bound by morality. Su Xiaoyan, full of seductive words, used both emotion and reason to persuade Chen Yang. She had come here tonight with great determination, and she would not rest until she had achieved her goal. Of course, she was also supremely confident in her own charm. Chen Yang was no different from a little white rabbit in her eyes, and she could manipulate him as she pleased. A woman is like a wolf at 30 and a tiger at 40. Plus, she has an old man at home who is useless. It is easy to imagine how Su Xiaoyan has been living these years, and it is also easy to imagine Chen Yang's current situation, being manipulated. In no time at all, Chen Yang's t-shirt was almost torn to shreds. A masculine aura came over her. What a great figure! It's like iron, with well-proportioned proportions, more than enough to be a model. If you want to be a star, you'll definitely become an overnight sensation, Su Xiaoyan exclaimed. She couldn't help but think of Chen Fugui's decrepit body, fat as a pig, all flab and no muscle, and Chen Yang's body, which was a world apart. Life is never perfect, and for every gain there is a loss. Su Xiaoyan didn't know if she had made the right choice, but there was no going back. The only thing she can do now is to make up for her regrets. She just came for her child, but now it's partly because of herself. After all, she and Chen Fugui have been getting by together. That feeling has never been experienced before. Handsome, good figure, high education, and excellent character, this kind of perfect little man is rare in the city, and Su Xiaoyan is very rare. No, stop it. Chen Yang refused. What do you mean no? I can see that you're enjoying it. Su Xiaoyan said with a wicked smile. I really can't, Auntie. You have a husband, you can't cheat on him. It's shameful for a woman to cheat. Chen Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. So what if a woman has a husband? Aren't there plenty of cheating women in the world? They're all doing fine. Don't try to flatter me, I'm not some saintly woman who is pure of heart and abstains from lust, I'm just an ordinary woman with all the same desires as everyone else. Chen Yang was speechless and unable to speak, and even pushed a few times, but he was unable to push her away. You've lived for so many years, but I'm afraid you're still a virgin, aren't you? Don't you feel like a failure? Don't you want to make a magnificent turn for yourself? Don't you want to have a perfect transformation? Don't you want to be a real man? Su Xiaoyan continued to tempt him with her words. But Chen Yang was unmoved, as stubborn as a block of wood or a mule. He even broke free and was about to throw in the towel and leave. After all, Su Xiaoyan could not stop a 7-foot man like Chen Yang if he wanted to leave. Seeing that Chen Yang was about to rush out the door, Su Xiaoyan became anxious. This brat, why is he so stubborn? He won't even take a free lunch. Chen Yang, I'll be honest with you. I didn't just come here tonight to repay your kindness, I also have another purpose. As you know, after I married your rich uncle all these years, there has been no sign of life in my belly. It's not that I'm unable to conceive, it's that your rich uncle is completely useless. He's completely useless. You be kind and give me a son or daughter. Otherwise, when I get old, I won't even have someone to take care of me in my old age." After saying this, Su Yueru unexpectedly burst into tears, looking pitiful with her tear-stained face. "Ha!" Chen Yang, however, felt a tingling sensation on the back of his head as he listened, and was thunderstruck on the spot. He never imagined that this woman actually had another purpose, which was completely out of line. Chapter 38, Don't Break the Bottom Line, Be Principled. Su Yueru didn't say what she came for, but once she did, Chen Yang was even more against it, and he would never agree. This is not only about morality, but also about ethics. Living in the same village, seeing your child call another man dad every day, what is that like? What man could stand that? Even though Su Yueru cried her eyes out, said everything she could think of, and wore her lips out, Chen Yang still refused. This is the bottom line of being a person, and it cannot be broken. You little brat, why are you so petty? You're not even being responsible. Are you even a man? If it weren't for the fact that you're good looking, have a good body, a high level of education, and your genes are a gift, I wouldn't want you. Su Yueru was angry, really angry. She didn't expect Chen Yang to refuse so completely, and if she had known, she would have kept quiet. No, Auntie Yueru, this is an issue of principle. No man would agree to this. I see that the village chief is in good health and is only in his early 50s, which is considered middle age. It is normal for men in their 70s and 80s to have children. There are many reasons why you can't have children. Have you not visited a major hospital? What did the doctor say? Your uncle is not young, but he eats and drinks too much, and his intestines are about to give out. No matter how healthy he is, he can't withstand this kind of lifestyle for long. Besides, you know your rich uncle's bad temper. He's stubborn as a mule and can't be persuaded. He's so proud that he'd feel like he's been killed if he went to see a doctor. Su Yueru wiped away a bitter tear. Marrying Chen Fugue has enriched her material life, but her spiritual life is very empty. Ahem, Auntie Yueru, I completely understand your urgent desire to have a child. How about this, you ask the village chief to come to me, and I'll take a look at him. To be honest with you, I have some experience treating men in this area. Chen Yang is not bluffing. In the memory of the ancient mysterious yellow ancestor, there are hundreds of prescriptions for treating male infertility alone. There is always something that can be used for Chen Fugue's various male diseases. Of course, there is also acupuncture. Heavenly and earth mysterious yellow needling can revive the dead and heal flesh and bone, so what is the treatment of a small male disease? What the hell are you looking at? You little brat, why are you so stubborn? Chen Yang, I have never begged anyone in my life, you have to help me this once, no matter what. Since he is being so stubborn, she will have to use force. Zhao Xiaoyan was prepared to get serious this time. While Chen Yang was not paying attention, she locked the door from the inside. Now Chen Yang couldn't escape even if he wanted to. You little brat, if you dare to resist, I'll scream for help. I'll make sure you get punished and go to jail for a long time. If you do as I say, I'll be your secret lover and we can meet secretly every other day. We'll get what we want from each other and don't need to be responsible for each other. What do you think? Carrot and stick, threats and enticement. As she spoke, Su Yueru moved closer to Chen Yang. Her clothes slowly fell off. Chen Yang was about to cry out in fear, having met an unreasonable female devil. If he refused, she would accuse him of indecent assault. In this situation, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not explain himself. He would definitely go to jail for life. Just thinking about it was enough to make a person despair. If he complied, however, he could have a mistress for free. The answer seemed obvious. Even a 3-year-old child would probably know what the correct answer was. Chen Yang's eyes twitched, as if he had made a decision. He was about to speak when suddenly a woman's voice came from outside the door. Chen Yang, are you back, boy? Where are you? As soon as the voice fell, with a bang, the gate to the courtyard was pushed open. Chen Yang knew immediately who it was when he heard the voice. It was his sister-in-law Li Xianglian. Well, finally there is salvation. Chen Yang was overjoyed. But despite his joy, there was also a little regret and disappointment. In short, his emotions were very complicated. Why did Widow Li come at this hour? This woman really knows how to pick her moments. Su Yueru panicked, feeling anxious and angry. She had almost succeeded, but then she panicked. When she entered the courtyard just now, she forgot to lock the door, so when Li Xianglian pushed it open, she came in. If this was discovered, it would be disastrous. Su Yueru quickly rolled off the bed and quickly got dressed. Women's mouths never keep secrets. If Li Xianglian finds out anything, the whole village will be in an uproar tomorrow. Even if Su Yueru doesn't get beaten to death by Chen Fugui, she will drown in the villagers' verbal abuse. Hey, the front door is unlocked, you're really home. You brat, you didn't even tell your sister-in-law you were back, and you made her worry. After pushing open the front door, Li Xianglian realized that Chen Yang had returned, and then walked towards the main room. If they had walked at a normal pace, they would have reached the main room in 10 to 20 seconds, and Chen Yang and Su Yueru would not have had time to get dressed. However, a bright red motorcycle in the courtyard caught Li Xianglian's attention. Has the brat become rich? He's traded in his old gun for a motorcycle. The motorcycle's styling was so domineering that Li Xianglian touched it here and there, and when she was happy, she even sat on it to experience it. Chapter 39, Going for a Ride. Sister-in-law, why are you here? At that moment, Chen Yang walked out of the main room, acting as if nothing had happened. You brat, you didn't even tell me you were back, and you made me worry for nothing. Li Xianglian gave Chen Yang a dirty look. Chen Yang laughed and said, I'm a grown man, what's there to worry about? I'm going to the city, not the battlefield, so I'm fine. I do care about you, I've got you on my mind. Unlike some people, you have no heart, no feelings, not even a phone call all day. Had ha. Chen Yang scratched the back of his head, smiling foolishly, not knowing what to say. He'd been busy all day, and had neglected his sister-in-law Xianglian. This slut, as expected, is no pushover, and really does have an affair with Chen Yang. Inside the house, Su Yueru leaned against the window, looking out, her mouth full of sour grapes. She had wanted to develop a relationship with Chen Yang as a secret lover to make up for the regrets in her life, but now there was a strong competitor, and the pressure was huge, making her feel very unhappy. Hey, sister-in-law, what do you think? Isn't this motorcycle great? Come, let me take you for a ride. You really bought this motorcycle? You're rich. How much did you sell the ginseng for? It wasn't more than 300,000 yuan, was it? Li Xianglian asked in surprise. She knew that Chen Yang was going to help Chen Daji pay back 300,000 yuan, and if the ginseng didn't sell for more than 300,000 yuan, it would be impossible to buy a motorcycle. That's right, rich man, after paying off Chen Daji's debt, there will still be 100,000 yuan left. Chen Yang smirked. The ginseng sold for 400,000 yuan, my god. Li Xianglian was deeply shocked. She knew that the ginseng was valuable, but she didn't know it was this valuable. With so much money, you can buy a small house in the city. Chen Yang even managed to come up with 300,000 yuan to pay off Chen Daji's debt. Li Xianglian really didn't know what was going on in this guy's head, and it felt like there was an issue with his brain. However, no matter what, at least it shows one thing: Chen Yang has a good personality and is a good man who is not stingy with money and is willing to help others. If she could marry such a good man, it would be hard for her not to be happy for the rest of her life. Looking at Chen Yang, Li Xianglian's heart was about to melt. Let's go, get on the bike, I'll give you a ride. Chen Yang said again. Su Yueru was still hiding in the main room, and if Chen Yang didn't take Li Xianglian away, Su Yueru would never be able to leave. Moreover, if Li Xianglian went to the main room and found Su Yueru, Chen Yang would have a hard time explaining. Where are you going for a ride, at night? Although she said that, her body was honest. She lifted her long legs and got on the motorcycle, and wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's waist from behind. Hey, no, you smell like a woman, strong and fresh. You brat, you're not keeping a woman hidden at home, are you? Tell me who it is. Li Xianglian sniffed Chen Yang hard, and her face suddenly changed. Woman's intuition, complete woman's intuition, this Chen Yang brat has issues. Sister-in-law, are you kidding? Who would want to come to this rundown house of mine, except you? I was just riding my bike this morning to take Chen Yingying to school in the city, and inevitably there was some contact with the body, and some of the smell remains. You really are paranoid. Chen Yang hurriedly explained. It's all Su Yueru's fault, coming here and spraying perfume, making herself smell nice all over. No way, how could the morning's perfume have lingered until now? I need to get off the motorcycle and take a look inside your house. I can tell you're up to no good, hiding a woman in your house. How dare you cheat on me? I'll show you. Li Xianglian said this and tried to get off the motorcycle, looking menacing. Chen Yang was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, this woman really knows how to make things difficult for herself. I'm not even your man, what's there to catch? What's there to break a leg for? This slut, is she a dog? Her nose is so sensitive. I'm doomed. What am I going to do now? Su Yueru, who was in the main room, jumped in fright. She didn't want to be caught red-handed, otherwise Chen Fugui might even take a knife and chop her up. The two-room main room was completely visible, and there wasn't even any decent furniture, so there was nowhere for her to hide. Looking at the bed, which had been covered in layers of old ash and smelled musty, she wondered if she should climb under it to hide, because apart from under the bed, there didn't seem to be any other better place. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle could be heard in the courtyard, getting longer and longer and fading away. This is imported perfume, with a long-lasting effect. Chanel? Ever heard of it? No need to look, let's go for a ride. Chen Yang slammed the throttle, and the motorcycle zoomed away, giving Li Xianglian no chance to get off. Su Yueru was in a panic, and quickly fled in disgrace. You little brat, just you wait. I won't rest until I get your jeans. Today's plan failed, so I'll just have to wait for next time. Chen Yang drove the motorcycle at high speed, taking Li Xianglian for a 2-lap joyride around the village. The cool mountain breeze felt very comfortable. Li Xianglian completely forgot what had happened earlier, and tightly wrapped her arms around Chen Yang's waist, her face pressed against his back. It felt so good, so happy, as if he were her own man. She really wanted to hold on to this man in her arms for the rest of her life, never to part. Okay, sister-in-law, we're home. Chen Yang stopped the motorcycle in front of Li Xianglian's house. We're almost home, why don't you come in for a while? Li Xianglian's eyes were full of ambiguity. Cough cough, it's getting late, you'd better go home and get some rest. I'll come visit you some other time. Although Chen Yang was a little tempted, he still refused. After a short ride on the motorcycle, his hormones had dropped back to rock bottom, and reason had once again taken over. What's so bad about it being late? Isn't it better if it's late? There's no one else at your sister-in-law's house, don't you have any thoughts? Li Xianglian continued to tempt him. She felt very sorry that she had been interrupted by Wu Laosan last night, and it was almost too late to consummate the relationship. If she could make up for her regrets now, it would be perfect. Chapter 40, Superb medical skills are very popular. Chen Yang's face turned red as he listened, and he was also a little tempted. Go, what are you hesitating about? Li Xianglian smiled charmingly. Chen Yang gritted his teeth and was about to agree when suddenly an old voice accompanied by a coughing sound came. Is this Chen Yang? Not far away, an old grandmother was walking unsteadily, coughing non-stop. Li Xianglian was startled when she saw her, and quickly let go of Chen Yang's hand, and with a start, got off the motorcycle. I've been to the village clinic several times, but I found you weren't there. Are you going to keep on being the village doctor or not? You're never there. If you don't give me a look at you soon, I may not be able to hang on much longer. The old lady grumbled, coughing several times in a row, her face looking very bad. Grandma Wan, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? I had something to do in the city today and just got back. I'm really sorry. Chen Yang asked, also apologizing. I'm coughing so hard I can't catch my breath, my throat hurts, and I feel like I'm going to die. Grandma Wang said with difficulty, panting and looking miserable. Okay, Chen Yang, you go to the health center and see if you can help Grandma Wang. I'm going home to rest. We can talk about this tomorrow. Li Xianglian said, and walked quickly towards home. After all, she was a widow, and she was afraid of people talking. Grandma Wan looked at Chen Yang, then at Li Xianglian, and suddenly a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Back at the health center, Chen Yang diagnosed Grandma Wang. It wasn't a serious illness, just a cold. The elderly are weak, and they may have other illnesses. So even if it is just a common cold or fever, you should still be careful, because if you are not careful, it can develop into a serious illness. In order to make Granny Wang feel better as soon as possible, Chen Yang gave her acupuncture. After a session of acupuncture, the symptoms improved by 80%, the cough eased, the shortness of breath also eased, and there was only a slight sore throat left. Chen Yang then prescribed some medicine for her to take at home, which she took and recovered quickly. Chen Yang, your medical skills are not worse than your grandfather's. You have really surpassed your teacher. Your grandfather would be very happy if he knew. Feeling much better, Granny Wang praised Chen Yang. In the past, she would not recover from a cold for more than a week. Now, she was basically recovered after just a little acupuncture, and she couldn't believe it. Heh, it's not bad. Chen Yang said modestly. Chen Yang, Li Xianglian is a good woman, but she has had a hard life. You must not let her down. Grandma Wang is rooting for you, and she's waiting to attend your wedding. Before leaving, Grandma Wang said to Chen Yang with a meaningful look. Huh? Chen Yang was taken aback. What was going on? Had the rumors spread so widely? Even the village grandmothers knew about his affair with Li Xianglian? When he got home, Chen Yang had a nice sleep. Unconsciously, it was already bright outside, and the hard-working villagers had already gone to work in the fields at this time, beginning their hard day's labor. Chen Yang got up quickly, took a cold shower, then washed his face and brushed his teeth. Su Yueru had sent over quite a few snacks yesterday, so Chen Yang poured a pack of cereal and ate some biscuits and bread, and that was his breakfast. Then he went to the village health center to prepare for his consultation. After all, he felt ashamed after being criticized by Granny Wang last night. As a village doctor, it was really inappropriate for him to see no one at the health center all day long. In fact, Chen Yang could not be blamed for being lazy, because his health center basically could not see many patients all day long. It could be said that the clinic was deserted, and the few silver coins he earned were barely enough to solve the issue of food and clothing. After all, his health center is for the village of Qinghe, with a population of only a few hundred people. Most of the young adults in the village have gone out to work, leaving behind only the elderly, the sick, the disabled, the young, and a small number of women. Due to the limited conditions of the health center and his mediocre medical skills, the villagers only come to him for minor illnesses such as colds and fevers, and go to the town hospital for any more serious illnesses. Without patients, how can he make any money? So, in order to make a living, sometimes he even had to go to the mountains to collect medicinal herbs and sell them to supplement the family income. It's all tears when he talks about it. Life in the city is hard, but rural life is not easy either. At the moment, Chen Yang was extremely surprised when he arrived at the health center. Because there were actually quite a few people standing outside the health center, more than 10 of them, all of them were some elderly people. What's going on? Are they all here to see me? Chen Yang was stunned. Among the crowd, Chen Yang saw Grandma Wang, who had come to see him last night. Chen Yang, you finally came over. Grandma Wang said with a smile, walking over to Chen Yang. Her gait was not as shaky as yesterday, but steady, and she was not coughing anymore. Her complexion was very good. What's going on, Grandma Wang? Chen Yang looked confused. Everyone came to see you for treatment, what could be going on? This morning, I got together with these old friends to chat. I told them that I had a cold, you gave me acupuncture, and I took some medicine, and I was fine in one night. Then they insisted on coming to see you for a look. Grandma Wang laughed, her voice no longer hoarse, and her condition had recovered well. Chen Yang, can you cure my gout? It's been more than 10 years. Grandpa Chen from the village said, with hands that were severely deformed like chicken claws and covered in gout stones. I can cure it, but only if you stop drinking. Otherwise it will recur after being cured. Chen Yang said. What about my high blood pressure? I have high blood lipids. I have headaches. We can cure all of these, so everyone just line up. Once inside the health center, Chen Yang put on a white coat and began to examine the elderly. With the legacy of the ancient Yellow Emperor, he could diagnose illnesses with ease. With a single glance, he could see the gist of the problem with his golden X-ray vision, and then take the pulse and get an accurate diagnosis. These elderly people are old, and they don't usually pay much attention to their health. More or less, they all have some kind of physical problem. And because they are not wealthy, they won't go to the hospital for treatment even when they are sick. They just take some medicine at home and tough it out. Over time, minor illnesses become major illnesses, and even terminal illnesses. As long as it's not a terminal illness, Chen Yang doesn't have much difficulty treating it.